Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, Chapter 101. Just a while ago, they were all competing in the Chunin Exams, and now, while Naruto was still a genin, Gaara had become the Kazekage. Even someone as thick-skinned as Naruto found this surreal, momentarily suspecting he might be under some genjutsu. Gaara put down his Kazekage hat and, with a gentle demeanor, said, "Naruto, you need to work hard too." Work hard? Naruto counted on his fingers, thinking seriously, Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Hokage. I still have 3 more stages to go. Naruto scratched his head in frustration. He hadn't even passed the Chunin exams this time. If he wanted another chance, he'd have to wait for the next Chunin exams in 2 years. With that thought, Naruto ran up to Gaara, pushing Maki aside, and enviously asked, "Gaara, tell me how you became Kazekage. Do you have any tips?" Chiyo, watching Naruto chat away with Gaara, wondered why Tsunade had brought the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki here. In Sunagakure, Gaara had become Kazekage because there were no other suitable candidates. But Konoha was different. For instance, Itachi would be a suitable candidate. Interesting. One Jinchuriki has already become a Kage. Will there be another in the future? Inoki mused, watching Gaara and Naruto. Living long enough, one witnesses many things once thought impossible. For instance, Jinchuriki were traditionally treated as weapons by the major villages. A Jinchuriki becoming a Kage. In the past, this was unthinkable. Regarding the 4th Mizukage also being a Jinchuriki, he wasn't one when he became Mizukage. It was only after Rin's death, to better control the tailed beasts, that the 3 tails was implanted in him. Times were changing. Now, even the long dead could be resurrected. The world was becoming increasingly difficult for Inoki to understand. The small talk didn't last long. Once the 5 Kage were seated, the summit's host, Mifune, stepped onto the stage, speaking solemnly and briefly. "It is an honor for the Land of Iron to host this 5 Kage summit. As the host, I declare the 5 Kage summit officially begun." Clap clap clap. Naruto, excited, started clapping. However, when he saw everyone else looking at him without joining in, he stopped, puzzled, and muttered internally, "Doesn't the Hokage always get applause before a speech?" After this small incident, the summit quickly moved to the main agenda. Without the delay typical of nobles and officials, the initiator, 4th Hokage, raised his severed arm and said bluntly. "This was caused by Hagoromo Gensou. Based on our intel, when he fought my team, Gensou wasn't at his peak. Now, he's likely even stronger. Such a legendary ninja roaming free will undoubtedly disrupt the current balance of the ninja world. So, what are you suggesting, Hokage?" Mei asked, looking at A replied sternly, "Form a joint force of the 5 villages, like in the time of the 1st Hokage, to eliminate Gensou, who doesn't belong to this era or the 5 great villages." Form a joint force? Just to deal with one person? "Hokage, your proposal is too exaggerated," said Chiyo, the elder from Sunagakure. Although Gaara was the Kazekage, his lack of experience in governance meant that Chiyo still made the key decisions. Given Sunagakure's current weak state and economic pressures, they preferred to develop quietly rather than mobilize forces. Inoki also chimed in, "As far as I know, Gensou hasn't declared war or sought to conquer the 5 great nations. The world is still at peace. Mobilizing large resources to deal with one person seems unwise. A joint force wasn't a simple task. It required manpower, resources, finances, and would disrupt various missions, causing significant strain on the villages." Although aware of Gensou's prowess, Inoki, as the leader of Iwagakure, didn't favor Hokage's drastic approach, which couldn't be compensated for through war spoils as in the past. Similarly, Mei agreed. While Kirigakure was willing to deal with Gensou, the extensive resources required for a full-scale mobilization were too great a burden. I remained firm, against an opponent like Gensou, we must go all out, with no room for error. While he hasn't done anything yet, a figure of his caliber is unpredictable. If he were to establish a new village, we would all suffer. Although the ninja world seemed vast, the cake had long been divided. A new village, especially one led by Gensou, would severely impact the 5 great villages' missions and economy, an outcome they couldn't accept. Ninja wars fundamentally were about redistributing this cake. Though A's words were speculative, everyone, except the thick-skinned Naruto, pondered deeply. "I recall that Gensou's recent appearance was related to Uchiha Sasuke's defection from Konoha," Mei said, looking at Tsunade, who had been silent. Tsunade glanced at Naruto, who clenched his fists upon hearing Sasuke, and nodded, "Yes, Uchiha Sasuke defected and followed Gensou. That makes sense." Inoki, the oldest present, smiled. The Hagoromo and Uchiha clans were allies and maintained good relations. Feeling uncomfortable in Konoha, Sasuke going to Gensou is natural. Though the summit was about Gensou, Inoki didn't forget Konoha's threat. Stirring things up was just a casual move for him. Additionally, Inoki had an unspoken idea. Perhaps they could contact Gensou, much like they hired the Akatsuki. Gensou, to some extent, could be a formidable ally. As for the conflict from the Valley of the End, that was a long time ago, and those involved had long passed. Moreover, among people like them, what issues couldn't be resolved through discussion? Chapter 102, Chapter 102. The Hagoromo Clan. Uchiha Clan. Allies. What is this? Hearing new information about Sasuke and Gensou, Naruto couldn't help but use his rarely activated brain to think. Beside him, Tsunade clenched her fists. Inoki's implication that Konoha had treated Sasuke too harshly, causing him to defect, was about to provoke Tsunade, who never tolerated slights against Konoha, to slam the table and retort. Hold on, Hokage-sama. The meeting's host, Mifune, stopped Tsunade. He wasn't worried that Tsunade's fist would smash the table, but a samurai had just come up to him and whispered something urgent, making his face tense. What's the matter? Tsunade, giving some face to the host, inquired. Mifune looked at Tsunade. A Konoha ninja has just arrived with an important letter for you. Tsunade and Shizun's expressions changed. The location of the Five Kage summit was known only to a few high-ranking officials of the 5 great villages. Knowing that Tsunade was attending the summit, Konoha still sent a ninja with a letter. This could only mean something significant had happened, something Tsunade understood well. Konoha's in big trouble. The other Kage and their aides also realized the gravity of the situation, their gazes quickly shifting. Tsunade did not hesitate, leaving Shizun and Naruto in the meeting room, and quickly exited to meet the Konoha ninja who had rushed over. Hokage-sama. The ninja promptly handed her a sealed letter. Tsunade broke the seal and read through it swiftly, her brows furrowing deeply. As expected, trouble had indeed struck. The root base had been destroyed, Danzo was dead, the scroll of Seals' secret room had been breached, there had been a riot in the high-security prison. The latter two were manageable. The scroll of Seals was still intact, and the prisoners in the high-security prison hadn't escaped. The major issue was the destruction of the root. Although Tsunade disliked Danzo's extreme methods and was wary of the root, she knew that the root, while harmful to Konoha, was an extremely sharp weapon against external threats. The best example was the demand by other villages to disband the root after the Fourth Shinobi World War. Now, with Danzo dead and the root base destroyed, even the remaining root members on missions outside were no longer significant. This meant a major military force supporting Konoha had been wiped out. When Tsunade saw that the primary suspect for all these events was Gensou, she gripped the letter tightly, then asked the Konoha ninja. What's the situation in Konoha now? The ninja replied, under the guidance of the 2 elders, Konoha has raised its alert level. The enemy hasn't appeared again. Before I left, the village was stable. Tsunade nodded, you can rest now. After a brief moment outside, Tsunade returned to the 5 Kage meeting room. As soon as she sat down, Inoki curiously asked, what happened, Tsunade? Hearing this, everyone else turned their attention to her. Tsunade didn't hide anything. Such a big incident would soon be known to the other villages anyway. She said directly, the root in Konoha has been destroyed, and the culprit is most likely Hagoromo Gensou. Instantly. It was like a bolt of lightning struck the hearts of the 4 Kage and their aides. Their first thought was that the Hokage must have made a mistake. But seeing Tsunade's composed expression, with no intention of taking back her words, they realized that something serious had indeed happened. In the following moments, shock, fear, and even joy and excitement flashed in their eyes. What was the root? Can't deal with foreigners, but can deal with you, certainly did not apply to the root. Quite the opposite, can deal with you, and deal with foreigners even more harshly, was more fitting for the root. After all, if they were so ruthless to their own people, they would be even more so to outsiders. While shocked and apprehensive about Gensou's bold move of destroying the root, the death of Danzo, the shadow of the shinobi, would have made them applaud if the Hokage weren't present. It was a good death. Gensou had done them a favor by eliminating a constant threat from Konoha. If only he could do more of this to Konoha, someone thought. Thus, when Tsunade decisively supported Reikage's proposal to form a joint force of the 5 villages, the reaction in the room subtly shifted. The sun moved from the east to the west. Having spent most of the day in the interrogation room instead of Konoha Hospital, Sakura and Ino finally finished their questioning and walked out safely. One was the future personal disciple of the Hokage, and the other was the daughter of the Yamanaka clan head. Although they had frequent interactions with Dr. Sasuke, the investigation revealed it was mostly medical and daily conversations, so the Umbu didn't give them too much trouble. Back in the sunlight, Sakura and Ino exchanged a bitter smile, both seeing the lingering shock and confusion on each other's faces. After a long silence, Sakura finally spoke, I can't believe Dr. Sasuke turned out to be him. She had learned from the Umbu that Dr. Sasuke was very likely Gensou. She couldn't imagine that the person Sasuke had been pursuing had come to Konoha and interacted with her for so long. Recalling her first meeting where she couldn't even lift her head in front of him, and then remembering how he had taught her in the hospital, Sakura's feelings were complex. It was like a villainous boss from her knowledge had come to her side, treating her gently and politely, creating a stark contrast that made her feel a strange delight. Shaking her head vigorously, Sakura tried to clear her thoughts, refusing to let Hagoromo influence her feelings. She should be thinking about Sasuke. Right. Where is Sasuke? If Gensou was here, where did Sasuke, who followed him, go? Could he have been abandoned? Sakura was about to share her worries with Ino when Ino, finally snapping out of her thoughts, grabbed Sakura's hand excitedly. I can't believe we met the real Hagoromo Gensou. Oh my gosh. I even talked about his exploits in front of him. Sakura, was I very foolish? This woman is hopeless. Seeing Ino's starstruck expression, and worried that her behavior might draw suspicion from the nearby Umbu, Sakura quickly pulled her away. She definitely didn't want another trip to the interrogation room. Chapter 103, Chapter 103. The sky was vast and the fields endless. In the grassy plains outside Jomi village. The weather was good today. Having returned from Konoha, Gensou, who was currently researching soul-related matters, was lazily lying on the grass, hands behind his head, enjoying the cool breeze. In this relaxed and leisurely state, no one would guess he was the man the outside world claimed would bring disaster to the ninja world, a man constantly scheming, causing the 5 great shinobi villages' leaders to be restless. Dressed in ninja attire, Hanari, just back from a mission, couldn't believe that the clan leader, whom she had been taught to revere as a god since childhood, wasn't as solemn and stern as she imagined. Although the filter was broken, her respect and admiration for Gensou grew even closer. After all, a high-ranking person with a touch of humanity felt more approachable. Hearing the footsteps approaching, Gensou continued to lie there with his eyes closed, like an old man leisurely enjoying a sunbath in the park. Having lived through a second life, he had come to see many things differently and had no interest in maintaining an aloof persona all the time. It was too tiring. He preferred to live as he saw fit, knowing that his legacy would be shaped by those who came after him. Just like how the 4 Celestial revered Saimai as someone powerful enough to conquer the ninja world, or how Hashirama, despite his carefree and gambling nature, was remembered by Konoha's villagers as a strong and strict leader. When Gensou had heard the villagers of Konoha speak of Hashirama in such glowing terms, he had wanted to write a book detailing the many untold stories between Hashirama and Madara. But he decided against it, knowing he didn't have the literary talent. Step. 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 The sound of ninja sandals pressing the grass grew closer. Soon, Hanari arrived at Gensou's side and respectfully said, "Clan leader." "Ah, Hanari." Gensou opened his eyes and asked casually, "Have you completed your mission?" Hanari responded earnestly, "Yes, clan leader. I have gathered all the information from the 5 Kage summit." "Tell me here," Gensou said calmly. He had caused quite a stir in Konoha recently, and Tsunade had not shown up, which he had anticipated. Normally, the 5 Kage would not easily leave their villages. His guess had been correct. The 5 Kage summit had not been publicly announced, and the discussions were kept secret. But this posed no challenge for Jomi village, especially with Hanari, one of the most skilled intelligence ninjas, leading the mission. Hearing Gensou's command, Hanari, who was well prepared, began to logically and clearly recount the entire meeting's contents and results. From the moment the news of the route's destruction arrived, Tsunade had aligned with the Reikage. However, even with the news of such a significant event, the IWA, Mist, and Sand villages did not support the idea of a full-scale joint force. Perhaps they saw Konoha as the dominant wolf and Gensou as an outsider wolf, believing it was better for them to let the two contend. Of course, since they had come to the summit, they wouldn't leave empty-handed. After some compromise, the 5 Kage agreed to establish a joint intelligence department to share all information related to Gensou and deploy a small number of elite ninjas into a special task force under this department. The task force would only be deployed with unanimous consent from all 5 Kage. After that, the 5 Kage discussed various issues related to mission shares, resource distribution, and signed some written agreements. Hanari continued. Although the 5 Kage summit was called because of Gensou, once the main topic was concluded, the Kage, who rarely gathered, naturally discussed village matters, making more efficient decisions than when they weren't in direct contact. During these discussions, Naruto, who had paid close attention to the matters concerning Gensou, eventually couldn't resist and fell asleep during the meeting, creating a first in the history of the 5 Kage summits. Naruto. Gensou was surprised that Tsunade had brought Naruto to the summit. However, after a moment's thought, it made sense. After giving Naruto the necklace that had belonged to Hashirama, Tsunade had essentially acknowledged him as the future Hokage. With no immediate threats like pain, she likely saw fit to skip over Kakashi and directly nurture Naruto. Gensou was not concerned with the internal politics of the 5 great shinobi villages but listened to Hanari's detailed report. After hearing it all, Gensou's evaluation of the summit was summed up in 2 words, heh. A group of people with their own agendas, with decades of accumulated grievances, wouldn't wholeheartedly unite against a common enemy unless they were pushed to the brink of disaster. Only idealistic students in ivory towers would believe otherwise. Hanari, do you believe that when I appear, the first to approach me might not be the kunai of the 5 great shinobi villages, but rather someone extending a so-called friendly hand in secret? Gensou knew all too well the duplicity of political figures. Hanari, having been exposed to much of the darker side of intelligence work, agreed, as you said, clan leader, that is very likely. In this era, everyone thought they were the main character. Using Gensou as a weapon, then disposing of him afterward, was certainly a thought some might entertain after learning of the root's destruction. Of course, they might present a facade of friendliness while secretly preparing a lethal strike. Everything was a matter of circumstance. Gensou had considered that if an army of over 10,000 ninjas relentlessly came after him, without the invulnerable Edo Tensei body like Madara in the Fourth War, and lacking the combined power of Senju and Uchiha with the Rinnegan, he might not be able to hold out indefinitely. Therefore, he needed to continue to strengthen his power. Fortunately, the current 5 Kage didn't have the same level of decisiveness as the first-generation 5 Kage. Reflecting on the Battle of the Valley of the End, those 5 old warhorses had likely coordinated before the 5 Kage summit, using the full might of the 5 villages to track his movements, leading to their success in locating him so quickly. Now, that was a strategy that truly resolved issues. Move in the shadows, gather strength, and then strike with lightning speed, giving no chance for a response. Unlike the current 5 Kage, who were slow and lacking in secrecy. However, some aspects couldn't be underestimated, like the shared intelligence among the 5 great shinobi villages. While he was not overly concerned, he needed to ensure the Hagoromo clan remained vigilant. After giving Hanari some instructions to keep the clan on high alert and avoid any unnecessary actions, Gensou stood up to continue addressing his training needs. Forbidden Technique, Edo Tensei. Chapter 104, Chapter 104. Forbidden Technique, Edo Tensei. With a clap of his hands, Gensou summoned a coffin from the ground. The lid opened, and a familiar figure he had recently dealt with slowly emerged from within. We meet again, Danzo. Gensou approached, smiling at the Edo Tensei form of Shimura Danzo, whose body was now covered in cracks. Despite being completely consumed by the underworld in his final battle, the blow Gensou delivered before his death had taken enough flesh and blood to summon him back. As for the sacrifice, the surrounding area was never short of bandits and thieves. Though their quality was low, they were sufficient for Gensou to practice the Edo Tensei technique he had acquired from Konoha's sealed book. Although the technique had succeeded, it was an incomplete version. In response to his greeting, Danzo, now silent and expressionless, stood there like a soulless puppet. Gensou wasn't surprised. This was the original version of Edo Tensei created by Tobirama, intended primarily to complement the mutual multiplying explosive tags technique. After Orochimaru obtained Edo Tensei, he spent years refining and perfecting it, creating the finished product seen at the Chunin Exams. Although Gensou didn't possess the final version, Tobirama's version was sufficient for his current needs. After dismissing Danzo, Gensou summoned another coffin. This time, what emerged was himself. More accurately, it was a fragment of his soul from the underworld, summoned to the physical world through Edo Tensei. Gensou examined the Edo Tensei form, identical to himself but with a cracked exterior and vacant eyes, and began to ponder. Due to the nature of Edo Tensei, his soul fragment could easily transition from the underworld to the physical realm. However, fully extracting it without leaving any residual issues and completely restoring his soul was not an easy task. To some extent, the soul fragment in the underworld had become an independent entity, making it impossible for him to control. Gensou thought of another technique he had specifically learned from the sealed book, the dead demon consuming seal. This was the only technique designed to forcibly extract a target's soul from their body. Having the Shinigami endure the pressure of the underworld and extract the soul from the Edo Tensei body was a possibility Gensou had considered before going to Konoha. After all, the Shinigami had a history of snatching souls from the underworld multiple times. Most recently, the unfortunate examples were Hashirama and Tobirama. Though they had been peacefully resting in the underworld, they were summoned back to the physical world for a battle, only to be consumed by the Shinigami afterward, denying them eternal rest. If he used the dead demon-consuming seal now, he could definitely extract the soul from the Edo Tensei body. However, the problem was that the Shinigami was a greedy entity. Not only would it tightly grasp the extracted soul, but it would also devour the life and soul of the caster. Gensou certainly wouldn't commit suicide by directly using the dead demon-consuming seal. I need to spend more time studying the technique to achieve the goal of snatching from the tiger's mouth. Gensou made up his mind. Further developing the Edo Tensei technique was not crucial at the moment. Although he wanted to catch up with old friends, his current focus had to remain on perfecting the dead demon-consuming seal. But before that, I need to handle another small matter. Gensou glanced towards Jomi village, and in a flash, he disappeared. At the training ground in Jomi village, the piercing sound of 1,000 birds chirping echoed constantly. Dressed in Uchiha attire, Uchiha was training diligently as usual. Not far away, Izumi watched with some surprise as Sasuke surrounded himself with a blue electric net, enveloping his entire body. The development of his lightning chakra has reached this level. Sasuke's progress is really fast. It's rare to hear you praise someone. Uchiha Jin approached from a distance, his eyes gleaming as he watched Sasuke practice the Chidori Nagashi, and eagerly said, I want to spar with Sasuke and see how effective his training is in battle. The Uchiha clan members were all battle enthusiasts. Izumi wasn't surprised by Jin's thoughts and smiled slightly, just don't embarrass yourself. How could I? Jin crossed his arms and snorted. Among the Uchiha descendants in Jomi village, he and Izumi were the strongest. As 3 Tomo Sharingan wielders, even the elite Jonin of the 5 great shinobi villages rarely matched them in one-on-one combat. As for why none of the Uchiha who escaped the night of the massacre had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, even Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra, had only awakened the single Tomo Sharingan during that traumatic night. Awakening the Manjiki required not just intense emotional stimulation but also a certain aptitude. During the Warring States period, despite the intense battles and countless deaths of close friends and family, not all Uchiha awakened the Manjiki. If they had, the Senju would have been overwhelmed, and Konoha would never have been established. I'm going, Jin said, preparing to step onto the field as Sasuke finished his training. Suddenly, a painful scream echoed through the training ground. Izumi and Jin's expressions changed as they quickly turned to look. Sasuke had dropped to one knee, his body curling up in pain. What's happening to him? Jin noticed strange black marks rapidly covering Sasuke's body. As Sasuke's mentor, familiar with many of his details, Izumi frowned, that's a curse mark. Orochimaru specifically planted it on Sasuke. That Orochimaru, who covets the Uchiha's power. With the intelligence from Jomi village, Jin knew that Orochimaru had previously invited Sasuke. If not for Gensou, Sasuke might have gone to Orochimaru. Jin snorted coldly. Izumi didn't respond. She swiftly moved to Sasuke's side, examining the curse mark on his neck and the fading seal around it. The power of the evil sealing method is weakening. Jin, let's help Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke losing control under the influence of the curse mark, Izumi prepared to act with a serious expression. Jin, who had arrived behind her, nodded in agreement. No need. I'll handle this. Gensou suddenly appeared, looking at the ominously marked Sasuke with a calm demeanor. Chapter 105, Chapter 105. Gensou-sama. Noticing Gensou's sudden appearance, Izumi and Jin immediately bowed respectfully. This gesture was not only out of gratitude for being saved and taken in by the Hagoromo clan but also due to their admiration for a strong leader. The Uchiha clan had always revered strength above all else. To them, Gensou was a legendary figure, standing shoulder to shoulder with Hashirama and their own ancestor, Madara, and achieving the unprecedented feat of living a second life. Without needing any persuasion from Gensou, they had already chosen to follow him. Gensou nodded and, with Izumi and Jin stepping aside, he approached Sasuke. Orochimaru's curse mark, huh? With his extensive research on Senjutsu while in Konoha, Gensou immediately recognized the natural energy contained within Sasuke's curse mark. The curse mark was not the same as Sage Mode. Even Orochimaru, its creator, had not mastered Senjutsu. Instead, it was a secret technique developed from Yugo's unique ability to absorb natural energy. However, the curse mark was crude in its use of natural energy, transforming the user into something inhuman. Gensou had no regard for it. With Sasuke's potential, there was no need to rely on a curse mark that imposed such a heavy burden and risk on the body. Moreover, the curse mark was inherently dangerous. Hold still. Gensou instructed the sweat-soaked Sasuke. Without Orochimaru's special medicine to counter the curse mark's backlash, Sasuke could only endure the pain. Determined not to disappoint Gensou, he gritted his teeth and remained completely still. Gensou nodded and, recalling the sealing technique he had learned from the root, began to reverse the seal, muttering. Evil releasing seal. Gensou placed his right hand on the curse mark on Sasuke's neck. A flash of red light appeared, and with a pull, Gensou extracted a phantom white snake from the mark. With a stomp of his foot, a coffin rose from the ground. Inside was a sleeping murderer, not yet dead but unconscious, serving as the sacrifice. With another pull, Gensou completely removed Orochimaru's soul fragment from the curse mark and pressed it into the murderer's body. The murderer's appearance rapidly changed. Finally, a figure with pale skin and golden snake-like eyes emerged, resembling Orochimaru. We meet again, Orochimaru. Gensou greeted the men before him, whose soul was divided into countless parts for the sake of survival, with a faint smile. Orochimaru. the figure's pupils contracted slightly. Have I been resurrected from Sasuke's curse mark? What's going on? Did I die? No, I can still sense my main body is alive. Orochimaru quickly scanned his surroundings and noticed Izumi and Jin. The bloodline scent confirmed they were Uchiha. Interesting. Very interesting. Orochimaru playfully extended his long tongue, licking his lips, and finally looked at Gensu. It seems, Gensu-senpai, you've brought me to a very interesting place. Gensu understood the implication. I'll send you somewhere even more interesting. We can chat later. With that, Gensu moved swiftly, grabbing Orochimaru by the neck and pushing him back into the coffin. Orochimaru, being just a soul fragment, had limited strength. Under Gensu's overwhelming pressure, he could only watch as the coffin lid closed, sealing him with a sealing technique. With everything settled, Gensu looked at Sasuke, who appeared as though recovering from a severe illness, and said, the curse mark issue is resolved. Remember, true strength comes from within. Sasuke, still shaken by seeing Orochimaru emerge from his curse mark, nodded vigorously. Was that Orochimaru just now? Jin, feeling uneasy from Orochimaru's gaze, twisted his neck. He didn't seem that impressive. That was merely a fragment of Orochimaru's soul, Gensu explained casually. He hadn't destroyed Orochimaru's soul fragment because, even if he did, it wouldn't affect Orochimaru's main body. It would only reduce one of his many means of resurrection. Comparatively, Orochimaru was still quite valuable. Since this fragment couldn't communicate with the main body, Gensu saw no harm in keeping him for future interactions. After bidding farewell to the three Uchiha, Gensu handled some matters with the Hagoromo clan, checked on Shino and Saimai, both performing well in their respective roles as a medical instructor and blacksmith, and then focused on resolving his soul restoration issue. Half a year later. In a desolate land far from the land of keys, Gensu stood silently. Externally, he appeared unchanged from 6 months ago. Physically, he was 25, at the peak of his ninja prowess. However, there was one noticeable difference. A blue mark resembling the Hagoromo clan emblem had appeared on his forehead, a result of developing his own S-rank medical sealing technique inspired by Tsunade's Strength of 100 seal. The Strength of 100 seal, often misunderstood as a technique exclusive to women due to its "in" character, was in fact achievable by anyone with sufficient medical knowledge, sealing expertise, and most crucially, precise chakra control. With the vast medical ninjutsu knowledge from Konoha and the combined precision chakra control from Sakura's teachings, Gensu had swiftly developed and perfected this technique. Now, possessing the Strength of 100 seal, he could store vast amounts of chakra for emergencies and maintain his physical prime. This remarkable enhancement had significantly improved his overall strength, especially in terms of endurance. But his most significant focus over the past 6 months had been on studying the dead demon-consuming seal. Now, he was ready. It was time to take the final step and achieve his true peak state. Chapter 106, Chapter 106. A fierce, cold wind howled across the desolate land, kicking up sand and stones. The weather was not pleasant today. But the gloomy sky suited what was about to happen. Gensu thought for a moment, then stomped his foot. A coffin, covered in sealing symbols, rose from the ground. The lid opened, and Orochimaru, grinning, stepped out and looked at Gensu, saying, "We meet again, Gensu-senpai." After that, he glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings and said knowingly, "So, it's time to begin, isn't it?" Gensu nodded, not surprised that Orochimaru had guessed correctly. Over the past 6 months, he had interacted frequently with the most capable scientist in the current ninja world. Initially, Gensu intended to forcibly search Orochimaru's mind for useful information, like the complete version of Edo Tensei. However, when he attempted it, he found Orochimaru's memories were exceptionally well guarded. Although his soul was fragmented, making him vulnerable to powerful genjutsu, Orochimaru, as an expert on souls, had protected his secrets effectively. Unable to explore his mind and finding torture pointless for someone as resilient as Orochimaru, Gensu considered killing him. But he realized Orochimaru's expertise in souls might help solve his own issues with the dead demon-consuming seal. So, he asked a few questions, and surprisingly, Orochimaru was cooperative. As long as Gensu didn't pry into his secrets, Orochimaru was happy to discuss soul science, ninjutsu, and chakra with a fellow genius whom he saw as a kindred spirit. Seeing Orochimaru's willingness to share knowledge, Gensu set aside his intent to kill. Over time, the two exchanged many insights on souls and chakra. Gensu had to admit that Orochimaru's insights had provided significant inspiration, helping him refine the dead demon-consuming seal within 6 months. For this reason, Gensu overlooked some of Orochimaru's minor schemes during this period. But now. The dead demon-consuming seal. I really wanted to see how you'd resolve it, Gensu-senpai. Orochimaru habitually licked his lips as he looked at Gensu. After Hiruzen had sealed his arms, Orochimaru had long desired to study the dead demon-consuming seal to find a way to undo the seal on his arms. Thus, upon learning that Gensou was researching the dead demon-consuming seal, Orochimaru eagerly joined in, offering many useful ideas. But it seemed he wouldn't get to see the results. Orochimaru spread his hands in a mock-innocent gesture, saying, "Gensou-senpai, are you planning to kill the donkey after it's done its work? That's not like you." Although Gensou showed no outward killing intent, Orochimaru, having taken countless lives, could easily sense Gensou's intent in summoning him here. Seeing his plan uncovered, Gensou remained calm, responding casually, "You've already cracked the seals on your coffin, haven't you? Staying quiet inside all this time must have been difficult for you, Orochimaru." Orochimaru's expression briefly changed before he resumed his smile, self-mockingly, "I couldn't hide it from you, could I? But even so, you wouldn't concern yourself with my little schemes, right? You underestimate yourself, Orochimaru, even if it's just a fragment of your soul." Gensou shook his head, then, with a knowing smile, mentioned key points in the modified dead demon-consuming seal, and looked at Orochimaru, saying, "According to your suggestions, I could indeed achieve my goal of restoring my soul. But you deliberately ignored, or should I say, concealed, a crucial point. The apparent resolution of the life sacrifice aspect is temporary. Once I complete the soul restoration, I'd seem fine at first. But eventually, the Shinigami would come for me. Orochimaru, am I right?" Orochimaru's fake smile disappeared. He looked deeply at Gensou with his golden, snake-like eyes and sighed, shaking his head, "As expected of you, Gensou-senpai. And as expected of you, Orochimaru." From the start, Gensou hadn't been deceived by Orochimaru's facade of a curious scientist. He knew full well that the man before him, despite appearing human, was a cold and cunning snake. If a snake didn't show its fangs, could it still be called a snake? Orochimaru's overt minor actions seemed like preparations for an escape but were meant to mislead Gensou. His true trap was hidden within the modified dead demon-consuming seal, which he had helped develop. Had Gensou used it, death would have been inevitable, without any need for Orochimaru's intervention. A less knowledgeable or less meticulous person might have fallen for Orochimaru's deception. But Gensou, knowing Orochimaru's nature, did not. "Orochimaru, do you feel wronged?" With the truly modified dead demon-consuming seal complete, Orochimaru's soul fragment was no longer of use. Gensou saw no reason to keep this venomous snake around. As a precaution, he intended to eliminate him before starting his plan. Orochimaru shook his head calmly, "Having lost, I have no complaints. But, if you're not using my version, Gensou-senpai, have you considered how you'll face the Shinigami's wrath?" The Shinigami's wrath. Gensou understood the implication behind Orochimaru's words. He responded calmly, "Let it come." The traditional way to deal with the dead demon-consuming seal involved using the Shinigami mask stored in the Uzumaki clan's mask temple. Although Gensou had sent people to find it, they discovered the temple in ruins, possibly due to the butterfly effect of his actions. There were no masks, not even a single intact tile. With no clues to follow, Gensou chose to forge a new path. As for whether this would provoke the so-called Shinigami's wrath, Gensou was curious to see if it would truly intervene or if it was just a mindless entity without emotions. Chapter 107, Chapter 107. With no clues to follow, Gensou chose to forge a new path. As for whether this would provoke the so-called Shinigami's wrath, Gensou was curious to see if it would truly intervene or if it was just a mindless entity without emotions. Knowing his fate, Orochimaru didn't mind his impending death, as this was merely a fragment of his soul. The only regret was that the research conducted in the past few days would not reach his main body. "May I do it myself?" Orochimaru made a final small request. In response, Gensou gave the same answer Orochimaru had given him during the Chunin exams, "Someone like you can never be taken lightly." "All right," Orochimaru smiled regretfully. Without further ado, Gensou launched a scorching fire release ball at Orochimaru, burning all the moisture out of him, and then completely incinerating his body. Having eliminated this hidden danger, Gensou clapped his hands together. Summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. Another coffin rose from the ground. Soon, another Gensou stepped out. Gensou's eyes narrowed as he looked at the opposite version of himself, then quickly formed a series of hand seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, snake, rat, ox, horse, snake. Finally, with a clap, he brought his hands together. Sealing technique, dead demon-consuming seal. Instantly, a giant spectral Shinigami appeared behind Gensou. Gensou turned to look, so, this is the Shinigami. Only the caster of the dead demon-consuming seal could fully see the Shinigami. During the Chunin exams, Gensou, who hadn't been the caster, hadn't seen it. Seemingly noticing his gaze, the Shinigami, with a ninja blade in its mouth and long white hair with two horns, looked greedily at Gensou. Once the dead demon-consuming seal was cast, the caster's soul was irrevocably bound to the Shinigami. Along with the enemy's soul. The Shinigami, pleased with the double meal, was satisfied. Genshin noticed the Shinigami's expression and snorted, then turned back to continue his plan. With a squelching sound, the Shinigami's arm pierced through Genshin's chest, grabbing his soul while extending further to reach the Edo Tensei body. Quickly, the soul fragment within the Edo Tensei body was yanked out. The sound of fluttering paper filled the air. The Edo Tensei body disappeared. Once again, the Shinigami had snatched a soul from the underworld. But unlike Genshin's struggle to break free from the underworld's pull, the Shinigami faced no resistance. As the Shinigami's arm, holding Genshin's soul fragment, retracted, it began to pull Genshin's soul along with it. Genshin smirked and formed another series of hand seals. This set of hand seals was similar to the dead demon consuming seal but in reverse, with a few additional seals. Dead demon consuming seal, release. With a final clap of his hands, Genshin shouted. Upon his command, the sound of breaking chains echoed through the air. Genshin could feel the contract with the Shinigami being forcibly torn apart. The spectral Shinigami let out a silent roar of rage, cursing Genshin for breaking the pact. Not only that, but its other arm began to reach for the ninja blade in its mouth. Genshin intertwined his fingers and coldly said. It's not over yet. Edo Tensei, release /. In an instant, a sharp blade seemed to slice through the air, cutting through Genshin's chest and the Shinigami's arm. The Shinigami finally let out a tangible roar of anger. For its arm had indeed been severed. The timing was perfect. As the Shinigami's arm was severed, it was just in the process of pulling out Genshin's soul fragment and main soul together. With the arm cut off, Genshin's soul fragment and main soul were naturally released. At that moment, with Genshin's proactive approach, his main soul and the newly freed soul fragment quickly merged into one. A wave of overwhelming joy and satisfaction spread through Genshin's body and mind. Finally, after more than half a year, he had fully restored his peak state, eliminating any weaknesses. But the surprises didn't end there. Genshin soon discovered that the severed Shinigami arm turned into specks of light within him, merging with his soul instead of dispersing. It felt like a significant boost. With the light from the Shinigami's arm integrating, the minor soul fractures caused by the previous split were rapidly healing. Once fully restored, the remaining light continued to merge into Genshin's soul, further enhancing it. Genshin could feel his soul's power growing. The benefits of a stronger soul were self-evident. Additionally, it seemed a new technique had formed in his mind. Unexpectedly delighted by this turn of events, Genshin felt even more satisfied. But the Shinigami, now one arm short, was far from pleased. Having always consumed souls, it had never imagined being consumed itself. Especially now, seeing Genshin turn around with a greedy look, as if wanting more, the Shinigami's face darkened. So, you're not just an emotionless, fixed program, Genshin remarked, looking at the spectral Shinigami. The Shinigami could feel greed and anger. It was not just a mindless embodiment of death or a programmed will. The dead demon-consuming seal's creation likely stemmed from an Uzumaki ancestor discovering the powerful entity that was the Shinigami, a being with immense control over souls. They had used the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques to form a pact, leading to the development of the dead demon-consuming seal. As long as the contract was honored, the Shinigami would appear as promised. Even the face-off with the Shinigami's mask in the original story was likely part of the contract. However, Genshin had not only torn the contract but also taken a piece of the Shinigami for himself. Clearly, the Shinigami was furious. As dark clouds covered the last bit of sunlight, the atmosphere grew more ominous. Genshin and the Shinigami stared each other down in silence. Chapter 108, Chapter 108. In the ninja world, there are not only chakra-wielding ninjas but also countless other bizarre beings. In ancient times, the Sage of Six Paths sealed his mother and wandered the world for a long time, dealing with many powerful spirits and demons, creating some of the Six Paths tools in the process. However, these spirits and demons were not completely eradicated. For example, the Morio, continually sealed by the priestess of the land of demons, the evil god worshipped by the immortal Haiden, and the Shinigami that appeared before Genshin. These entities all seemed to have some limitations, preventing them from easily manifesting in the real world. The Shinigami was no exception. Even though it had been outsmarted by Genshin, without the contract, it seemed unable to take direct action. Genshin had a fleeting thought of devouring the Shinigami whole. However, his success earlier had been because he was within his modified dead demon-consuming seal. Now that the seal had ended, harming the Shinigami again would be nearly impossible. Genshin thought the matter would end there, with the Shinigami's anger merely manifesting in a glare. To his surprise, the Shinigami did not stop there. Infuriated by its unprecedented humiliation over millennia, the Shinigami raised its remaining arm and opened its mouth wide. For beams of soul light shot out from its belly. Under Genshin's astonished gaze, the four beams swiftly descended into the real world. Amidst the dazzling white light, four familiar figures appeared before Genshin. This is... Genshin's pupils contracted slightly. The Shinigami's actions were not finished. The prayer beads on its only intact hand quickly separated, transforming into 4 beams of light that entered the 4 souls. Every time the dead demon-consuming seal was used, the Shinigami not only took the caster's soul but also drew their remaining life force. The prayer beads in its hand were the condensed life force. By injecting this life force into the 4 souls, they were granted temporary corporeal bodies. Without this, as mere wandering spirits, they couldn't wield much power. The Shinigami's intentions were clear. It was reviving these souls, giving them the strength to deal with Gensou, the traitor who had broken their pact. Even if this meant losing control over these delicious souls afterward, it was a price worth paying. Normally, the Shinigami couldn't control the wills of souls that had left its belly. However, it had chosen souls connected to Gensou. Recalling the scene during the Chunin Exams, the Shinigami gave Gensou a cold, final smile, having done all it could. It hoped to see Gensou in the afterlife soon. The Shinigami then dissipated. Gensou redirected his gaze from the departing Shinigami to the 4 souls that now had physical forms but were still disoriented. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Yes. The Shinigami had released all 4 Hokage at once. Gensou was both surprised and alarmed. He had never paid much attention to this fact before, but now he realized that all the Hokage, from the first to the 4th, had ended up in the Shinigami's belly. Were they playing a game of mahjong in there? What's going on? Gensou's old friend, Hashirama, looked at his hands in confusion and muttered. Back in the living world again. Already somewhat familiar with the sensation, Tobirama immediately noticed the unique nature of their forms, neither fully physical bodies nor mere souls. However, when he saw Gensou in front of him, his eyes narrowed sharply. Did Hiruzen fail in the end? First, second, and 4th Hokage. Hiruzen, surprised to be back in the living world after using the dead demon-consuming seal, quickly greeted his fellow Hokage before focusing on Gensou. Good to see you again, monkey. Hashirama responded enthusiastically. Ah, hello, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Hokage, a somewhat shy voice called from behind Hiruzen. Tilting his head, Hashirama finally noticed the young man partially obscured by Hiruzen and asked curiously, "Who are you?" In response, the blonde-haired Minato turned around, showing the words, 4th Hokage, prominently written on the back of his Hokage robe, and politely said, "I am Namikaze Minato, the 4th Hokage of Konoha." Oh, the 4th Hokage. Hashirama clapped his hands in surprise. I didn't recognize you at first, sorry about that. So, you're dead too? Ah, yes, Minato said, scratching his head in embarrassment and explained, I used the dead demon-consuming seal during the Nine Tails incident and passed away before the 3rd Hokage. The Nine Tails. Hashirama's face showed shock, almost blurting out his thoughts. Fortunately, he wasn't entirely tactless. He quickly yawned, looked around, and said, with the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Hokage here, who is the 5th Hokage of Konoha? Brother, why not ask your old acquaintance? Tobirama, without turning his head, replied while staring intently at Gensou. Following his brother's gaze, Hashirama finally noticed Gensou standing there. Gensou. We meet again so soon. Hashirama exclaimed in wonder, not expecting to see an old friend again so quickly after dying for a second time. Gensou was equally surprised by the Shinigami's decision. He looked at Hashirama with a sense of nostalgia and said, for you, it was just a blink, but for me, it's been over 6 months. I even visited your grave half a year ago to pay my respects. Is that so? Thank you, Hashirama said, feeling something was off but expressing his gratitude nonetheless. By the way, the 5th Hokage is Tsunade, Gensou added. Tsunade. Hashirama's expression changed dramatically. He couldn't imagine his gambling-addicted granddaughter, who lost everything every time, ever becoming Hokage. Wouldn't she bankrupt the village? Chapter 109, Chapter 109. In contrast to Hashirama, who had little confidence in his granddaughter, Hiruzen felt relieved upon hearing that Tsunade, who had been unwilling to return to the village, had finally become the 5th Hokage. Fortunately, Danzo hadn't caused any trouble. It seemed that after his death, Hamura and Koharu, the advisors of Konoha, had done their jobs well. Hiruzen understood that with Tsunade's reputation, she was the most suitable candidate to stabilize the village that had just experienced an attack and was leaderless, leaving the villagers in a state of panic. However, upon hearing Gensou mention that he had visited Konoha and even paid respects at the 1st Hokage's grave, Hiruzen couldn't help but worry and asked. Gensou-sensei, what did you do to Konoha? Gensou glanced at Hiruzen and immediately understood his concern. With a slight smirk, he said, Konoha has a population of over 100,000. I'm not a butcher, what could I do to Konoha? Rest assured, I only sent your friend Danzo to meet you. Hiruzen felt a wave of relief, followed by a surge of tension. Danzo. Just moments ago, he had been anxious about his ambitious old friend potentially causing trouble. Who would have thought that Danzo would soon follow in his footsteps? Hiruzen's expression darkened, his feelings a complicated mix. Despite the many conflicts they had over the years, Hiruzen still harbored deep feelings for Danzo, his childhood companion and comrade in arms. Memories of their shared past flooded his mind, leaving him silent for a long time. Nearby, Minato observed everything quietly, pondering. So, Gensou is an enemy. He had never interacted with Gensou before. Although the first Hokage was quite different from what he had imagined, Minato could sense the deep wariness and hostility that the second and third Hokage felt towards Gensou. And then there was Danzo. Gensou's words likely referred to advisor Danzo of Konoha. Killing an advisor clearly marked their relationship. It was time to be prepared. Outwardly calm, Minato's hand behind his back swiftly flipped, gripping the Hirai Shinkanai, ready to act at a moment's notice. Gensou, have you truly resurrected? Tobirama, barely pausing at the news of his disciple Danzo's death, fixed his sharp gaze on Gensou's youthful, unblemished face, his tone filled with incredulity. He had been closely observing Gensou all along. Initially, he couldn't believe it. But now, he was certain that the Gensou before him was undoubtedly alive. Moreover, his body seemed identical to how it was in the Warring States period. How was this possible? Hadn't Gensou's body been completely obliterated under the thousand-armed Buddha? Suppressing the urge to act immediately, Tobirama's curiosity as a master of forbidden techniques and scientific expertise made him yearn to understand how Gensou had broken the ultimate barrier of life and death. With a sly smile, Gensou looked at Tobirama and said, "Do you want to know the secret to resurrection? I can teach you." Tobirama's pupils contracted slightly, just as he was about to speak, a loud voice interrupted him. "Tobirama!" Hashirama suddenly shouted. For once, he looked particularly serious, gone was the usual cheerful and approachable demeanor. No one knew his brother better than him. To prevent Tobirama from going astray, Hashirama swiftly intervened, quashing his brother's budding curiosity. Tobirama quickly regained his composure, assuring, "Don't worry, brother. I know my limits." Hashirama nodded, then turned back to face Gensou seriously. After sensing for a moment, he frowned slightly and said, "Gensou, you really have come back to life." With the confirmations from both the first and second Hokage, Hiruzen and Minato were both taken aback, staring at Gensou in disbelief. Could the dead truly be resurrected? Hiruzen regretted not focusing his efforts on Gensou instead of Orochimaru. Minato's youthful face grew more worried. It seemed Konoha faced an even tougher adversary than the Nine Tails. Gensou scanned the varying expressions on the faces of the four Hokage and casually spread his hands, smiling. "I said it before, I wasn't done living. Given the chance, of course I seized it. Now, I've fulfilled my promise." Hashirama sighed and said, "Gensou, the dead should not linger in the living world." Gensou shook his head. "Hashirama, you should be saying that to yourselves. You're already dead, don't worry about the living world anymore. As for me, by any measure, I am now a living person. Life and death are separate. Hashirama, return to where you belong. I'll bring flowers and pay my respects again next year." Ah. Hashirama was momentarily speechless. "Enough, brother. Let's end the idle talk here." To prevent his brother from getting tangled in his own thoughts, Tobirama stepped in. "Calm down," Tobirama looked at Gensou coldly and said. "Back to the main point. Gensou, it seems you've deeply angered the Shinigami, and it released us from its belly and created bodies for us to move in for a limited time. Though it aims to use us to kill you, it's clear we are willing to be the tools." "Tools?" Gensou chuckled. "Tobirama, have you realized yet? From the beginning, I've stood here without any intention of leaving. I'm using you as my whetstones." Tobirama's brows furrowed. Gensou continued, "If you four were in your prime, I'd turn and leave without hesitation. But now, without your true bodies, even with the Shinigami's power, how much can you really achieve?" It was a rare opportunity to face Hashirama not at his peak, a chance to settle old scores. Gensou cracked his neck and beckoned. "Come. It's been a long time since I've had a good fight. Show me what the combined might of the four Hokage is like." The four Hokage exchanged glances. "Gentlemen, our time is limited." Feeling the life force sustaining their bodies ebbing away, Tobirama said coldly. "So let's make this quick." Chapter 110, Chapter 110. As Tobirama's words fell, the battle commenced without further ado. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, and the fourth Hokage, Minato, moved simultaneously. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, countless Shuriken Shadow clones shot towards Gensou like a torrential downpour. It didn't end there. Tobirama clapped his hands and added, "Ninjutsu, bringer of darkness technique." A shroud of impenetrable darkness swiftly enveloped Gensou, blinding his vision entirely. However, unlike the first battle in the Valley of End, Gensou, now fortified with the Death God's arm and a greatly enhanced soul, simply shrugged off the Bringer of Darkness technique. His vision remained clear as he calmly faced the barrage of shuriken shadow clones. Lava release, protective gum. Ha ha ha, condom no jutsu. A rubber-like, highly elastic protective membrane quickly encased Gensou. The first wave of shuriken shadow clones struck, unable to penetrate the protective gum. Yet, the sheer number of shuriken shadow clones launched by the two Hokage proved overwhelming. With one wave after another of these deadly projectiles, the protective gum eventually gave way. Still, a considerable number of shuriken shadow clones pressed forward, targeting the now exposed Gensou. Just as Gensou began intercepting the incoming shuriken shadow clones, Minato appeared behind him in a flash, one hand gripping the Hiraishin kunai concealed among the shuriken, the other hand holding a raise-non aimed directly at Gensou's back, giving no time to react. Flying Thunder God. Gensou glanced calmly over his shoulder. In the next moment, struck by the raise-non, his entire form crumbled into dirt, falling to the ground. A mud clone. Minato's eyes narrowed, and in less than a breath, he vanished from his spot. Bam. Almost simultaneously, a hand shot up from the ground but grasped at nothing. Gensou emerged from the ground, having missed his chance to eliminate one early target, but he remained unfazed. His eyes immediately tracked Minato, who had returned to his original position. You, Minato, should be known as the fastest shinobi, Gensou acknowledged. Even Gensou had to admit he was impressed by Minato's reaction speed. In response to the recognition, Minato, clutching several more Hiraishin kunai, merely shook his head calmly. But it was Tobirama who, ending the ineffective illusion and dismissing the Bringer of Darkness technique, spoke. Fourth, your flying thunder god is indeed faster than mine. I am merely standing on the shoulders of the second, Minato replied humbly. Gensou, uninterested in their modest exchange, clapped his hands. The warm-up is over. It's time to get serious. Lava release, lava river. Like a volcanic eruption, a massive river of molten lava surged towards the four Hokage. Water release, water formation wall. Tobirama stepped forward, pressing his hands together. A towering wall of water surrounded the four Hokage, spinning rapidly to form an impenetrable barrier. Sizzle. The lava river collided violently with the water formation wall, generating a massive cloud of steam. Maintaining the water formation wall, Tobirama soon frowned. Has Gensou grown even stronger? Though his current strength was significantly limited, Tobirama judged that his water release should have held longer. However, seeing the water formation wall thinning rapidly, he realized that unlike them, Gensou, reborn and gifted with immense talent, had continued to grow stronger. If we still can't. Recognizing the futility of prolonging the water formation wall, Tobirama withdrew, allowing the lava river to break through and surge towards the Hokage. Earth release, earth-style wall. At Hiruzen's command, a massive earth wall shot up from the ground, lifting him, Tobirama, Minato, and Hashirama several meters high. The four looked down at the oncoming lava river and the cracking earth-style wall. A nostalgic voice spoke. Ninja cannot escape the fate of battle. Hashirama shook his head, and as the earth-style wall finally crumbled, he clapped his hands. Wood release, wood dragon jutsu. A majestic, towering wood dragon rose, its lantern-like eyes glowing brightly. With a mighty roar, it lunged at the lava river. The lava, capable of melting rock, did nothing to the wood dragon. Instead, the chakra constituting the lava was absorbed completely. The lava river quickly vanished. The wood dragon raised its majestic head, and atop it stood the familiar figure of Hashirama, who gazed calmly at Gensou with countless words, finally distilled into two. Gensou. It felt as though time had transported them back to that place, now known as the Valley of End. However, Gensou was no longer the Gensou of old, and Hashirama was no longer the Hashirama of the past. Again. Gensou gestured invitingly with a smile. Hashirama firmly stomped his foot. With a resounding roar, the wood dragon, seemingly remembering the one who had once tormented it, charged at Gensou with immense force. The fierce wind stung as they rushed forward. Gensou, his hair blown back, watched it all calmly. I am no longer who I once was. Gensou extended his right hand. Forbidden medical ninjutsu, cell activation. His right arm's muscles swelled. Steel release, steel skin. An iron-like sheen spread across his skin. Chakra precision control, monster strength. Combining all three techniques, Gensou faced the incoming wood dragon head-on, reaching out to grasp it. Boom. Dust and debris flew, the ground quaked, and the powerful winds roared outward. What happened? Hiruzen, who had just summoned his adamantine staff, squinted forward. The next moment, he saw the enormous shadow of the wood dragon, barely obscured by the dust cloud. But the wood dragon seemed to have stopped advancing. Moreover, it appeared to struggle, its once mighty roar now subdued. Seconds later, the thick dust settled, revealing a sight that made Hiruzen's eyes widen in disbelief. How is this possible? Chapter 111, Chapter 111. As the dust settled, a scene of immense visual impact emerged before everyone's eyes. The majestic, powerful wood dragon, 100 times larger than an average person, was being held down by a tiny hand. The hand belonged to Gensou. His nonchalant demeanor made it seem as if he were the colossal one, not the wood dragon. The wood dragon struggled fiercely, its tail smashing deep grooves into the ground, but it was to no avail. Gensou's hand pressed down harder. Be still. With a thunderous crash, the dragon's head was driven into the ground. A sharp sound cut through the air. From atop the dragon's head, Hashirama leaped down, aiming a punch at Gensou while exclaiming in surprise. Gensou, you've gotten much stronger than I remember. Gensou nonchalantly tossed the wood dragon aside. As Hashirama's punch approached, Gensou stood firm, choosing to counter it directly. Time is always on my side. Fist met fist. Strength clashed against strength. With a deafening boom, Gensou remained unshaken, while Hashirama was forced back several steps. Without the support of Sage Mode, even with the best sacrifices, the reanimation jutsu can't bring out Hashirama's full strength. Moreover, this time they're not even reanimated bodies but beings empowered by the Death God's life force, Gensou mused, gauging Hashirama's strength after their clash. He stepped forward, appearing before Hashirama in a flash, and launched another punch. Though Hashirama had lost the upper hand in power, he remained calm, adapting his battle strategy to counter Gensou's attacks with precision. The ground quaked and echoed with the sounds of their fierce combat, like thunder rolling across the barren land. Though Gensou enjoyed the intense fight with Hashirama, he hadn't forgotten the other 3 formidable opponents lurking nearby. Just as Gensou dodged a powerful kick from Hashirama, Hiruzen's adamantine staff extended rapidly towards him. Prepared for this, Gensou turned and grabbed the staff, flinging it and Hiruzen aside. But an unexpected hand, belonging to the transformed Enma, gripped Gensou's shoulder, attempting to throw him off balance. Although Gensou freed himself, he was momentarily lifted off the ground. A loud sonic boom followed. Hashirama seized the opportunity, his powerful punch barreling towards Gensou, who diverted it but was still propelled backward by the force. As Gensou skidded, leaving deep grooves in the earth, several flying thunder god kunai flew towards him. Is it Tobirama? Or Minato? Gensou quickly assessed, recognizing both styles of kunai. Channeling chakra to his throat, he executed. Boil release, skilled mist technique. High temperature mist spewed out, enveloping the area and melting all incoming kunai. Wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. Pursuing Gensou, Hashirama clapped his hands, and a forest of trees sprouted from within the mist, struggling against the acidic vapors. As the trees grew denser and the mist thinned, Gensou decided against further entanglement. He flickered out of the forest, severing the last branch just as another flying thunder god kunai whizzed by from a concealed position. With the kunai too close to evade, Gensou prepared to counter. Tobirama appeared instantly beside the kunai, a rapidly rotating water chakra-infused kunai in hand, aiming for Gensou's back. Gensou snorted, his right hand encased in steel, and grabbed forward. Empty air. Another flying thunder god kunai. Tobirama flickered again, this time appearing behind Gensou, ready to strike with a second kunai. Flying thunder god, second step. Everything was according to plan, and Tobirama moved in for the kill, supported by Minato appearing beside him, both aiming at Gensou's vital points. Impressive, Gensou remarked calmly, even in this critical moment. Though he couldn't fully turn around, he could still react. 2 black rods shot from Gensou's palms, disrupting the incoming attacks with their chakra-disrupting properties, forcing Tobirama and Minato to momentarily stabilize their jutsus. Seizing this split second, Gensou spun around, grabbed both Tobirama and Minato by their wrists, and hurled them towards the approaching Hashirama and Hiruzen. Catching their comrades, Hashirama and Hiruzen had barely regained their footing when Gensou pressed his advantage. Boom. 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 The battle raged on with unparalleled intensity. Gensou faced the 4 Hokage without retreating, relentlessly advancing. Fending off Hashirama's punches and Hiruzen's staff strikes, Gensou turned to face another barrage of flying thunder god kunai. Though the 4 Hokage weren't at their peak, and Hashirama couldn't use ultra-advanced techniques like true several thousand hands, the elusive flying thunder god technique was a persistent nuisance. Especially when facing the only 2 masters of the flying thunder god technique in the ninja world. Chapter 112, Chapter 112. Sage Art. As Gensou contemplated how to deal with the extremely mobile Tobirama and Minato, Hashirama had already activated Sage Mode with a powerful clap of his hands. The rapid increase in Hashirama's strength instantly drew Gensou's attention back to him. As he once again clashed with Hashirama, Gensou realized that his opponent, despite his physical limitations, could now fully match his pace. So this is Sage Mode. Feeling the significantly greater destructive power behind Hashirama's punches, Gensou couldn't help but be impressed. Although he had been researching Sage Mode for some time, he had primarily focused his efforts on the dead demon consuming seal. The challenges of Sage Mode were even more complex, and while he had made some progress, there was still a long way to go. Because of his growing understanding of Sage Mode, Gensou became more cautious and inquisitive when facing Hashirama in Sage Mode. The last time Hashirama activated Sage Mode, he had immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, leaving Gensou no chance to retaliate. This time, Gensou had the opportunity to engage with Hashirama more extensively and deepen his understanding of Sage Mode. Boom. 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 The battle escalated once again. Every punch and kick exchanged between Gensou and Hashirama carried unimaginable force. The mere aftermath of their clashes made it difficult for Hiruzen to move freely. When a small hill collapsed under the strain of their fight, Hiruzen wisely stopped and began using his vast array of jutsu to hinder Gensou. Just as Gensou landed a blow on Hashirama and was about to press the attack, the ground beneath him suddenly rose up. Although he quickly regained his balance, he missed the opportunity and was forced into a defensive position by Hashirama. Glancing at Hiruzen, who was effortlessly wielding various jutsu to create problems for him, Gensou acknowledged the old man's extensive experience and skill. Sealing Jutsu, Torii of the Myojin Gate. Hashirama's shout echoed through the battlefield as multiple red Torii gates descended from the sky. Not wanting to test the sealing power of the Myojin gates, Gensou quickly dodged. Boom. 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 One Torii gate after another followed Gensou's steps, embedding themselves deeply into the ground. Unbeknownst to Gensou, a hidden flying thunder god seal suddenly appeared under a pile of rocks. Swish. A faint ripple of spacetime ninjutsu sounded. Although the flying thunder god technique was an instant spatial teleportation, it still produced a slight ripple. Most shinobi lacked the sensitivity to detect it, and even if they did, they couldn't react in time. Gensou was different. Having experienced this many times, he instantly surrounded himself with an ice layer. A hand attempted to grasp Gensou's shoulder but was blocked by the ice. Turning his head, Gensou narrowed his eyes. A trap. Tobirama's action revealed his intent to drag Gensou into a flying thunder god teleportation, likely towards the Myojin gates. With his plan foiled, Tobirama's expression remained unchanged. Plan B. Tobirama vanished, replaced by Minato. Flying Thunder God, mutual instantaneous revolving. At some point, Tobirama and Minato had marked each other with their respective Flying Thunder God seals. In that instant, Minato replaced Tobirama, appearing before Gensou in Sage Mode. Minato had learned Sage Mode from Mount Myaboku during his lifetime, but the time required to gather Senjutsu chakra and its limited duration made it impractical for most battles. However, in death, without the risk of overexertion, he could gather Senjutsu chakra much more quickly. In this special form, Minato now stood before Gensou, ready to strike with the element of surprise. Sage Art, Raise-Non. Minato pressed the powerful Raise-Non, enhanced by Senjutsu chakra, towards Gensou's chest. Crack! The ice layer in front of Gensou shattered instantly. With no time to dodge, Gensou activated his steel release. In the next moment. Boom. The intense clash of ninjutsu echoed across the battlefield. A dragon-like plume of smoke, accompanied by spiraling winds, flew backwards. Simultaneously, Minato's Sage Art, Raise-Non dissipated. Is it over? Holding his adamantine staff, Hiruzen watched Gensou's position, feeling a sense of relief. Tobirama appeared beside Minato, about to touch the ground with his fingers to sense the outcome. Hashirama walked over, saying, "Over. No, this is just the beginning. Indeed, Gensou has become even more formidable than our last encounter." Hearing this, Tobirama, Hiruzen, and Minato all wore grim expressions. Even that move couldn't stop him. Minato frowned. The enemy was far stronger than he had anticipated. Hiruzen used a wind release technique to clear the dust cloud. Soon, Gensou's figure emerged. The steel release had not fully blocked the Sage Art, Raise-Non. Gensou's chest bore a noticeable dent, but for him, it seemed not to matter much. Noticing the four Hokage staring at him, Gensou calmly, even smilingly, tore off his tattered shirt and dusted himself off, praising, as expected of the Hokages. Despite the four Hokage not being at their peak, their performance had exceeded his expectations. But the outcome was still inevitable. By the way, I should thank Minato for your gift. With Minato puzzled, Gensou extended his hand to the dent caused by the Sage Art, Raise-Non. Senjutsu extraction. Green chakra enveloped Gensou's hand. Soon, all of Minato's Senjutsu chakra was extracted and gathered in Gensou's palm. Gensou looked at the gathered Senjutsu chakra and smiled faintly. The Mount Myaboku Senjutsu chakra is now mine. Chapter 113, Chapter 113. The unique Senjutsu chakra from the three great sacred grounds, excluding Ryuchi Cave, was now in Gensu's possession, thanks to the contributions of Senju and Minato. This would greatly aid his future research into Senjutsu. As a gesture of gratitude, Gensu decided not to delay any further and swiftly send the 4 Hokage back to their rest. Infinite Healing Technique, Ein Seal Release. With a single thought, the crescent moon mark on Gensu's forehead spread across his entire brow, releasing the immense chakra stored within the Ein Seal. Instantly, his aura intensified, with significant boosts in power, speed, and chakra. But that wasn't all. Medical Ninjutsu, Cellular Activation, Creation Rebirth. With a clap of his hands, Gensu channeled a vast amount of new chakra into his body. The wound inflicted by Minato's sage art, Reiznan began to heal at a visible rate, sizzling as it mended. Within moments, Gensu's chest was fully restored, with no trace of the injury left. The Creation Rebirth technique continued to sustain this regenerative process. Unlike Tsunade's 100 Healings mark, which automatically heals injuries in real time without disrupting combat flow but lacks control, Gensu's version of Creation Rebirth, enhanced by Shino's deep cellular research and Sakura's precise chakra control, allowed for controlled and instantaneous healing. Until the chakra stored in the Ein Seal was exhausted, the effect was equivalent to Hashirama's no-hand seal healing. Witnessing this, Hashirama muttered, "Is that Mito's Ein Seal?" Initially, he was puzzled by the new mark on Gensu's forehead, as it wasn't the typical rhombus shape. However, seeing the mark's release confirmed his suspicion. Mito. Even someone as carefree as Hashirama fell silent, feeling a wave of nostalgia. You've even mastered Mito's Ein Seal and further developed it. Truly a formidable enemy, Tobirama said, his expression grave as he scanned their surroundings for any tactical advantages. Hiruzen tightened his grip on his adamantine staff, thinking of his disciple. Tsunade has also mastered the Ein Seal. Though Tsunade had not returned to the village in over a decade, Hiruzen, as the former Hokage, was aware of her capabilities. He wondered how Gensu had learned the Ein Seal, but he also worried about Tsunade's well-being with such a powerful adversary nearby. Minato, meanwhile, noted the increasingly transparent state of his hands, recognizing the limited time they had left. Such a troublesome enemy, even more so than the Nine Tails. With time running short, the 4 Hokage quickly assessed Gensu's increased strength and prepared to attack once more. However, Gensu was quicker. "It's time to send you on your way." 4 of Gensu's shadow clones, hidden until now, suddenly appeared at the 4 cardinal points around the Hokage. Clapping their hands together, they shouted. Barrier Technique, 4 Polar Ceiling Formation. Using earth, fire, wind, and water as the foundation, the 4 shadow clones each activated a different chakra-natured barrier technique, merging them to form an impenetrable ceiling barrier that trapped the 4 Hokage within. Tobirama immediately attempted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape to a marked location outside the barrier but found himself still inside. The Flying Thunder God works only within the barrier, it's sealed outside, Minato observed. Tobirama's expression darkened. The limited space within the barrier meant that their greatest advantage, the mobility of the Flying Thunder God technique, was neutralized. The 4 Polar Ceiling Formation, based on the fundamental and stable chakra natures of earth, fire, wind, and water, created an absolute barrier that even spatial techniques couldn't penetrate. Gensu had developed this ceiling barrier specifically to counter difficult opponents like Tobirama and Minato. With the Hokage now trapped, Gensu didn't waste time. Clasping his hands together, he formed a bright, translucent white cube in his palms. Dust Style, Atomic Dismantling Jutsu. The bright cube expanded to encompass the entire interior of the 4 Polar Ceiling Formation, its destructive force capable of disintegrating any matter into atoms, rapidly approaching the Hokage. Realizing their predicament, Hashirama clapped his hands together with a serious expression. Sage Art, Wood Release, Multiple Wood Shield Technique. Under the influence of Sage Chakra, numerous wooden shields sprouted from the ground, continuously rising to meet and counter the oncoming particle style, buying them precious moments. Hiruzen didn't waste any time, summoning 4 shadow clones and unleashing his most destructive technique. 5 Elements Unleash, Grand Elemental Barrage. Combining fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind into a powerful composite jutsu, Hiruzen aimed the attack directly at the barrier. Understanding that breaking the 4 Polar Ceiling Formation was their only hope of survival, Hiruzen hoped to shatter the barrier and escape the continuous onslaught of Gensu's attacks. The explosion was immense, reverberating through the barrier. Hiruzen's eyes widened in dismay as he saw the result. Instead of breaking, the barrier absorbed the energy from the 5 elements unleash, reinforcing itself with the borrowed chakra. Gensu watched without surprise. The 4 Polar Ceiling Formation, based on earth, fire, wind, and water, was inherently designed to counter those same elements. Any attack using these chakra natures would only strengthen the barrier, a fact Hiruzen hadn't known. With the barrier's defenses reinforced and the Hokage's escape attempts foiled, Gensu prepared to deliver the final blow. Chapter 114, Chapter 114. Senpu, Mokutan, Banpai no Jutsu. Seeing Hiruzen's action fail and the dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique breaking through, Hashirama could only clap his hands together once more. For wooden shields shaped like grotesque faces with fangs instantly rose from the ground, enveloping him and the other three Hokage completely. Blinding white light blossomed within the four red yang formation. Everything quickly returned to calm. After the light dissipated, Gensou looked ahead again. The four battered but still somewhat intact wooden shields split in two, and Hashirama and the others swiftly emerged. The Banpai no Jutsu, which could defend against the attacks of the enhanced Susanoo, managed to block the dust release's damage under the power of Sage Mode. However, the expressions of the four Hokage were far from good. It's over. Noticing that Hashirama's body had significantly faded, Gensou calmly clasped his hands together once more, and the blinding white light appeared again, with the dust release re-emerging. Hashirama scratched his head with a bitter smile. With nowhere to escape, the other three Hokage silently accepted their fate. In the next moment, the light of the dust release blossomed once more. The forms of the four Hokage quickly dispersed. Gensou looked at everything before him calmly. To be honest, Hashirama's true strength was absolutely not inferior to Madara, who had been resurrected using the Rinne rebirth technique, infused with Hashirama cells, and had awakened the Rinnegan. He was known as the number one under the Sage of Six Paths. However, apart from the battle at the Valley of the End, every fight after his death, including now, he was unable to exert his full strength. Even in the original work, his power never reached its peak state, despite using white Zetsu infused with his cells as a sacrifice. It could only be said that the god of shinobi had some bad luck. Tobirama, Hiruzen, and Minato were the same. If they were all alive at this moment, the outcome of the battle wouldn't be decided so quickly. No, Hiruzen was at his peak in the Edo Tensei state. Not constrained by an aging body and with nearly infinite chakra, he could fully perform as a ninjutsu cannon. Hiruzen was definitely the only Hokage whose strength increased rather than decreased in the Edo Tensei state. As the four shadow clones disappeared, the high-standing ceiling barrier dissipated. The howling wind blew away the smoke on the devastated battlefield. Still didn't succeed. Tobirama, in his soul state, looked at Gensou and frowned. Hiruzen could only sigh. Minato felt a bit regretful, not just because of Gensou, but also for not being able to learn about Naruto's current situation. Unfortunately, it seemed there wasn't enough time. Just as he was about to look at Hiruzen to inquire about Naruto, he noticed their souls emitting white light, and could only shake his head in regret. Impressive. Gensou, you win this time. At the last moment, Hashirama congratulated his old opponent with a calm smile. Still needs some improvement. Gensou, with the Yin seal restored to his forehead, smiled lightly, not arrogantly. Hashirama wanted to say more, but time was up. In an instant, the souls of the four Hokage were completely enveloped in white light. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared, not returning to the Shinigami, but completely returning to the underworld. Thus, from the first to the fourth, in the battle among the four Kage, Gensou was the last one smiling. The Shinigami's perfect plan completely failed. Feeling his body and soul fully restored to peak condition, Gensou no longer let out an Uchiha-style maniacal laugh as before. Having planned everything in advance, he could achieve the final result step by step. Although the unexpected appearance of the four Hokage was a surprise, the outcome did not change. Let's try again to see if I can summon the Shinigami. Gensou, full of anticipation, formed hand seals again. The Shinigami, whom others avoided, was now seen by him as a great supplement. He had already deeply experienced the benefits of a strong soul when he ignored Tobirama's dark release, inhaling Ma technique. Gensou really wanted to cut some more flesh from the Shinigami. But to his regret, this time, after performing the Reaper Death Seal, the Shinigami did not respond, and the connection with the technique was abruptly cut off. Scared. It made sense, the Shinigami had lost an arm, then 4 high-quality souls and a bead containing life force. Even after all that, it couldn't defeat Gensou. Now, sensing the same summoner, no matter how furious, it wisely chose not to respond. Too bad. Gensou shook his head in regret. He couldn't exploit it any longer. It was time to move forward steadily on his own. Now, having achieved the first and second small goals since his rebirth, it was time to focus on the final and most important goal from the beginning, achieving the Kekkei Mora. He had almost mastered the 5 main chakra natures, fire, earth, water, wind, and lightning. His real shortcoming lay in the Yin and Yang chakra natures. In the research of Yang chakra, thanks to medical ninjutsu, he had made significant progress and expected good results with further study. As for Yin chakra, recalling the Manjikyu Sharingan he took from Uchiha Shursue, Gensou pondered and had an idea. Just in time, there's a good experimental material here. Gensou suddenly looked at the ground and stomped his right foot hard. Crack, crack, a huge crack spread from the ground, extending downward. Soon, amidst the violent tremors of the splitting earth, a white Zetsu with a pale exterior, positioned right at the center of the crack, looked up in confusion at Gensou, who was now bathed in sunlight after the dispersal of the clouds. One stomp creating a crack over 10 meters deep, that's too much. The white Zetsu swallowed hard and quickly tried to use the mayfly technique to escape. But just as it turned around, a hand instantly grabbed the back of its head and squeezed, causing it to faint. Gensou had captured white Zetsu before. Although these creatures were highly secretive, to someone proficient in earth chakra like him, the ground was also his domain. Any creature moving underground was as visible as if it were walking right before his eyes. Thanks for the generous gift. In the shinobi world, the best experimental material was undoubtedly white Zetsu. After securing the white Zetsu, Gensou didn't linger and headed back toward the village. Chapter 115, Chapter 115. In the land of keys, within the small and hidden village of Jomi, the morning smoke rose gently into the air. Accompanied by the recently rhythmic sounds of iron forging, children had already run out onto the streets to play and laugh. Sasuke, wearing a blue kimono, stepped out of his courtyard and onto the street, patiently waiting for a group of kids playing ninja games to pass by before continuing towards the direction of the forging sounds. Sasuke. A familiar female voice suddenly called out to him. Sasuke turned his head to see Izumi, who appeared to be the owner of a nearby dango shop, smiling and waving at him. Come and try the mitarashi dango I made. Mitarashi dango. Sasuke seemed to remember something, obediently walked over, took the dango from Izumi's hand, and quickly ate it, nodding in approval. Not bad. Really? How does it compare to the mitarashi dango shop in Konoha? Izumi asked expectantly. It's about the same, I guess. Sasuke, who usually didn't eat dango often, still gave his honest opinion seeing Izumi's eager expression. That's good. Izumi breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Sasuke's slight confusion about why she was running a shop, Izumi glanced around at the decorations similar to those in Konoha and smiled nostalgically as she explained. After coming to Jomi village, besides missing my mother, grandmother, and clan members, I found myself missing Konoha's mitarashi dango. But no one in Jomi made dango or knew how to make it. So, one day after training, I decided to try making mitarashi dango myself. Since you say it's about the same, it looks like I've succeeded. Izumi's words were full of joy, but Sasuke listened in silence. He was well aware of the reason Izumi could no longer enjoy Konoha's mitarashi dango and had to make it herself. That man. His own closest relative by blood. Sasuke. Sasuke. Izumi's call brought Sasuke back to reality. Sasuke immediately apologized, sorry, I was a bit lost in thought. Such an attitude would never have happened to Sasuke during his time in Konoha. Only in front of his lost and found clan members would he show his true inner gentleness. Izumi didn't mind, taking a step back and seriously observing the current Sasuke, she smiled warmly and said. It's been a while since I last saw you. You've grown quite a bit taller. At the age of 12 or 13, he was indeed in the growing phase. With intense training, Sasuke had grown both taller and stronger since he first arrived. Sasuke, being the subject, didn't notice much difference. However, when Izumi mentioned that the clan would make a batch of larger Uchiha clothing for him to avoid not having suitable clothes as he grew, he sincerely thanked her. Sasuke, where are you heading? I rarely see you walking this way. Izumi handed a few more dango sticks to Sasuke, advising him to eat enough before asking. To be honest, Sasuke didn't particularly like sweets. Izumi's dango had a lot of sweet sauce brushed on them. He could only force a smile and quickly finish them, not wanting to waste the kindness of Izumi, who acted like an elder sister to him. Then he answered her question. I ordered a ninja sword from the captured craftsman in the village, and I'm going to pick it up today. A ninja sword. Looking at Sasuke, who now exuded an aura as sharp as an unsheathed blade, Izumi sighed slightly. Unlike other clan members who looked forward to Sasuke's role in future revenge, Izumi, upon seeing Sasuke again in that dark room, hoped this boy, whose eyes were filled with hatred, would find something or someone else to devote himself to. She sincerely advised, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Sasuke, your life isn't just about revenge. There's a long road ahead. Sometimes, think more about living with someone you care about. Sasuke, do you have someone you like? No. Sasuke, with no thoughts of romance, shook his head decisively. He understood Izumi's good intentions. But his resolve would not waver. Izumi, I have to go. Seeing Izumi about to grab more dango, Sasuke quickly walked away. Wait. I almost forgot to tell you. The day after tomorrow, Uchiha Zanki is getting married. Make sure to come. Izumi called after him. Zanki and I. Sasuke stopped and turned back, full of curiosity. Who is he marrying? Sasuke had a good impression of Zanki, who spoke bluntly, enjoyed fighting, and liked to help the clan members. In the past 6 months, he often sparred with Zanki. But he hadn't heard anything about him having a girlfriend, let alone getting married. Izumi answered, a beautiful girl from the Hagoromo clan. Zanki is quite lucky. A girl from the Hagoromo clan. Knowing what Hagoromo meant, Sasuke had no objections. Thanks to Gensu's high status in his heart, Sasuke even thought that after fulfilling his revenge, if he couldn't return to Konoha, he might marry a girl from the Hagoromo clan. However, this idea was quickly dismissed as it didn't fit his character. I'll be there the day after tomorrow. Sasuke waved to show he understood and quickly left. Seeing Sasuke agree, Izumi returned to the shop in a good mood, quickly devouring the freshly made dango, her eyes lighting up with delight. Ding! 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 The sound of iron forging echoed continuously from the newly established ninja tool shop. If you got closer, you could hear a series of repetitive, despairing shouts. I am the ultimate ninja tool. I was meant to conquer the ninja world. I am the ultimate ninja tool. I was meant to conquer the ninja world. When Sasuke entered the shop, he saw a strange young man who looked like a master craftsman. His movements were filled with artistic flair, impressively crafting one ninja tool after another, while his eyes were vacant and he muttered neurotically. This guy is the founder of the craftsman village, Saimai. As Gensu's disciple, Sasuke held a high status in Jomi village and knew many secrets. Seeing Sasuke arrive, Kajaku, one of the 4 celestial symbols men who had barely survived, immediately came forward and respectfully said, Sasuke-sama, your ninja sword is ready. Chapter 116, Chapter 116. I am the ultimate ninja tool. I was meant to conquer the ninja world. I am the ultimate ninja tool. I was meant to conquer the ninja world. Saimai's resentful voice echoed alongside the sound of iron forging, endlessly repeating within the ninja tool shop. Kajaku, already used to this, ignored the once highly respected master and instead respectfully apologized to Sasuke, explaining that Saimai had some mental issues and asked for Sasuke's understanding. Once the admiration for Saimai was broken, it was hard to restore. The 4 celestial symbols men had naively believed that Saimai, after being resurrected, would sweep away all obstacles and conquer the ninja world. It wasn't until they saw how powerless Saimai was before Gensu that they realized how childish their thoughts were, and their reverence for their master plummeted. Now, as captives in Jomi village, unlike Saimai who still couldn't adapt, Kajaku and the other 3 had quickly submitted. Creating ninja tools wasn't a big deal for them. In the craftsman village, they were already doing this job. Compared to the craftsman village, where they faced constant pressure from the 5 great ninja villages to complete quotas and were often threatened with low profits, their life in Jomi was more relaxed. They didn't have to work overtime and even had weekly breaks. As for wages, they were captives, it wasn't worth discussing. Surviving was good enough. Kajaku and the other 2 had the right mindset and harbored no thoughts of rebellion against Gensu, who had left a deep impression on them. Naturally, they were also very respectful towards Gensu's disciple. Upon receiving the task to forge a ninja sword for Sasuke, Kajaku and the others, along with Saimai who just mouthed off but still worked diligently, crafted a high-quality ninja tool. At this moment, Kajaku was receiving Sasuke, while Suko carried a large ninja toolbox from the backyard. Sasuke-sama, the ninja sword is finished. Please accept it. Suko handed the box to Sasuke. Sasuke took it with one hand, opened the box, and saw a straight, long ninja sword. This ninja sword is modeled after the most popular Kusanagi sword in the ninja world. With Saimai's superior forging techniques, its quality surpasses the original Kusanagi sword. Additionally, due to the inclusion of Thunderstone, it can channel lightning power like the Raijin sword, Kajaku explained. For once, Saimai didn't repeat his ambitions. After listening to Kajaku's explanation, he snorted coldly and arrogantly said, What Kusanagi sword, what Raijin sword, just some mediocre creations. They are worthless in my eyes. While Saimai's strength didn't match his big talk, in terms of ninja tool crafting, he was indeed unparalleled in the current ninja world. Sasuke acknowledged this. Drawing the sword, he felt a cold, sharp aura emanating from it, making his eyes light up. Injecting lightning chakra, he watched the lightning dance around the blade, feeling no resistance, and the power was even greater than the Raijin sword he had previously fought with. Sasuke nodded in satisfaction. Having mastered many techniques in the Chidori stream system, he needed a sword compatible with lightning release to enhance his skills. The sword is excellent. Thank you for your efforts. Sasuke politely thanked them and left the shop amidst Kajaku and Suko's send-off and Saimai's repetitive, I am the ultimate ninja tool. I was meant to conquer the ninja world. Next to the ninja tool shop was a newly opened medical clinic. As Sasuke passed by, he saw the clinic's owner, a man named Shino, enthusiastically sharing his medical knowledge with the recently returned Kabuto. Haha. What have I learned in these 50 years? It's knowing the times. You must know the times. Don't worry, Kabuto. You've made significant contributions to Hagoromo-sama. I, who also regard Hagoromo-sama as a deity, will impart all my medical ninjutsu knowledge to you. Hearing this conversation, Sasuke didn't linger and continued towards the training ground. Now that he had the sword, it was time to get familiar with it. Tap. 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 Unconcealed light footsteps stopped in front of a 3-story building with a modernist appearance, different from other wooden structures. Clan leader, the latest ninja world intelligence has been collected. The owner of the footsteps, a woman named Hanari, slightly bowed and reported. In the next second, the seal on the door dissipated, and the door opened automatically. Hanari walked in, familiar with the place, heading towards the experiment area. Unlike many people's impression of an underground, cold, dark, and creepy experimental base, Gensu's lab was built in the sunlight. Both its exterior and interior were clean and tidy, with a futuristic decor that made it feel like stepping into a sci-fi setting. Anyone who saw it wouldn't think this was a fearsome experimental base filled with horror stories. Instead, they'd be pleased to work in such an environment. Gensu believed that a good work environment could stimulate innovation. He wasn't impressed by the root base he once visited. Even Konoha's research buildings lacked aesthetic appeal. Previously in Konoha, with no other options, he had to make do. Now, back in his own territory, Gensu naturally built a research base to his liking. As for whether having it above ground made it too exposed, Jomi Village was self-contained and banned outsiders from visiting. Even if someone infiltrated and broke through the outer seals, it wouldn't matter whether the base was above ground or underground. Clan leader. Hanari entered the experiment area, her eyes sweeping over a row of large equipment she still didn't fully understand and the several white zetsu soaking in nutrient tanks. Noticing one less white zetsu than last time, Hanari approached Gensu, who was researching at a computer, and handed over the intelligence scroll, saying, "Clan leader, this is the summary of the month's Ninja World Intelligence." "I see." Gensu moved his gaze from the screen, turned his chair, took the intelligence scroll from Hanari, and began reading. Chapter 117, Chapter 117. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. In his last battle where he died, Gensu suffered due to a lack of intelligence. Although he was now deeply immersed in his training and research, he hadn't forgotten to stay informed about the latest developments in the ninja world. Fortunately, Jomi Village specialized in this kind of work. While they might not be able to obtain the highest level secrets of the 5 great ninja villages, they could still grasp and analyze the overall situation. For example, by gathering information on the storage and transportation of food supplies in each village, they could predict the likelihood of wars. Recently, the ninja world had been relatively peaceful. Due to the convening of the second Five Kage summit, the friction between the 5 great ninja villages had decreased significantly compared to the past. After more than a decade of recuperation, the signs of the 4th Great Ninja War, which should have been rising like before the previous 3, seemed to be a distant prospect. Instead, the joint intelligence division established by the 5 great ninja villages during the summit had been making a lot of noise, appearing in many places. Although they hadn't found any information related to Gensu, they had discovered and destroyed several of Orochimaru's secret bases, and even uncovered a hidden base of the Akatsuki. One had to admit, when the 5 great ninja villages got serious, their efficiency was remarkable. After silently mourning for Orochimaru and the Akatsuki for a second, Gensu continued to review the intelligence scroll. In summary, there were no wars in the ninja world. But when he saw at the end of the report that there were signs of Konoha ninja activity in the land of keys, Gensu's gaze sharpened slightly. "Have you determined the purpose of the Konoha ninja coming to the land of keys?" Ali nodded. A Konoha team received a C-rank mission to escort a caravan to the land of keys. We investigated the caravan leader who issued the mission to Konoha and found nothing suspicious. A coincidence? Gensu didn't believe in coincidences. Perhaps this time it was indeed a coincidence. But after one coincidence, a second and third visit would only be a matter of time. Although he didn't consider Konoha's ninja a threat to himself, they could pose significant trouble for the Hagoromo clan and many ordinary people without ninja abilities living in the land of keys. It seems that the conflict between Jomi Village and Konoha hasn't completely dissipated. If Konoha truly knew he was in Jomi Village, they wouldn't just be making these minor moves. Most likely, because of Hanari's previous intelligence conflict, Konoha had marked Jomi Village and was now taking advantage of the situation to see if there were any unexpected gains. It's time to bring up the retreat plan for Jomi Village. Additionally, it's time for me to make some moves outside. Otherwise, Konoha might keep focusing on this place. After Hanari left, Gensu looked thoughtfully at a functioning cultivation tank. Just in time, the test subject in the tank has matured. I'll take it out to test the results and handle some other matters. Gensu walked to the cultivation tank and opened the sealed door. Inside the tank filled with green nutrient fluid lay a body distinct from its peers, a white zetsu. With the integration of my cells and Uchiha cells, and after extensive modification, this white zetsu has an exceptional talent for immorality release. With Shirsui's Manjiki Sharingan implanted, it won't have any side effects, making it perfect for my further research on Yin chakra. During the Warring States period, due to the Sharingan, Gensou had invested the least in Genjutsu. After all, everyone knew that no matter how advanced the Genjutsu, it was useless against the Sharingan, an eye that surpassed Genjutsu. Therefore, among the 7 chakra natures, Gensou had the least mastery of Yin release chakra. Even though he had mastered Yin-Yang release, the lag in Yin release made further development of Yin-Yang release difficult. To achieve the Kekki Mora, he needed comprehensive research on all 7 chakra natures. In the past, Gensou would have spent a lot of time slowly exploring Yin release chakra. But now, he had found a promising shortcut. Every Uchiha who awakened their Sharingan was an expert in Yin release. And Uchiha who awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, especially those with Genjutsu-based dojutsu, had an unparalleled understanding of Yin release chakra. Although Shisui was gone, one of his Manjiki Sharingan remained. This eye contained immense power and information. For Gensou, the vast information behind this power was more valuable. Initially, Gensou planned to transplant Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan into his eye socket for thorough research to accelerate his development of Yin release chakra. But after trying, he found that the Manjiki Sharingan strongly rejected him, a non-Uchiha, making the research process slow and inefficient. While it was still faster than exploring Yin release chakra alone, after capturing several white Zetsu, Gensou came up with a better idea. He modified a white Zetsu by integrating Hagoromo and Uchiha cells to perfectly harness the Manjiki Sharingan's abilities. With his cells involved, it was easier to control. Just like now. Spirit transformation, projection. Gensou clapped his hands, and his soul projected a shadow that quickly merged into the modified white Zetsu. Absorbing the Shinigami's arm not only strengthened his soul but also granted him one of the Shinigami's abilities, soul projection. Similar to the astral projection technique. After Gensou's modifications, it became the spirit transformation, projection technique. The soul projection could travel thousands of miles instantly, possess a body, and control it. Though the power it wielded was limited, the main body could instantly swap places with the projection under the spirit transformation, projection technique. Now, with the soul projection entering, the white Zetsu, whose soul had been erased, opened its eyes. With a thought, its body rapidly transformed. When it stood up again, it had taken on Gensou's appearance from his previous life. Try implanting the Manjiki Sharingan. Gensou handed over Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan and instructed. The white Zetsu, under the projection's control, nodded. After a simple eye transplant technique, the blood-red Manjiki Sharingan with black blade-like patterns settled in its right eye socket. The black blades rotated a few times before calming down. Gensou's gaze shifted. The main body and the projection swapped places instantly. At this moment, with the main body inside the white Zetsu, Gensou felt everything within it more clearly and smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, the Manjiki Sharingan has fully opened up to me. Chapter 118, Chapter 118. 3 days later, Zanki's wedding. Jomi village was filled with joy and excitement. Diligently training, Sasuke did not forget his promise and arrived at the wedding venue on time, bringing along the gift he had prepared. Gensou, who was familiarizing himself with the Manjiki Sharingan and experiencing new perspectives, also took the time to attend this wedding. It was a pure union of love between the couple, without any political motives, and the bride from the Hagoromo clan was, by seniority, supposed to call him grandfather. Grandfather. I never thought I'd reach this kind of seniority. Feeling much younger and in peak physical condition compared to many present, Gensou mused to himself. After toasting the newlyweds, he excused himself, knowing his presence might make others uncomfortable. Before leaving, Gensou instructed Sasuke to prepare for a journey in 7 days. Sasuke was surprised but diligently began his preparations following Gensou's instructions. A week later. In front of Gensou's experimental base. Dressed for travel, Sasuke stood patiently at the entrance. Soon, the door opened. To Sasuke's surprise, a man wearing the same blue Uchiha kimono and a white whirlpool mask stepped out. Let's go. Gensou's familiar voice came from behind the mask. Who are you? Sasuke didn't comply. Instead, he gripped his ninja sword, looking seriously at the unfamiliar man in front of him. Though the voice was the same, Sasuke sensed that this man was not the Gensou he knew. You noticed. It seems your training hasn't been in vain. The man said, then removed the white mask, revealing a stranger's face. This is a special clone I made. He explained. As he spoke, the real Gensou appeared, explaining to Sasuke, he will be accompanying you on this journey. The man with the white whirlpool mask was actually Gensou's in-attribute white Zetsu clone. Using the spirit transformation, projection technique, Gensou could simultaneously control both his main body and the white Zetsu clone, switching places at any time. He chose to send the clone on this journey. Compared to quiet training, constant combat would better accelerate the research and understanding of the Manjiki Sharingan. Seeing the real Gensou, Sasuke relaxed, releasing his grip on the sword. But when he looked closely at the white Zetsu clone's face, he was startled. Sharingan. Noticing the familiar red color in the clone's right eye socket, Sasuke was stunned, unable to understand why an Uchiha's Sharingan was in Gensou's clone. Then, seeing the pattern in the eye was not the usual three tomo but a black blade shape, his pupils contracted further. Unlike before, Sasuke, now formally trained by the Uchiha, knew exactly what this pattern meant. Manjikyu Sharingan. A Manjikyu Sharingan like Uchiha Itachi's. Sasuke never expected to see it here, and in Gensou's clone no less, an eye that many Uchiha spent their lives pursuing. This is Uchiha Shirsue's Manjikyu Sharingan, Gensou said calmly. He had no intention of hiding it, otherwise, he wouldn't have removed the mask. For Gensou, the Manjikyu Sharingan was merely a tool for researching Ina tribute chakra, unlike Danzo, who coveted the eye. Once his research was complete, he had no qualms about returning the eye to the Uchiha clan. Shirsue. Sasuke had heard of this clan member but didn't know much about him. See for yourself. Words were never as impactful as images. Gensou activated the Manjikyu Sharingan, the black pattern spinning quickly. In an instant, Sasuke felt the world change color. When he blinked and looked again, Gensou was gone. Instead, he saw a young Uchiha ninja confronting an old man and what looked like Konoha Anbu behind him. I fell into a genjutsu. Sasuke couldn't believe that even with his three tomo Sharingan, he had been caught so easily. No time to think. The battle between the Uchiha ninja and the Konoha ninja had begun. The old man leading the Konoha ninja shouted out the name Shirsue. So that's Uchiha Shirsue. Sasuke focused intently. In the real world. Seeing Sasuke fall into the genjutsu with a single glance, Gensou, though expecting it, was still impressed by the power of Shirsue's Manjikyu Sharingan. Koto Amatsukami was still on cooldown. Yet, the ordinary genjutsu of the Manjikyu Sharingan was already this powerful. No wonder in the Third Shinobi War, the Mist Ninja fell one by one under Shirsue's genjutsu without even seeing his face. Even in the Warring States period, no Uchiha had developed the Sharingan's genjutsu to this level. Neither Madara, who possessed the straight Tomo Manjikyu Sharingan, nor Izuna could match it. Konoha's Uchiha clan has produced many talents. Unfortunately, they are either not ruthless enough or too ruthless. Gensou shook his head slightly and dispelled the genjutsu. Sasuke woke up instantly. Realizing he was back in reality, he asked Gensou, slightly agitated, who was that old man? Gensou had shown Sasuke the scene of Danzo stealing Shirsue's eye. Though it had some inaccuracies, as he hadn't witnessed it himself, it was a close approximation of the truth. Danzo, Konoha's advisor elder. Gensou's clone put the mask back on and said calmly. I will kill him. Sasuke's eyes turned cold. No need, I've already killed him. Otherwise, where do you think the Sharingan came from? Sasuke froze, realizing he hadn't thought of that. Let's go. Gensou began walking out of the village. As for his main body, it remained in the experimental base, continuing various research projects. Sasuke glanced at the closing doors of the experimental base, then hurried to catch up with the somewhat unfamiliar Gensou clone, asking curiously. Where are we going, Gensou-sama? The Land of Fire, Gensou said calmly. Konoha. The Land of Fire is vast. But if we happen to run into any of your old friends, we can stop and say hello. No need. I have no interest in them. Is that so? Chapter 119, Chapter 119. The Land of Fire. Under the golden sunlight, the endless sea of trees was adorned with a beautiful veil, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze. If the Land of Wind was characterized by its deserts and wastelands, the Land of Lightning by its high-altitude plateaus, the Land of Earth by its mountains and rocks, and the Land of Water by its numerous islands, then the Land of Fire, located in the heart of the ninja world, was known for its vast plains and forests. This land, blessed with exceptional natural and geographical conditions, formed the foundation for the Land of Fire's prosperity and the strength of Konoha. However, its advantageous position also made it a target of envy and ambition for other great nations over the decades. In the three previous great ninja wars, Konoha had always been on the defensive, constantly finding itself surrounded and attacked by multiple enemies. Konoha's deep foundation allowed it to endure, but the cost was the heavy loss of many ninjas. Even the once mighty Senju clan, hailed as the strongest ninja clan in the Warring States period and producing 3 Hokage, had dwindled significantly in the era of Konoha. Added to this was the Uchiha clan, which Konoha had also brought to ruin. In a sense, Konoha had broken down the old class monopoly. Of course, new monopolies had emerged as well. At this moment, walking along a long mountain path halfway up the mountain, Gensou looked down at the sea of trees below, feeling a touch of nostalgia. Gensou-sama, where are we going? Sasuke, who had been holding back his curiosity since their departure, finally asked, seeing that the mountain path ahead was still long. Fire Temple, Gensou replied calmly, returning from his thoughts. Fire Temple. Sasuke's face showed confusion. But temples were typically built near villages and towns to receive offerings. Why had the monks of the Fire Temple built their temple on such a remote and difficult-to-access mountain? Such a place would hardly attract any pilgrims throughout the year. Unfamiliar with the concept, Sasuke asked for clarification. The Fire Temple is the national temple of the Land of Fire. It doesn't lack for offerings. Additionally, the Fire Temple can be considered a ninja organization. The monks there have always been allied with the Konoha ninjas, Gensou explained casually. Konoha. Allied. Sasuke pondered for a moment before understanding. So, the monks of the Fire Temple train like ninjas and have considerable combat power. Yes, Gensou nodded. The monks here possess a special ability known as the talent of the Sage Clan. I'm here to see it for myself. Hopefully, they won't disappoint me. Gensou looked forward to seeing the grand entrance of the Fire Temple in the distance with a hint of anticipation. His development in sage techniques had reached a bottleneck. This trip to the Fire Temple was not only to probe Konoha and draw their attention but also to investigate the talent of the Sage Clan. With the word sage in its name, it might have some commonalities. 5 minutes later, Gensou and Sasuke had finished the long mountain path and arrived at the gate of the Fire Temple. Despite its remote location on the mountain, the imposing iron gate and the massive, majestic statues on either side stood out. Seeing this, Sasuke understood what it meant to be a national temple. There seems to be no one to greet us, Sasuke frowned after waiting for a while and seeing no sign of the gate opening. Gensou glanced at the iron gate and the statues, saying calmly, the outer walls of the Fire Temple are protected by barrier ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Ordinary people can't get in. Only the monks with the unique chakra of the talent of the Sage Clan can pass through. It seems the monks inside are not very hospitable. Do we need to force our way in? Sasuke asked, looking at Gensou. Gensou nodded, since our hosts don't want to be polite, we don't need to be either. With that, Gensou walked up to the iron gate, clenched his fist, and punched it without hesitation. Boom. The barrier shattered instantly under the immense force. The massive statues on either side collapsed, and the thick iron gate was reduced to countless fragments, scattering backward and kicking up a cloud of dust. With the gate now open, Gensou calmly stepped inside. Sasuke followed closely, his eyes burning with determination at the scene of devastation. Such immense power was what he sought. Konoha could not provide it. Only with Gensou, if he worked hard and persevered, he was sure to achieve it. Tap. 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 Their footsteps echoed through the spacious courtyard. Soon, the sound was drowned out by a cacophony of running footsteps. What happened? The temple gate collapsed. The iron barrier was broken. Intruders. Quick. Capture them. Gensou looked up to see a large group of shining, bald monks rushing towards them from behind. Seeing the shattered iron barrier and the two strangers walking in arrogantly, even the calmest of monks would be incensed. The martial monks immediately prepared to fight, ready to subdue the intruders. Gensou ignored the small fry. Sasuke gripped his sword, ready to clear the way for Gensou. Suddenly, a voice called out among the monks, the enemy is not simple. I will engage them. Everyone else, support me. At these words, the indignant monks calmed down and respectfully stepped aside, allowing the speaker to come forward. The person who stepped up was Chiriku, the head monk of the Fire Temple and one of the 12 guardian ninja. Chiriku's gaze swept over the thoroughly destroyed iron barrier and then the two uninvited guests. After glancing at Sasuke, he focused on the men wearing the white whirlpool mask. Having faced countless life-and-death situations, Chiriku felt a heavy pressure from this man. Who are you? Chiriku demanded. Gensou didn't waste words, I heard the Fire Temple possesses the talent of the Sage Clan. I've come to see it for myself. So, you're thieves coveting the power of the Fire Temple. If you wish to see it, come and experience it firsthand, Chiriku said, assuming a fighting stance. Seeing this, Sasuke, eager to test his strength, asked, Gensou-sama, let me handle him. Gensou looked at Sasuke and, not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm, nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Clang Sasuke drew the ninja sword from his waist, activated the body flicker technique, and with a swift whoosh, slashed towards Chiriku at great speed. Chiriku remained calm. As Sasuke approached, he moved his hands slowly, chanting. Reigo, Senjutsu. Chapter 120, Chapter 120. Reigo, Senjutsu. A golden, radiant thousand-armed cannon statue instantly appeared behind Chiriku. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and before he could swing his sword, he noticed a barrage of golden chakra fists rapidly striking at him from the statue. Too fast. Barely able to block a few strikes, Sasuke took several hits, grunting in pain as he was pushed back. Remembering that Gensou had instructed him not to hide his abilities, he didn't hesitate any longer and activated his Sharingan. The three black tomo in Sasuke's blood-red pupils spun rapidly. In an instant, everything seemed to slow down. The previously imperceptible trajectories of the golden chakra fists became clear to Sasuke. I can dodge them. Crackling. Lightning chakra surged through Sasuke's body, boosting his speed. He deftly avoided the golden chakra fists and raised his ninja sword. Chidori blade. Covered in lightning chakra, the blade pierced through the gaps in the barrage, aiming directly at Chiriku. Sharingan. Noticing the change in Sasuke's eyes, Chiriku quickly looked away, filled with shock. The Uchiha clan was supposed to be extinct. Currently, the only known Sharingan users were the traitor Uchiha Itachi, the copy ninja Kakashi, and the last surviving Uchiha, Sasuke. Judging by the age, this person was undoubtedly Sasuke. But why was he at the fire temple? And who was the man in the white whirlpool mask he was following? Chiriku had many questions racing through his mind, but his actions didn't slow down. Facing Sasuke's attack, Chiriku remained calm. Fierce God Cannon. The thousand-armed cannon behind him transformed into a wrathful deity, with the golden chakra fists turning red and increasing in power, striking at Sasuke. This time, although Sasuke could still see the attacks clearly, he realized his body couldn't keep up. Bang. 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 Several heavy punches landed, sending Sasuke flying and rolling across the ground. It was clear that his still maturing skills were no match for the experienced Chiriku. Meanwhile, seeing their head monk easily defeat an enemy, the monks behind Chiriku cheered loudly. Damn it. Sasuke, looking grim, got back up, ready to charge at Chiriku again. Gensou stopped him with a hand and said calmly, a few more attempts won't change the outcome. Train for another year or two, and then you might stand a chance. Though unwilling, Sasuke knew Gensou was right. This opponent was far stronger than anyone he had faced before. 1 or 2 years. Sasuke looked deeply at Chiriku before restraining himself. However, Chiriku then turned to him and asked, "Are you Uchiha Sasuke?" Sasuke scoffed, not bothering to answer. Even without a verbal response, Chiriku confirmed the truth from Sasuke's expression. He immediately looked at the men in the white whirlpool mask. Could this be Gensou? No, Gensou didn't need to wear a mask. So, who are you? Chiriku asked, scrutinizing the masked men. According to the rumors, Sasuke had followed Gensou, but now he appeared here with someone else. Gensou ignored Chiriku's question. His attention was focused on the thousand-armed cannon behind Chiriku. It resembles Hashirama's true several thousand hands technique. Of course, it's only a resemblance, the power difference is vast. Did the predecessors of the Fire Temple witness Hashirama's technique and develop a similar one? So, this is the power of the talent of the Sage clan. It doesn't feel like Sage techniques, it seems more like a utilization of natural energy. With 2 samples of Sage chakra at hand, Gensou could be certain. Well, it's time to verify it myself. Since he was already here, he couldn't just leave after a glance. Gensou walked towards Chiriku. Won't you speak? Seeing Gensou's dismissive attitude, Chiriku's expression hardened, and he prepared himself more seriously than before. No matter who you are, you and Sasuke will stay here today. This is the Fire Temple's duty as an ally of Konoha. Fierce God Kadash. Before Chiriku could finish, Gensou raised his head, and his right eye behind the mask glanced at Chiriku. Demonic illusion, shackling stakes technique. Instantly, Chiriku's words were cut off, and his body froze, unable to move. Feeling as if his body was pierced by large iron stakes, Chiriku was filled with shock. How is this possible? I was trapped by Genjutsu so easily. What shocked Chiriku even more was the familiar deep red hue he glimpsed in the mask. Sharingan. That's right. Only high-level Genjutsu from the Sharingan could ensnare me so quickly. But weren't there only 2 Uchiha left? Why does this man also have the Sharingan? Who is he? Chiriku felt utterly defeated. If he had known his opponent had the Sharingan, he wouldn't have made eye contact. Who would have thought that besides Sasuke, Itachi, and Kakashi, there was a 4th Sharingan user? The monks behind Chiriku continued cheering. In their minds, once the head monk made a move, any enemy would be subdued easily. But this time, seeing the masked man standing before the motionless head monk, the monks fell silent. Realizing something was wrong, they rushed forward to save the head monk. But it was too late. Gensou grabbed Chiriku's chin, forcing him to look into his eyes again, copying all the information about the talent of the Sage clan from Chiriku's mind. Stop. Release the head monk. Everyone, attack. The Fire Temple monks, realizing the danger, rushed to attack Gensou. Sasuke, with a flicker, blocked their path, saying calmly, I can't let you interfere. Clang, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed. Soon, the clash of blades, cries of pain, and the thuds of bodies hitting the ground filled the air. The once peaceful and serene temple turned into a scene of chaos and violence. Chapter 121, Chapter 121. In the midst of long resonant calls, a messenger hawk soared through the sky, swiftly heading towards Konoha. Walking down the mountain, Gensou glanced at the black dot in the sky, paying it no mind as he continued forward. Casually, he asked Sasuke beside him, "In the battle just now, Sasuke, you didn't kill anyone, did you?" Despite the bloody scene in the fire temple's courtyard and the monks lying everywhere, Gensou knew that those monks were merely injured and unconscious at most. Sasuke's strikes were measured and controlled. This was quite different from the cold, vengeful persona he usually maintained. Sasuke did not deny it. He nodded calmly and said, "I have no interest in wielding my blade against the weak." His tone is as consistent as ever. Behind his mask, Gensou smiled faintly. In a world where extreme thoughts were common, Sasuke, whose clan had been annihilated, had the most reason to become extreme. Yet, most of the time, Sasuke was more rational and clear-headed than others. His obsession was solely with revenge. But avenging Itachi was a rightful cause, not an extreme one. Thoughts like revenge against society or a penchant for killing never crossed his mind. Even when he allied with Orochimaru in the original story, despite going through numerous battles, he always showed restraint, much like the recent battle at the Fire Temple, leaving his opponents alive and dismissing them as unworthy of his attention. The only exception was during the Five Kage summit, where he mercilessly killed the samurai of the Land of Iron, leading Karen to remark that Sasuke's chakra had become dark and cold. But even that had its reasons. Gensou admired Sasuke's character and didn't dwell further on the Fire Temple incident. Sasuke was somewhat surprised. He had thought Gensou's question implied criticism for being too lenient, but after his response, Gensou dropped the subject, as if it was just a casual inquiry. "Does Gensou-sama approve or disapprove of what I did?" Sasuke wasn't one to keep questions to himself, afraid to speak up. He was about to ask when Gensou suddenly stopped. Sasuke, slightly puzzled, sensed something as well and focused his gaze on the forest to the left. Clap. 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 Clear applause echoed from the forest. "Not bad, Uchiha. You noticed us so easily." With a wave of ninja techniques, 2 men and 2 women appeared, stepping out from the forest. "Who are you?" Sasuke glanced at Gensou, seeing him scan the 4 newcomers before losing interest. Sasuke then stepped forward and asked coldly. The leader, unaffected by Sasuke's attitude, warmly introduced himself, "I am Kazuma of the 12 Guardian Ninja. These are my subordinates, Fuka, Fuin, and Fudo." The speaker was indeed Kazuma, a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Believing that the position of Hokage was unnecessary and that true power should lie with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Kazuma had once fought an internal battle against Asuma's faction of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Having faked his death and evaded detection, he had been secretly training his forbidden techniques, aiming to complete his long-held ambitions. Thus, when he received intelligence about the Fire Temple being attacked, with his old rival Chiriku being easily defeated by a suspected Uchiha, Kazuma didn't take advantage of the temple's weakened state to steal the 12 Guardian Ninjas' buried corpses. Instead, he had a brilliant idea and came to find Uchiha Sasuke and his companion. Now, facing Sasuke's cold demeanor, Kazuma continued warmly. "The 12 Guardian Ninja. Never heard of them." Kazuma's smile stiffened. Serving the daimyo as part of the 12 Guardian Ninja had always been his pride. Even though the current daimyo had disbanded the 12 Guardian Ninja, Kazuma's loyalty remained unchanged. Being dismissed by an Uchiha brat, Kazuma felt a surge of anger. But the bigger picture was more important. Glancing at the silent masked man who had defeated Chiriku, Kazuma took a deep breath and forced a smile again. "It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of us. What's important is that we serve the daimyo of the Land of Fire." "So what?" Sasuke replied coldly. He cared little about the daimyo and only wanted to know why these 4 had approached them. Despite knowing the prideful nature of the Uchiha, Kazuma found their arrogance surprising, given their clan's near extinction. He pushed aside his frustration and got to the point. "As one of Konoha's founding clans, the Uchiha no longer exist, and Sasuke, you've left the village. Konoha's neglect and inaction are to blame for this. Moreover, how could Uchiha Itachi alone wipe out the entire clan? That night, did Konoha really not notice anything? Based on my understanding of Konoha, they either stood by or actively participated, leading to the Uchiha clan's overnight annihilation. Both of you should know that Konoha is also your enemy." As he spoke, Kazuma noticed a change in Sasuke's cold expression. Encouraged, he revealed his true intentions. "As a representative of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, I sincerely invite you to join our plan to destroy Konoha. The Land of Fire doesn't need 2 rulers. The Hokage should be eliminated, and Konoha's power should belong to the daimyo. With the daimyo's full support, the Uchiha clan can be rebuilt." What do you think? Kazuma's gaze shifted from Sasuke to the masked man. Despite Sasuke's potential, Kazuma saw the masked man as the real prize, someone powerful enough to defeat Chiriku. Konoha was too strong. Even with all his preparations, Kazuma lacked confidence. If he could persuade this Uchiha to join, the plan to destroy Konoha would be much more certain. It seemed promising. Kazuma watched expectantly as the masked man, who had remained silent, finally turned to look at him. Kazuma was filled with anticipation. Though he had no concrete evidence that Konoha was involved in the Uchiha massacre, he believed it likely, given his own experiences. He assumed the Uchiha felt the same. That's why he had sought them out first. They all shared Konoha as a common enemy. With the support of the daimyo, their collaboration seemed inevitable. Chapter 122, Chapter 122. Gensou did not expect such a high-level argument from the men before him, Kazuma. Kazuma, a typical example of the saying, "We are willing to fight to the death, why do you surrender first, your majesty," was a character Gensou remembered somewhat, but not in detail. Kazuma was ultimately another individual who received a harsh lesson from Konoha and met his end. However, Kazuma's analysis of the Uchiha massacre was quite accurate. Other than not knowing that the massacre was carried out by Itachi and Obito, with Konoha only blocking off the area and arriving afterwards to clean up, Kazuma had guessed almost everything else correctly. Gensou looked at Kazuma. As their eyes met, Kazuma, about to speak further, suddenly saw a red flash. Before he could react, his eyelids grew heavy, and he instantly passed out. Master Kazuma. Kazuma's subordinates, Fuin, Fudo, and Fuka, were shocked and prepared to fight. But in the next moment, before they could understand what was happening, they too fell into the world of Genjutsu. Gensou, having completed this, looked away. Kazuma's grand plan sounded enticing. But Gensou had no interest in altering his plans or itinerary to join a group of ineffectual individuals in a game of destroying Konoha. To avoid further entanglement with Kazuma and his group, Gensou quickly incapacitated them. One had to admit, the Sharingan's Genjutsu was excellent for swiftly dealing with weak opponents. Let's go. With a call to Sasuke, Gensou continued on his way, his expression calm. Sasuke glanced at the unconscious Kazuma and his companions before quickly catching up. Along the way, he couldn't help but ask, "Gensou-sama, was what Kazuma said true?" Kazuma's words had left a deep impression on Sasuke, unlike Gensou, who remained unaffected. Until now, Sasuke had never considered Konoha's involvement in the Uchiha massacre. After hearing Kazuma's analysis, he began to see some merit in the argument. Without turning his head, Gensou replied, "You'll know the truth in the future when you ask the people involved." Gensou didn't bother to explain further. Empty words often led to suspicion. It was better for Sasuke to investigate the matter himself. Moreover, Gensou didn't want Sasuke to become overly emotional and potentially awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan prematurely. Sasuke, understanding that Gensou wasn't going to elaborate, asked no more questions. Uchiha Itachi. He clenched his fists. At that moment, Sasuke's desire to meet Itachi again, stronger and more powerful, was overwhelming. Konoha Village. The destruction of the Root Division had initially cast a heavy atmosphere over the village, but with the return of Tsunade as the fifth Hokage, everything quickly returned to normal. Truth be told, while many in Konoha felt the loss of Root, others were glad to see the end of the extremist division. The fact that there had been no attempt to rebuild Root, and any mention of restarting the division was swiftly rejected, said it all. Life went on as usual. Today was supposed to be an ordinary day like the past half year. But when the messenger hawk from the Fire Temple arrived, tranquility was shattered. Tsunade-sama. Shizune hurriedly burst into the Hokage's office. Tsunade, now with unprecedented authority thanks to Gensou's support, was stamping documents with the speed of a machine, the Hokage's seal a blur in her hands. Seeing Shizune enter, she slumped in her chair, rubbing her forehead. "Don't tell me there's another pile of documents to sign. I already missed my drinking time." "Tsunade-sama, urgent news from the Fire Temple." Shizune, instead of carrying a stack of papers, handed over an intelligence scroll. Surprised, Tsunade took the scroll. The Fire Temple. What do those monks want with Konoha? Opening the scroll, Tsunade's expression quickly turned serious. Sasuke appeared at the Fire Temple. And he was accompanied by another suspected Uchiha. Not Hagoromo Gensou. Tsunade was shocked by the explosive information. Sasuke was one thing, but another Uchiha. Itachi. No, those brothers would fight to the death on sight, not stay peaceful. Could there be another Uchiha outside Konoha? Tsunade's face grew grim. Shizune asked, "Tsunade-sama, should we send a team to pursue them?" The Fire Temple wasn't far from Konoha. The attack on the temple had happened only an hour or two ago. They could still catch up if they moved quickly. Of course. After a moment of consideration, Tsunade nodded. Bringing back Sasuke was crucial, and so was identifying the other Uchiha. Moreover, the Fire Temple, as an ally of Konoha, had called for assistance. Konoha needed to respond. Having decided on the team, Tsunade quickly ordered, summon Team 3, Team 8 to the Hokage's office immediately. Also, notify Kakashi to come as well. Yes. An ANBU ninja appeared, acknowledged the order, and vanished. In less than 10 minutes, Kakashi, who had been reading Ika Ika Paradise in a tree, and Team 3's members, Might Guy, Niji, Tenten, and Rock Lee, along with Team 8's members, Kurenai, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino, had all assembled. After explaining the situation, Tsunade issued the command, this mission is classified as S-rank. The primary objective is to bring back Sasuke. Handle the other Uchiha as the situation allows. Kakashi, given your familiarity with the Sharingan, you will lead this mission. Team 3 and Team 8 are under your command. Finally hearing news of Sasuke after half a year, Kakashi's eyes flashed with determination as he nodded quickly. Yes, Hokage-sama. Outside Konoha's gate. With everything prepared, the 9 members of Team 3, Team 8, and Kakashi formed a combat lineup. Before departing, Kiba, eager and enthusiastic, said, too bad Naruto isn't here. We'll bring Sasuke back and surprise him. If we bring Sasuke back, Naruto will be very happy, Hinata agreed softly, blushing. Lee, full of spirit, raised his arm, we failed last time. This time, we'll bring Sasuke back for sure. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, about to speak, when a passionate voice beside him exclaimed. Haha. This is youth. Let's give it our all. Guy gave a thumbs up, his teeth shining brightly in the sunlight. Kurenai, accustomed to Guy's antics, chuckled softly. Finally. Sasuke. Reflecting on the situation, Kakashi looked around and then waved his hand. Move out. Whoosh. 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 Everyone took off, becoming black streaks as they sped through the dense forest outside Konoha. A few minutes later, a late-arriving Sakura looked at the empty gate, sighed, and clasped her hands together, silently wishing them luck. Chapter 123, Chapter 123. 2 black streaks sped through the forest. Though they had plans to draw attention, Gensou and Sasuke didn't stop as they journeyed through the land of fire, continuing their search for sage techniques. Sage techniques, or rather the use of natural energy, were most famously associated with the 3 great sacred places. Apart from these, some individuals or groups had also acquired the ability to utilize natural energy through various opportunities. For instance, Yugo and the monks of the Fire Temple who possessed the talent of the Sage clan. The next destination for Gensou also had individuals who mastered natural energy and developed incredibly powerful techniques, forcing Konoha to classify these as forbidden techniques and to make an alliance to prevent their dissemination. Konoha had an agreement with this clan, pledging to send assistance if they were ever attacked. Hopefully, this time I'll gain something, Gensou said calmly as he looked towards the towering mountain at the edge of his vision. This trip served multiple purposes, drawing Konoha's attention away from Jomi village, familiarizing himself with the Manjikyu Sharingan, further researching Inattribute Chakra, and solving issues with the development of sage techniques. Although the talent of the Sage clan contained the word sage, it wasn't true sage mode. While it provided some inspiration, it wasn't enough. Now, he set his sights on Mount Katsuragi. With renewed determination, Gensou increased his speed towards the mountain. Sasuke followed silently, keeping pace. At the Fire Temple, when Kakashi led teams 3 and 8 from Konoha to the temple, they were first greeted by the sight of the once formidable barrier wall now lying in ruins. Kurenai, Asuma's girlfriend who had often heard about Chiriku and the Fire Temple, was well aware of the barrier's strength. Looking at the scene, she gravely reminded, to break the barrier head-on, the person with Sasuke must be exceptionally strong. No one believed Sasuke alone could have done it, considering his short time away from the village. Uchiha. Kakashi pondered as he led the group into the temple. They were greeted by a monk who led them to Chiriku. Apart from being slightly weary, Chiriku was unharmed and received the group with folded hands. Chiriku recognized these veteran Konoha shinobi and wasted no time with formalities. I thought Asuma would lead this team, Chiriku remarked. Kakashi, aware of Asuma and Chiriku's relationship and knowing Asuma's usual role in Fire Temple missions, didn't take offense. Asuma's team is on a mission and can't return soon. Due to the report of a Sharingan user, I'm leading this mission. So, Chiriku, is it true that Sasuke is accompanied by another Uchiha? Kakashi asked seriously. Recalling his confrontation with the masked men, Chiriku nodded solemnly. I saw it with my own eyes. That man's eyes were definitely Sharingan. With the talent of the Sage clan, I can resist most genjutsu, but facing him, I was ensnared instantly and couldn't break free until he left. Even Chiriku, a formidable warrior, couldn't resist. Kakashi frowned. Even his Sharingan genjutsu might not achieve that. Kakashi looked at Kurenai, a genjutsu master, who shook her head slightly, indicating she couldn't do it either. An Uchiha Genjutsu master? Someone like Itachi? Or possibly someone with the Manjiki Sharingan? Kakashi speculated. If it was the latter, things would be much more complicated. Recalling his battle with Itachi, Kakashi felt a heavy weight. He then inquired further about the appearance of the masked Uchiha. Chiriku shook his head, stating the men wore a white whirlpool mask, making it difficult to identify him beyond being an adult male. However, details about Sasuke from monks who had fought him provided Kakashi's team with clear information. 3 Tomo Sharingan, Lightning Chakra Transformation, Chidori Techniques. Sasuke, your progress is impressive, Kakashi thought with mixed feelings. I expected nothing less from your student, Kakashi. Guy cheerfully patted Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi sighed, Guy, you didn't need to say that. Though he knew Guy meant well, Kakashi felt a bit overwhelmed. A 3 Tomo Sharingan is challenging without a Jonin's assistance, Shino stated, finally speaking up. Adjusting his sunglasses and looking around, Shino realized no one responded to him. Again. Shino quietly withdrew, feeling a bit isolated. Despite the lack of immediate acknowledgement, Shino's words rang true. Even though Kiba boasted he could handle Sasuke alone, the Jonin knew the difficulty of facing a 3 Tomo Sharingan. We need to adjust our plan, Kakashi said. Originally, the 3 Jonin would handle the masked Uchiha, leaving the others to deal with Sasuke. But with Sasuke's strength, they needed to assign a Jonin to him as well. Guy agreed to follow Kakashi's lead, and Kurenai had no objections. After quickly revising their strategy, Kakashi's team bid farewell to Chiriku and began tracking Sasuke and his companion. Byakugan. Hinata activated her Byakugan, scanning the area for any clues within a kilometer radius. Hinata-sama. Niji, noticing Hinata's determination, also activated his Byakugan, assisting in the search. Meanwhile, Kiba and Akamaru sniffed around for scents gathered at the fire temple. Shino unleashed his insect swarm to scout the surroundings. This was why Tsunade specifically included Team 8, they excelled in tracking. Before long, they found a trail. Led by Team 8, the group swiftly moved in the direction Jensenu and Sasuke had taken, pursuing them through the dense forest. Chapter 124, Chapter 124. Here we are. Jensenu and Sasuke emerged from the forest into a clearing, looking at a towering, man-made, pencil-like mountain surrounded by deep chasms on all sides. Sasuke glanced up, barely able to see structures atop the mountain. This is Mount Katsuragi. Sasuke, having learned their destination during the journey, was slightly surprised. Without Jensu's guidance, he would have had northwest idea about this place or the Tsukuyomi clan living here, who possessed a powerful forbidden technique. To intrigue Jensu-sama, this forbidden technique must be incredibly powerful, Sasuke thought. Jensu stepped forward, saying, follow me closely. This place is riddled with traps. Understood. Sasuke refocused and followed Jensu. As Jensu stepped, black sealing patterns appeared under his feet, extending to seal the traps and explosive tags beneath. Danzo was truly generous. Not only did he hand over the Manjiki Sharingan, but he also revealed all the secrets of the route. While looting the route base, Jensu had taken not only advanced technology and materials but also sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan. These formed the foundation for his rapid progress in developing the Ein seal and improving the Reaper Death seal. Using these techniques to disarm the traps here was a trivial task. Soon, Jensu led Sasuke through the Tsukuyomi clan's trap-filled land to the edge of the chasm. The 30-meter-wide chasm was an impassable barrier for ordinary people, but not for ninjas. However, the chasm was protected by a barrier that had deterred many who sought the Tsukuyomi's forbidden technique. Jensu did not destroy the barrier with brute force like he did at the Fire Temple. The Tsukuyomi clan's barrier required precision targeting of its weak points. The Manjiki Sharingan under Jensu's mask spun, rapidly analyzing the entire barrier. A few minutes later, he focused on a corner of the buildings atop Mount Katsuragi. That was the barrier's weakest point. Dust-style, atomic dismantling jutsu. Jensu extended his hands, creating a transparent cube that shot towards the corner of the building, silently reducing it to atoms. With a pop, the barrier dissipated. Jensu and Sasuke leapt over the chasm, landing on the mountainside and swiftly ascending. At the same time, inside the Tsukuyomi clan's main residence on Mount Katsuragi, the aging leader, En-no Gyoja, heard the sound of the barrier monitoring crystal breaking. His aged face tightened. Beside him, his attendant, Tunbi, couldn't believe it. How could the barrier break? Could there be intruders? But the traps around Mount Katsuragi haven't been triggered. En-no Gyoja, with the experience of the Third Great Ninja War, said solemnly, this can only mean one thing. The enemy is extremely powerful. Tunbi. Take Hataru and escape through the secret passage to the hidden mountain village. Understanding En-no Gyoja's intention, Tunbi anxiously said, Master, let me stop the enemy. You take Hataru and escape. No Gyoja shook his head. The enemy seeks me. Hataru is our clan's only hope. I entrust her future to you. Tunbi, do not hesitate. Yes. With a final bow to No Gyoja, the teary-eyed Tunbi rushed to Hataru's room, grabbed the confused girl, and dashed towards the secret passage. No Gyoja sighed in relief, sent out a distress signal, grabbed his cane, and headed to the front door. As he opened it, he saw a man in blue wearing a white whirlpool mask. No Gyoja. Gensou looked at the elderly man with long, white hair and asked calmly. No Gyoja did not deny it. Having experienced much in life, he nodded and asked calmly, "Who are you?" Gensou replied, "Just a scholar. I'm here to study the Tsukuyomi clan's forbidden technique. In exchange, I can offer a suitable return." No Gyoja ignored the offer of a suitable return. Many had made similar offers, but in their eyes, a kunai or a basic ninjutsu scroll was considered a fair exchange. Assuming Gensou was the same, No Gyoja sighed and said, "Another seeker of forbidden techniques. Young man, forbidden techniques are named so for their unbearable consequences." Looking seriously at Gensou, he continued, "If the Tsukuyomi clan's forbidden technique was as powerful as rumors say, capable of withstanding anything, why would the clan be reduced to me, an old man living in solitude, with the rest either dead or departed? Young man, have you considered this?" Gensou glanced at No Gyoja. This old man was lecturing him. In some sense, he wasn't wrong. However, Gensou wasn't here to take the forbidden technique. "I'm not here to steal your technique. I only wish to observe how the Tsukuyomi clan's fury technique absorbs and stores chakra and natural energy and then releases it." Gensou meant every word he said. But No Gyoja didn't believe him. Knowing the name and process of the Tsukuyomi clan's technique indicated thorough preparation, making it hard to believe Gensou was merely observing. But any delay was beneficial. Knowing Tunbi was escaping with Hataru, and seeing the men before him was skilled enough to bypass traps and break the barrier, No Gyoja, now powerless and without his forbidden technique, sighed. The Tsukuyomi clan has long lost its former glory. Only I possess the forbidden technique now, but I'm near death and lack the strength to perform it. He coughed weakly to emphasize his point. Gensou's next words shocked him. "I don't need you to perform it. Isn't there your granddaughter?" Crack. The cane in No Gyoja's hand splintered under his grip. "You." He stared at Gensou in disbelief. Chapter 125, Kaider 125. Gensou looked at the suddenly pale No Gyoja and shook his head slightly. This old man had been trying to deceive him from the start, talking about how the Tsukuyomi clan was nearly extinct, with him being the only one left who knew the forbidden technique. Someone else might have believed him or been delayed enough for Hataru and Tunbi to escape successfully. Gensou would not make such mistakes. The absence of Sasuke by his side was proof enough. "Who are you, really?" Realizing that all his schemes had been seen through, No Gyoja no longer acted weak. His old eyes, though still cloudy, now shone with a sharpness that belied his age. He straightened up, his presence hinting at the formidable power he once wielded to destroy an entire town in a single blow. The existence of Hataru was a closely guarded secret, known only to himself, Tunbi, and the Tsukuyomi clan's branch in the hidden mountain village. No Gyoja worried that someone within his ranks had betrayed them. Facing this resurgence of strength from the elder, Gensou remained calm. "I told you, I'm just a scholar. Why don't people in the current ninja world believe what others say anymore?" Gensou felt the world had become too cynical. "If you refuse to speak, I will not let your plot succeed even at the cost of my life." No Gyoja declared, seemingly ignoring Gensou's words and adopting a stance of resolute determination. Although he no longer possessed the fury forbidden technique, No Gyoja was still adept with the Tsukuyomi clan's binding techniques. Just as he prepared to act, Gensou looked at him. In an instant, No Gyoja froze, unable to move. Now, it's up to Sasuke. Sasuke wasn't as unpredictable as Naruto. Gensou could wait here quietly. "Tunbi, where are we going?" Having been suddenly whisked away by Tunbi, Hataru felt the wind whipping past her face and the scenery rushing by. It took her a while to realize what was happening. She squinted, confused, and asked. Tunbi, running at full speed, replied, "Hataru-sama, we're heading to the hidden mountain village." Another enemy attack. Hataru's voice was tinged with melancholy. She had experienced this situation several times since childhood, each time ending peacefully. But this time felt different. "Where's Grandpa? Didn't he come with us?" Hataru's face changed as she realized something was wrong. Tunbi's expression darkened briefly before he reassured her, "Don't worry, Hataru-sama. No Gyoja will join us after dealing with the enemy. But, this time Grandpa doesn't have the forbidden technique." Hataru's anxiety spiked, knowing the fury forbidden technique was now with her. Tunbi, we have to go back. I need to help Grandpa. Tunbi refused. I'm sorry, Hataru-sama. It is no Gyoja's order to take you away. He quickened his pace despite his exhaustion. As no Gyoja's descendant, Hataru had inherited the Fury Forbidden technique but had not yet learned how to use it. Returning now would be useless and would only end the Tsukuyomi clan's last hope. We're here. Tunbi saw the cave entrance ahead, ready to signal Hataru to enter. Suddenly, the sound of crackling electricity filled the air. Tunbi's vision blurred as he saw a young stranger standing in front of the cave entrance. Found you. Sasuke glanced at Hataru and Tunbi, his hand on his hip, speaking coldly, will you come with me willingly, or should I make you? Hataru-sama, please stand aside. Tunbi set Hataru down, drew his shuriken, and charged at Sasuke with determination, shouting, for the glory of the Tsukuyomi clan, I must defeat you. 1 minute later. Tunbi. Hataru's tearful voice echoed as Sasuke, holding the unconscious Tunbi, walked over, grabbed the helpless Hataru, and swiftly returned to Gensou. Gensou-sama. Sasuke soon rejoined Gensou, placing the two captives on the ground. Grandpa. Hataru rushed to the motionless no Gyoja, shaking him and calling out, but he did not respond. Don't worry, your grandfather is just under a Genjutsu. Hearing this, Hataru felt a shift in her vision. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself next to the masked men who had spoken. The men continued, we are only here to study the forbidden technique. We won't harm you. Really? Hataru asked, hope shining in her eyes. Gensou nodded, as long as you cooperate, everything will be fine. Understanding her situation, Hataru nodded quickly. For some reason, she believed the masked men. Maybe it was because she didn't see the usual greed and malice in him that she had seen in past intruders. With the situation under control, Gensou avoided unnecessary complications by keeping no Gyoja and Tunbi under Genjutsu. He led Hataru to a clearing. Amidst Hataru's mix of nervousness, worry, and embarrassment, Gensou slightly pulled down her top to reveal part of her back. Despite her youth, Hataru, with her brown hair and green eyes, was undoubtedly a beautiful girl. However, at that moment, her back was marred by ugly blue veins bulging like worms. At the center, where flesh should be, was a black bead embedded deep within her skin, surrounded by those veins. It looked like an unsightly blemish on an otherwise beautiful painting. This was the container needed to release the Fury Forbidden technique. It was said that the longer Fury stored energy, the more destructive it became, once obliterating an entire town in an instant. A technique of such immense power could not be fueled by a Tsukuyomi ninja's chakra alone. The key was the black bead on Hataru's back. When activated, the bead would absorb natural energy from the surroundings. Once it reached a certain level or was released by the user, the energy would explode, annihilating everything nearby. Though it could only be used once, its ability to safely harness natural energy made it worth Gensou's trip. Gensou placed his hand on the black bead embedded in Hataru's back. Chapter 126, Chapter 126. As Hataru's body trembled with shyness, Gensou reached out to press her back. The Anger of the Heavens technique had not yet been activated, the black orb remained silent, containing no energy within. Gensou's fingers touched the black orb as he released chakra to sense its interior while his Mangekyo Sharingan spun with full force, carefully analyzing the structure of the black orb. It seems to be an ordinary bead, but the internal structure is quite complex. Such a design must be intended to better absorb energy. Ah! What is the sealing technique? It's very different from the style of the Uzumaki clan. Worthy of reference. This combination enhances the storage effect. I hadn't considered this before. Gensou became absorbed in his thoughts. The black orb, which could carry the Anger of the Heavens technique and serve as an essential item for forbidden techniques, held immense value. For Gensou, even though the Anger of the Heavens had yet to be fully demonstrated, studying the black orb alone was enough to justify his trip here. Meanwhile, as Hataru felt Gensou fondling the black orb on her back while muttering to himself, her face, already half exposed, flushed red with embarrassment. However, she felt a slight sense of relief in her heart. Judging by his behavior, just as he had promised earlier, he didn't seem like someone who was in a hurry to seize the forbidden technique. This kind of research posture. Perhaps, this is what her grandfather had mentioned before, a scientist. 9 shadows were rapidly shuttling through the forest. Under teammates' pursuit, Kakashi's group was closing in on the direction Sasuke and his companion were heading. Suddenly, an eagle's cry resounded from above. Niji activated his Byakugan, looked up, and quickly reported, it's one of Konoha's messenger hawks. Another messenger hawk. Kakashi frowned. The information carried by a messenger hawk was generally significant. The fire temple had just been attacked, and now, shortly after, another hawk was heading towards Konoha. Could it be that Sasuke has done something again? Kakashi made a quick decision, forming hand seals to release a chakra signal belonging to Konoha. Soon, the messenger hawk noticed the signal and swiftly descended towards Kakashi's location. This is a distress hawk, Kurenai observed with a serious expression. Typically, a messenger hawk carrying information wouldn't stop for Konoha ninja on the road but would head straight to the village. The only reason a hawk would stop is if it received a distress signal. In a critical situation, if it flew back to Konoha before calling for reinforcements, it might be too late. In such cases, a messenger hawk would stop upon encountering Konoha ninja and relay the distress message. Kurenai was familiar with this because she had encountered such situations during the Third Great Ninja War. Kakashi, with his rich battlefield experience, had guessed this possibility, which is why he had just released the signal. As expected, the hawk descended swiftly. Kakashi extended his arm, and the hawk landed skillfully on it. This is the emblem of the Tsukuyomi clan. Kakashi noticed the emblem on the scroll attached to the hawk's leg. What is the Tsukuyomi clan? Guy scratched his head, asking on behalf of the confused younger ninjas. They were a famous ninja clan during the Great Ninja Wars and had a protection pact with Konoha. Kakashi answered simply and then opened the scroll to read its contents. As expected, the Tsukuyomi clan has been attacked. Kakashi quickly rolled up the scroll, reattaching it to the hawk's leg, and sent it on its way to Konoha. Niji then remarked, I just observed the direction the hawk flew from, and it aligns with the direction we're currently pursuing. It's highly likely that Sasuke and his companion are responsible for the attack on the Tsukuyomi clan. Kiba, puzzled, asked, why would Sasuke bother with the fire temple and then the Tsukuyomi clan? Akamaru barked in agreement, also expressing confusion. Shino intended to offer his analysis but saw that Kakashi was about to speak and wisely remained silent. Rather than Sasuke's intent, it's more likely the intent of the one accompanying him. Kakashi analyzed and then issued his orders, continue pursuing Sasuke and his companion. If the trail diverges from the direction of the Tsukuyomi clan's Katsuragi Mountain, we'll have to split into two teams. After all, Konoha cannot break its contract to protect the Tsukuyomi clan. Understood. The group nodded, their forms flashing as they sped up. Don't be afraid. Just stay still, and I'll handle the rest. Atop Katsuragi Mountain, Gensou, who had finished researching the black orb, was ready to further study the forbidden technique, Anger of the Heavens. Before proceeding, he comforted Hotaru, who was trembling with fear. Having spent some time together, Hotaru, who had grown more trusting of Gensou, quickly nodded and said, yes. Seeing this, Gensou didn't delay. He recalled the information he had just gathered from the mind of a Tsukuyomi practitioner and swiftly formed hand seals. Tsukuyomi Forbidden Technique Release, Heaven and Earth Creation. A black sealing array instantly formed beneath Hotaru's feet, transforming into black tadpoles that surged into the black orb on her back. As the orb absorbed the array, a blinding light suddenly erupted from within. At that moment, Gensou could clearly sense that all the chakra and natural energy within a 100-meter radius were madly rushing into the black orb on Hotaru's back. This is Anger of the Heavens. It's truly domineering. Through his Mangekyo Sharingan, Gensou observed chakra and natural energy flooding into the black orb, and within less than half a minute, all the energy within 100 meters was drained. He was amazed that the Tsukuyomi clan's ancestors could develop such a secret technique. He had never heard of a Tsukuyomi clan during the Warring States period. Gensou shook his head, dismissing the thought, and focused his attention on the black orb, which had already absorbed a significant amount of chakra and natural energy. At this moment, if the black orb were compared to a human body, the absorbed chakra would be like personal chakra cultivated through training, while the constant influx of natural energy corresponded to Senjutsu training. Unlike chakra, natural energy was an extremely difficult power to control. The Anger of the Heavens forbidden technique not only absorbed natural energy but also mixed it with chakra without causing the irreversible damage that would occur from failing Senjutsu training. The principles behind this were worth Gensou's deep exploration. Before long, Hotaru, feeling uncomfortable, spoke up. Sir, can we stop now? I can't hold on much longer. Gensou didn't make things difficult for the girl. If you can't hold on, then release it all. Can I really? Of course. Chapter 127, Chapter 127. At this moment, under the influence of the forbidden technique, even though her body was already overwhelmed, Hotaru forced herself to turn her head and look at Gensou behind her, to make sure she hadn't misheard. Milord, can I really? Yes, release Anger of the Heavens, Gensou nodded again. Although the longer the Anger of the Heavens technique accumulates, the more powerful it becomes, Gensou wasn't using it to destroy anything. In comparison to the release of Anger of the Heavens, the process of gathering chakra and natural energy was what intrigued him more. Even if Hotaru hadn't mentioned it, Gensou would have had her release Anger of the Heavens soon. Starting over once, twice, 3 times, this could greatly accelerate his research. Relieved by the confirmation, Hotaru kindly reminded him, Milord, please step back, the power of Anger of the Heavens is very strong. You have a kind heart, Gensou remarked, glancing at her. he didn't refuse her suggestion and flashed back 100 meters. Seeing this, Hataru didn't hesitate and decisively released Anger of the Heavens. In an instant, a blinding white light pierced the sky. Centered on Hataru, a violent surge of energy composed of chakra and natural energy erupted from the black orb, sweeping out in all directions. Boom. A deafening explosion roared. Within a 50-meter radius, everything material was instantly reduced to nothing. In such a short time, it can create this level of destruction. A forbidden technique that once destroyed a town indeed lives up to its name, Gensou commented calmly from outside the explosion's range, observing everything. However, the energy released isn't exactly Senjutsu chakra as I imagined. The chakra and natural energy within the orb merely coexist, without merging proportionately. The release process seems more like a deliberate collision between chakra and natural energy, resulting in greater destructive power. Even so, understanding how chakra and natural energy can peacefully coexist without harming the user is a significant discovery. The challenge of Senjutsu lies in the proportional merging of natural energy with the body's chakra. Originally, the entire process, from absorbing natural energy to merging it with chakra, could not be paused. However, through the Anger of the Heavens forbidden technique in the black orb, Gensou saw an opportunity for chakra and natural energy to coexist peacefully, even if only for a brief moment. This realization sparked his interest. As the blinding light faded, Hataru, exhausted, was standing in the newly formed massive crater, hands on her knees, panting heavily. Gensou approached her, took out a secret medicine, and handed it to her. Take this, it will relieve your fatigue and increase your chakra reserves. Fully aware of the value of the secret medicine, Hataru quickly shook her head in refusal. She wasn't worried about being poisoned. After all, if Gensou had wanted to harm her, he would have done so long ago. It was just her nature to be cautious. However, Gensou insisted, and eventually, she took the medicine. As expected, Hataru soon felt her fatigue fading away, and her chakra reserves noticeably increased. Overjoyed, Hataru was about to express her gratitude to Gensou, who was so different from the bad people she had encountered before and even gave her a sense of reassurance. But just then, Gensou spoke up, now that your body has recovered, let's continue releasing Anger of the Heavens. Hataru's smile instantly froze. Huh. In that moment, she realized she had greatly misunderstood Gensou. The commotion caused by Anger of the Heavens was not small. Approaching Katsuragi Mountain, Kakashi's team looked up and noticed the white beam of light rising into the sky in the distance. It seems the battle at Katsuragi Mountain isn't over yet, Kakashi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, as they tracked Sasuke and his companion, they found that their path coincided perfectly with the direction of Katsuragi Mountain. This meant that Sasuke and his companion were indeed the ones who attacked the Tsukuyomi clan, and they wouldn't need to split up. Kakashi's team quickened their pace. Soon, they emerged from the forest and arrived at the outskirts of Katsuragi Mountain. Be careful, there are many traps here, Hinata, using her Byakugan, warned as all the traps became visible to her. Following Hinata and Niji's lead, the group advanced rapidly without injury, closing in on Katsuragi Mountain. They've arrived. On the mountain, Sasuke noticed the familiar faces below and his expression shifted slightly. He then glanced back at the ongoing release of Anger of the Heavens. With his right hand on the hilt of his sword, Sasuke turned back to face Kakashi's group and said coldly, "No one is allowed to take another step." Kakashi's group swiftly scaled Katsuragi Mountain. As they reached the summit and were about to rush towards the source of the Anger of the Heavens, a dozen shuriken clashed in midair, ricocheting off each other at sharp angles, forcing them to stop. This throwing style. Kakashi, who had already lifted his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan, narrowed his eyes, drew a kunai, and deftly deflected the incoming shuriken. He then looked up towards a nearby residence. On the roof, dressed in Uchiha's blue kimono, stood Sasuke, who hadn't been seen for a long time. With his hand on his hip and his three-tomo Sharingan activated, he coldly looked down at them. "We meet again, Sasuke," Kakashi said with a sigh. It was a pity Naruto and Sakura weren't here. Otherwise, this moment would have been filled with echoes of the name Sasuke across all of Katsuragi Mountain. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi, his expression unchanged, and briefly stated his stance, "Leave." At these words, Kiba smirked knowingly. That guy, Sasuke, is still as annoying as ever. Although he didn't share the deep bond of the former Team 7, Kiba had once hoped to catch up with Sasuke and have a proper reunion. But seeing him still acting all cool, unchanged from before, left Kiba disappointed. Even so, we're all comrades at the end of the day, and we still need to bring Sasuke back. Lee said, thrusting his thumb up with a bright smile, full of determination. Right, Niji. Last time, despite facing many hardships, they failed to bring Sasuke back. This time, they had a new chance, and Lee was determined to seize it. Niji, who had also been part of the previous mission to retrieve Sasuke, silently nodded. He didn't have a deep connection with Sasuke, but since he had accepted the mission, he would do his best to complete it. Not just for himself, but for Hinata as well. Niji glanced at Hinata. At this moment, while looking at Sasuke, Hinata's thoughts were focused on Naruto's relentless pursuit of Sasuke and his unwavering determination. Her expression became resolute. For Naruto, she was determined to bring Sasuke back. So, Sasuke, come back to the village with us. If not, I'll have to break your arms and legs and drag you back, Kakashi said, tightening his grip on his kunai, his tone flat as he delivered his final ultimatum. Chapter 128, Chapter 128. To be precise, at this moment, Konoha had not officially labeled Sasuke as a rogue ninja, unlike how they typically dealt with defectors. The influence of Naruto and others was minimal in this, it was more a matter of political considerations. As the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, Sasuke's identity was too unique. Even though the outside world mocked Konoha for one of its founders, the last of the Uchiha, defecting, the fact remained that as long as Konoha hadn't officially declared it, there was still room for negotiation and explanation. Sasuke wouldn't be officially branded a rogue ninja until after Danzo came to power. For now, Sasuke hadn't been defined as a rogue ninja. This meant that if Kakashi and the others brought him back to the village, with Tsunade as Hokage and Danzo out of the picture, there was a good chance he could return to his former status. However, Sasuke, the person at the center of all this, didn't appreciate it. Boring, he replied indifferently. Return to Konoha. What was there worth returning to? Could it make him stronger, give him the power to defeat Itachi? He had tried before. But even Kakashi, who taught him ninjutsu, was powerless against Itachi. What was the point of training under him? Besides Kakashi, who else in Konoha could teach him? As for emotions, bonds. Yes, Naruto held an important place in his heart. But he wasn't living for Naruto. Moreover, he had found new bonds now. Zanki, Izumi, the blood relatives he had discovered. And the Hagoromo clan, who treated him well, unlike the villagers of Konoha who had always looked down on the Uchiha. In the village of Locks, he had felt warmth he hadn't experienced in a long time. With Gensu, he could continue to grow stronger without worrying about plots or dangers. So why should he go back to Konoha? Just because he was once a part of it. Just because of something called the Will of Fire. As he looked at Kakashi and the others, who seemed to think they were doing what was best for him, a sneer curled on Sasuke's lips. They all thought he was arrogant. Little did they know, they were the truly arrogant ones. It seems we can't reach an understanding, Kakashi sighed. Then, we'll fight. Whoosh. Whoosh. The sharp sound of something cutting through the air filled the scene. With no Naruto present to use his talk no jutsu, the group didn't waste any more time with words and moved directly into battle. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke immediately gathered chakra in his throat and expelled flames. In an instant, a massive fireball, 4 or 5 meters tall, surged toward the Konoha team. Kakashi's group quickly dispersed, avoiding the incoming fireball. Sasuke wasn't surprised when the fireball missed its targets. After all, neither he nor many other Uchiha had ever killed anyone with the Great Fireball Jutsu. The reason they favored this fire technique wasn't just because it was low cost and high impact but also because it could scatter enemy formations and disrupt the rhythm of battle. Just as now, knowing Kakashi and the others would charge in from the sides of the fireball, Sasuke was already throwing a barrage of shuriken to preemptively block their paths. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed again. Faced with the tricky and nearly unstoppable Uchiha throwing techniques, the Konoha team was forced to halt and defend. Unexpectedly, Ten, who had been mostly quiet and low profile, effortlessly dodged the shuriken and, with a flick of her wrists, unfurled 2 scrolls. A multitude of ninja tools shot out like a dragon, sweeping toward Sasuke. Sasuke, slightly surprised, dodged the barrage and was about to draw his sword when his Sharingan suddenly spun faster. He saw a green blur charging at him with incredible speed. Leaf-strong whirlwind. Amid a thunderous sonic boom, a powerful spinning kick came at him with astonishing force. So fast. Even though his Sharingan could see it, Sasuke's body struggled to keep up in such a short time, and he could only raise his left arm to block. Boom. The impact sent waves of air rolling out as Sasuke's feet dragged long marks across the ground, forcing him to retreat rapidly. Now's our chance. Kiba's eyes lit up as he and Akamaru, who had transformed, used the Fang over Fang technique, turning into 2 rapidly spinning whirlwinds that charged straight at Sasuke. As Sasuke continued to retreat, lightning flickered in his hand. Swish, swish. In a flash, lightning coursed through the whirlwinds, striking Kiba and Akamaru. Feeling their bodies go numb, Kiba and Akamaru couldn't maintain the technique and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Is the gap really this wide? Kiba, whose secret technique had been easily broken, looked up at Sasuke in frustration. But Sasuke didn't even glance at him. Just as Sasuke regained his footing, he noticed Niji and Hinata, dressed in white, activating their Byakugan and approaching him with rhythmic strikes. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly. Sharingan versus Byakugan. With Byakugan's 360-degree field of view, Neji and Hinata didn't have to worry about making eye contact with the Sharingan like other ninjas. With both sides possessing exceptional insight, the ensuing taijutsu battle was intense. In just a few seconds, Neji, Hinata's gentle fist, and Sasuke's Uchiha-style taijutsu clashed numerous times. They exchanged blows at angles and speeds that were almost impossible for an ordinary person to perceive or follow, making it difficult for outsiders to intervene. However, outsiders didn't include Guy. Another enthusiastic cry of youthful spirit echoed across the battlefield. Having just fended off Neji and Hinata's attacks, Sasuke wisely chose not to engage further and retreated under Guy's pressure, dodging Neji and Hinata's strikes. What Sasuke didn't expect was that Kakashi, who had been out of sight, suddenly appeared behind him, one hand grabbing his neck tightly while the other held a kunai to his temple. "It's over, Sasuke," Kakashi calmly announced. "Is it?" Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Chidori Nagashi. In an instant, lightning surged from Sasuke's body, enveloping him entirely. Caught in the initial wave, Kakashi frowned but didn't have time to react as his body crumbled into dirt and collapsed. "An Earth clone." "As expected of you, Kakashi," Sasuke noted, unimpressed. Having spent time together, Sasuke wasn't surprised by Kakashi's penchant for using clones in battle. Pressing his hand to the ground, Sasuke sent a wave of lightning that spread out in front of him, forcing the approaching Konoha ninjas to retreat. As Sasuke glanced around at them, he had already formed a clear judgment of their strength. It's still not enough. Knowing that all he could do was stall for time, Sasuke reached behind him and, with a metallic clang, drew his long blade. "No matter what, I must accomplish what Lord Gensou entrusted to me." Sasuke's Sharingan spun again as he prepared to go on the offensive and take control of the battle. But suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. "You've done well." As the words fell, Sasuke's tense body relaxed. Gensou had arrived. Chapter 129, Chapter 129. At some point, the intense commotion caused by anger of the heavens had completely faded. On Katsuragi Mountain, most of the Tsukuyomi clan's land had returned to a state of calm. Except for the area around Sasuke. However, with the arrival of Gensou, the battle that was about to erupt again was momentarily put on hold. Kakashi signaled for the Konoha team to temporarily stand down. During the brief pause, Hinata, who could use her gentle fist and Byakugan for some healing, lightly tapped Kiba's body with her hands, dispersing the remaining lightning-release chakra within him. She gently asked, "Kiba, how do you feel now?" Kiba moved his body a bit and patted his chest, "Pretty good." "Thanks, Hinata." Kiba rejoined the group. Ahead, Kakashi looked seriously at the men who had suddenly appeared next to Sasuke. Dressed in the same Uchiha blue robes, wearing a white spiral mask, and possibly possessing a Sharingan under it, this was the person who had easily defeated Chiriku, according to reports. Kakashi had initially wondered if this person might be Gensou, but seeing the difference in body type, he knew it wasn't. "Who are you?" Kakashi asked. Not wanting to be known as someone who coveted the power of the Sharingan, Gensou had disguised himself deliberately, hoping to confuse the shinobi world. "I think Konoha already knows a bit," Gensou replied, looking at Kakashi. As he spoke, Gensou remembered an old task he had from the system, something he had neglected for a long time. Main quest, Bell Test. Quest description: as a newly graduated shinobi, the host was exceptionally placed into another 3-person team due to the limited number of new genin. Congratulations to the host for joining Team 7 with Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura under the guidance of Kakashi Itachi. Please showcase your abilities during Kakashi's Bell Test. The quest reward will be based on the host's performance. After graduating from the academy, this main quest involving the Bell Test with the team's Jonin instructor was pretty standard. Ever since the Third Hokage had trained the legendary Sannin, it had become a tradition in Konoha for Jonin to have their new students try to take bells from them. As for inserting himself into the main trio of characters, that was a typical plot device from Naruto fanfics written over a decade ago. In truth, this was a very simple quest. All Gensou needed to do was find Kakashi and have a fight. But Gensou had been preoccupied with matters of the soul over the past half-year and hadn't given this task much thought. While the system was becoming increasingly important to him, Gensou was very clear about one thing: whether it was a main quest or a side quest, completing them was fine as long as it didn't interfere with his own progress. But becoming a slave to the system, running around completing tasks just to grow stronger, held no appeal to him. Without the system, Gensou was still Gensou. And even with the system, everything should still revolve around him. Fortunately, while the system occasionally acted up, it had never complained about his attitude. So the task could remain incomplete for as long as it needed. After all, his beginner task to defeat Naruto had been hanging there for over 50 years, through many academy graduations, and it was still possible to complete it. Letting the bell test quest hang for a few months was no big deal, especially since Kakashi was still alive. And now, Kakashi had conveniently come to him. At this moment, unaware of Gensu's thoughts, Kakashi continued, "You must be a member of the Uchiha clan. I don't know why you've attacked the Fire Temple and the Tsukuyomi clan, but there's still room to resolve this. The Uchiha are part of Konoha. If you have any grievances, you can return to Konoha. I'm sure Lady Hokage would be willing to accept you back." Kakashi didn't have time to delve into why there was another Uchiha besides Sasuke and Itachi. In his analysis, this Uchiha was likely under Gensu's orders. After all, Sasuke had once followed Gensu, and it was unlikely he would defect again. If they could bring this Uchiha back to their side, it would be a good opportunity to weaken Gensu's power. If not... Kakashi exchanged a glance with Guy, who understood immediately. Konoha. The Uchiha. Gensu chuckled dismissively. He didn't answer the question, instead passing it to Sasuke. Sasuke did not disappoint, firmly declaring, "The Uchiha are the Uchiha. Konoha is Konoha." Seeing Sasuke's stance, Kakashi knew there was no room for negotiation. Just as he was about to signal for an attack, the buzzing sound of insects suddenly filled the air. Everyone turned to see a swarm of Kakashi carrying 2 people as they flew in. Shino, who had been silent until now, raised his sunglasses slightly and explained, "My insects found members of the Tsukuyomi clan and brought them here." Soon, the unconscious figure of En and Tunbi were brought over. As the Genjutsu was dispelled and they woke up, En, noticing Tunbi beside him, anxiously shouted at Gensu, "What have you done with Hataru?" Gensu, uninterested in answering, patted Sasuke's shoulder and said, "It's time to go." Their task was complete, there was no reason to stay and play games. Sasuke nodded. Seeing this, En quickly turned to the Konoha ninjas and shouted, "These 2 came for the Tsukuyomi clan's forbidden technique. Konoha ninjas, you must stop them." Even without En's urging, Kakashi had already signaled for an attack and charged at Gensu and Sasuke. Gensu, seeing this, casually formed a few hand seals and said, "Fire style, great fire annihilation." Chakra gathered in Gensu's throat, and as he exhaled, a massive wave of flame surged forward like a tsunami, engulfing the charging Konoha ninjas. What a powerful fire release technique. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly slammed his hands on the ground. Earth style wall. A massive earthen wall rose up, but this time, Kakashi didn't have time to carve a dog's face on it. Crack, crack. In an instant, the earthen wall crumbled under the force of the flames, and the sea of fire continued to surge forward. This should be enough, Gensu thought as he watched the rolling flames, confident that having fought Kakashi would complete the main quest when the time came. He had no interest in lingering any longer and grabbed Sasuke's shoulder, ready to leave. Suddenly, the sharp sound of space being distorted and torn echoed through the air. Gensu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he changed his mind, throwing Sasuke aside. The next second, he raised his arm. Boom. A violent explosion erupted from the point where Gensu stood. Chapter 130. Atop Katsuragi Mountain, the overwhelming sea of flames surged forward. Kakashi's earth-style wall barely held for an instant before it was utterly destroyed. Such a powerful fire release could only be withstood by those with absolute defense techniques like Hinata and Niji's rotation. The other young Konoha 12, who hadn't yet fully matured, could barely handle it. Fortunately, that brief moment of resistance allowed Kakashi to quickly lead the young shinobi to safety. Seeing this, Gensu was about to take Sasuke and leave. However, Guy, who had already received a signal from Kakashi, did not retreat. On the contrary, he immediately unleashed his full power without hesitation, shouting. 8 gates, first gate, gate of opening, open. Second gate, gate of healing, open. Third gate, gate of life, open. Fourth gate, gate of pain, open. Fifth gate, gate of limit, open. Sixth gate, gate of view, open. In an instant, violent chakra surged forth, enveloping Guy in a mass of green steam as his blood boiled, turning his skin a bright red. Even before exerting any force, the ground beneath his feet cracked like a spiderweb under the immense pressure. The next moment, as the sea of flames from the great fire annihilation surged toward him, Guy, now far stronger than before, threw a decisive punch. No ninjutsu was involved, just pure, unadulterated taijutsu. But even this simple punch, delivered at high speed, sent a shockwave through the air that split the advancing sea of flames in two. Without hesitation, Guy moved with blinding speed through the flames, the friction of the air roaring as he charged at Gensu with a powerful kick aimed at his chest. Under the Mangekyo Sharingan, even such speed was clearly visible to Gensu. He quickly tossed Sasuke aside, and with no time to make any other move, he raised his left hand to block. Boom. Guy's kick collided with Gensu's palm with tremendous force. Feeling the overwhelming power crashing down on him, Gensu didn't resist. Instead, he he loosened his stance and used the force to propel himself backward. Guy was about to pursue when Gensou, still retreating, quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Dozens of small fireballs shot out like seeds, leaving no angle for evasion as they homed in on Guy. Seeing the flames approaching from all directions, Guy stopped in his tracks, took a deep breath, and with fingers clenched, he swung his fists rapidly, shouting, "Morning Peacock!" Bam, 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 bam. Like laser beams, the flames generated by Guy's fists from the friction of the air spread out like a peacock's tail, painting the sky red as they dispersed in all directions. Effortlessly breaking through the Phoenix Sage fire technique, the flames from Guy's fists continued to spread toward Gensou. Gensou's Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly as he dodged the oncoming flames with near precognitive precision. Boom. 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 Each burst of flame barely missed Gensou, instead destroying the buildings of the Tsukuyomi clan behind him, reducing them to rubble. Seeing that he couldn't quickly take down Gensou, Guy rushed in for close combat, relentlessly attacking while the flames from Morning Peacock continued to rain down. Crackle. Lightning release chakra surged through Gensou's body. His hands, wrapped in razor-sharp lightning, moved with precision, allowing him to dodge Guy's relentless attacks by the narrowest margins, counterattacking whenever the opportunity arose. Gensou's current fighting style was completely different from before. If he were fighting as himself, he would have engaged Guy in a brutal, man-to-man battle using steel release. But with the assistance of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Gensou was now experiencing the subtle art of technique. As the battle continued, Gensou gained a deeper understanding of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Soon, as Guy's punch left him briefly exposed, Gensou, with his enhanced perception, seized the moment and lunged forward like a rabbit, grabbing Guy's shoulder. He was about to make his move when Guy quickly prepared to counterattack. Not wanting to be greedy, Gensou used his strength to throw Guy behind him instead. Boom. The building that Guy crashed into couldn't withstand the impact and collapsed instantly. Thick dust billowed up, but it couldn't obscure the brilliant green figure emerging from the rubble. As expected of the Sharingan, Guy, his skin red and his body wrapped in green steam, stepped out of the ruins, looking at Gensou with a mix of seriousness and excitement. "You're really strong, Uchiha Uzumaki." In Guy's assessment, this Uchiha, with his Sharingan, had far superior insight and reaction speed compared to his close friend Kakashi. Uchiha Uzumaki. Gensou blinked in confusion. What was that supposed to mean? After a moment's thought, Gensou understood. Uchiha was what Guy assumed his surname was. As for Uzumaki, it must be from the white spiral mask he was wearing. To be fair, it was a fitting name. But still. If you have a bad memory, don't go around giving people random names, Gensou muttered, shaking his head as he noticed Guy, still wrapped in green steam, preparing to charge again. "And you still haven't even unleashed the blue steam," Gensou added coolly. Guy paused in his tracks and nodded in agreement. "You're right. In that case. Seventh gate, Gate of Wonder, open." Boom. In an instant, Guy's aura surged dramatically as the green steam enveloping him turned into blue steam. With everything complete. Crack. Guy crouched down, preparing for battle. As he took a single step forward, the ground beneath him split into several deep cracks, 2 or 3 meters wide, as if an earthquake had struck. The scattered gravel didn't fall as expected but instead floated in midair, suspended by the intense energy emanating from the blue steam. Seeing Guy's strength now vastly different from before, Gensou swallowed the words he had been about to say. He didn't want to risk saying, "And you still haven't even unleashed the red steam," only for Guy to immediately open the 8th gate. This could be troublesome. Gensou quickly glanced at Sasuke's situation. With Guy engaging him, Kakashi, along with the other Jonin Kurenai, who had been hiding in the shadows, and the members of Team 8 and Team 10, Sasuke wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. In that case, let's finish this quickly. Gensou took one last look at the pond, now broken and overflowing with water from the recent battle. As Guy, now in the 7th gate, charged at him with overwhelming force, Gensou's plan took shape in his mind. Boom. The battle resumed with even greater intensity. Chapter 131, Chapter 131. Lee's teacher is really this strong. On Katsuragi Mountain, Sasuke glanced back at the intense battle between Gensou and Guy, his face full of disbelief. When Guy had broken through the sea of flames from the Great Fire Annihilation and kicked at incredible speed, Sasuke had been shocked. Even though his Sharingan could see the attack coming, he didn't have time to react. If Gensou hadn't thrown him aside, Sasuke might have been seriously injured, which had already surprised him at the time. Now, seeing Guy holding his own against Gensou, Sasuke was even more astonished. Others might not know, but Sasuke was well aware of the true identity of his clan member. Even though Gensou wasn't using his full strength, Guy's performance was still something to be proud of. Sasuke recalled the first time he had seen Guy during the Chunin Exams, thinking how ridiculous the man seemed. He shook his head now, realizing the truth in the old saying, you can't judge a book by its cover. But is Lee's teacher really a Jonin of Konoha? And Kakashi considers Lee's teacher his lifelong rival. Is that really not a joke? Watching Guy's current performance and recalling Kakashi's past abilities, Sasuke felt there must be some misunderstanding. But there was no time to think further. Having opened 4 of the 8 gates, Lee, now a miniature version of Guy, charged forward with a powerful gust of wind. Leaf Whirlwind. A spinning high kick with tremendous force came toward him. 8 gates. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, his Sharingan spinning as he swiftly dodged the attack. Compared to Guy, Lee was still much more inexperienced. Clang. Sasuke drew his sword, a blade crafted in the style of the Kusanagi sword by the founder of the craft ninja village, Saimai. Infused with chakra, the sword was immediately activated with the power of lightning. With one slash, Sasuke forced Lee back and then swept the blade around him. Clang, clang, clang. A barrage of thrown weapons from Tenten was deflected and knocked down by Sasuke's sword. Buzzing noises. The sound of countless insects buzzing drew closer. Secret technique, insect sphere. Shino spread his arms, releasing a massive swarm of Kakechu from his body, forming a black cloud that surged toward Sasuke. Sasuke frowned, quickly forming hand seals before opening his mouth and saying, Fire style, Dragon Fire Jutsu. A massive flame erupted from Sasuke's mouth, transforming into a giant fire dragon that incinerated the approaching swarm of insects. The fire then turned toward the other advancing ninjas. Boom. The raging flames formed a barrier in front of them, separating both sides. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Sasuke reached into his ninja pouch for a soldier pill, intending to consume it. Although his strength had increased significantly, his chakra reserves hadn't grown as quickly. After the series of intense battles, his chakra was running low. Just as Sasuke was about to swallow the soldier pill. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. Suddenly, he found himself tightly bound by a large tree. Kurenai, who had been silent and out of sight for a long time, emerged from the tree, her slender fingers reaching toward the back of Sasuke's head. Genjutsu. Sasuke scoffed. Back when he was in Konoha, even though his Sharingan had evolved to the 3-tomo stage, without the proper training from the Uchiha clan, he might have fallen victim to Kurenai's Genjutsu as a Jonin. But now, having filled in his shortcomings during his time in Locke's village, Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Demonic illusion, mirror heaven and earth change. In an instant, the tree binding Sasuke vanished, replaced by the image of Kurenai herself being bound by the tree. For Genjutsu specialists, the Sharingan is truly a source of sorrow, Kurenai sighed calmly, despite being bound. Facing Itachi could be explained by the power gap due to the Mangekyo Sharingan. But now, facing a younger shinobi with the 3-tomo Sharingan, having her Genjutsu reflected again was a clear reminder of the Sharingan's dominance over Genjutsu. However, no matter how powerful the Sharingan is against Genjutsu, it's not an absolute counter. Just like now, Sasuke instinctively looked at Kurenai. In that moment, Kurenai's figure dissolved like a bubble. Having already witnessed the power of the Sharingan against Itachi, Kurenai was not about to make the same mistake twice. Demonic illusion, Naraku substitution. The target of Sasuke's counterattack was only her Genjutsu clone. Not only that, but as the clone dissipated, a cascade of beautiful cherry blossoms scattered from where it had been. Falling petals Genjutsu. Kurenai, who had earned her promotion to Jonin, was not to be underestimated. In an instant, the roles of attacker and defender were reversed. As Sasuke saw the cherry blossoms, he felt an overwhelming fatigue, a deep desire to sleep immediately. Another Genjutsu. Although Sasuke quickly broke the Genjutsu, the moment of delay allowed a hand to reach up from the ground, grab his ankle, and pull him down forcefully. Earth style, Headhunter Jutsu. Boom. Sasuke's entire body was pulled underground, leaving only his head exposed. Kakashi, who had been hiding underground, emerged. Sasuke, when you return, you should reflect on your actions, Kakashi said, spreading his fingers to perform a sealing jutsu, intending to seal Sasuke's chakra. Sasuke looked at Kakashi calmly. The next moment, a violent tremor shook the ground. As Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise, Sasuke's head quickly sank into the ground, and he disappeared completely. Soon, a large hole appeared in a nearby clearing, from which emerged a large orange cat, holding a drill in its paws and wearing a golden abacus around its neck, along with the previously missing Sasuke. Meow, thank you for your patronage, 1 digging job, 200,000 Rio please. The plump orange cat, its eyes sparkling like gold coins, held out a paw to Sasuke, asking for payment. I'll pay you when we get back, Sasuke replied, knowing the cat's obsession with money, while swallowing the soldier pill he had been holding. The fat orange cat tilted its head, reluctantly nodded, and said, considering your good credit, little Sasuke, I'll take the risk and agree this time. Remember, no more than 7 days, or the interest doubles, meow. With that, the fat orange cat waved goodbye in a beckoning cat gesture before disappearing in a puff of white smoke. Opposite them, noticing the scene, Kakashi frowned and said, "A ninja cat. When did Sasuke sign a summoning contract with them?" While it was known that the ninja cats were once the Uchiha clan's source of intelligence, the Uchiha clan was no more. In Kakashi's memory, Sasuke had never signed a summoning contract with the ninja cats. This oversight had caused his plan to falter, allowing Sasuke to escape again. Also, when did Sasuke use the summoning jutsu? Was it when he used the dragon fire jutsu to obscure our vision? The only time Sasuke was out of sight was during the dragon fire jutsu. That must have been when it happened. Chapter 132, Chapter 132. Sasuke has certainly learned a lot from you, Kakashi, Kurenai remarked as she revealed her true form. Because their opponents were Uchiha, she had stayed out of the fight for most of the time, instead sneaking back to where the anger of the heavens was released earlier and bringing back the dazed Hataru. As a Konoha ninja, they also had to complete the mission to rescue the Tsukuyomi clan. Kakashi glanced at the trembling Hataru, who was clutching onto N, then calmly drew another kunai from his pouch, holding it in a reverse grip. "I don't feel any pride in this right now. I'll take the lead, Kurenai, you provide support, and the others will seal off all escape routes." Kurenai nodded. As a fully qualified jonin under Konoha's strict promotion standards, even without using genjutsu, her taijutsu and ninjutsu were at jonin level. Otherwise, she would have been labeled as a tokubetsu jonin. Supporting Kakashi in an offensive was simple enough for her. The other Konoha 12 members also followed orders, spreading out to further restrict Sasuke's movement. Boom. In the distance, Guy and Gensu clashed again with explosive force. With a swift whoosh, Kakashi and Kurenai, moving in perfect synchronization, charged at Sasuke from both sides using the body flicker technique. Sasuke knew he couldn't afford to be careless. He had heard Kurenai's earlier comment. Indeed, the tactic of using ninjutsu to obscure vision and then seizing the opportunity to deploy a new technique was something he had learned from Kakashi a long time ago. However, Kakashi usually used Earth-style wall to obscure the enemy's vision, then deployed Shadow Clone Jutsu, leaving the clone behind while he hid the real body, ready to strike at the right moment. As a tactician who often used his head, this was Kakashi's usual approach. Many enemies had fallen prey to this tactic. Sasuke had just employed a similar strategy. He hadn't used shadow clones, though, mainly because his chakra reserves were running low. Unlike Naruto, who could afford to waste chakra freely, Sasuke was very cautious with its usage. But in front of Kakashi, a trick that worked once wouldn't work twice. Under heavy pressure, Sasuke, with his blade crackling with lightning, didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced, launching an attack as Kakashi and Kurenai approached. To avoid collateral damage, Guy had purposefully lured Gensu to another location for their battle from the very beginning. Noticing that the nearby area included a pond, Gensu went along with Guy's intentions. Water-style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Dodging Guy's punches and kicks with a large backstep, Gensu formed hand seals. A massive water dragon rose from the lake and lunged at Guy. Even his water style is this proficient. Guy thought as he punched through the water dragon with a flurry of blows. He had brought this Uchiha Uzumaki to the water's edge, partly to limit his fire style. But it turned out that, despite usually awakening fire affinity chakra, this Uchiha was equally skilled in water style. Rain from the shattered water dragon poured down, drenching the battlefield. With the heavy burden of maintaining the seventh gate, Guy wasted no time and charged at Gensu once more. Bam, bam, bam. After a few intense exchanges, Gensu's figure exploded, transforming into a stream of water. A water clone, Guy narrowed his eyes, quickly spinning and kicking the Gensu who appeared behind him, shattering the clone into water once again. For the next few moments, using the ample water supply from the pond, Gensu repeatedly formed water clones, launching attack after attack against Guy. As Guy grew impatient, readying a powerful move to take down the hidden Gensu in one decisive blow. Bang. Guy instinctively shattered the water clone that rushed at him. Then, out of habit, he swept his right leg back, preparing to deal with the clone behind him. But this time, his foot made solid contact. There's a real body behind me. Guy's expression changed slightly. He was about to counterattack when he noticed the water from the shattered clone falling in front of him, reflecting Gensu's image behind him. Their eyes met. Mangekyo Sharingan's Genjutsu activated. Guy froze for a split second. Got him, Gensu muttered, relaxing slightly. But then he noticed Guy's body twitch, as if he was about to break free. His brow furrowed, and without hesitation, Gensu delivered a powerful kick that sent Guy flying off Katsuragi Mountain. As he rushed to Sasuke's aid, he had a moment to think. My Mangekyo Sharingan's Genjutsu can only hold Guy for an instant. Is Guy's resistance to Genjutsu really that strong? No, it's the 8 gates. The 8 gates technique unlocks the body's chakra limits, temporarily granting immense power. Once the gates are opened, the amount of chakra in the body increases by dozens of times, and the chakra itself becomes extremely volatile. Genjutsu, by nature, disrupts the target's 5 senses using chakra, causing them to fall into illusions. To break a genjutsu, one only needs to disrupt their internal chakra flow, either by themselves or with someone else's help. In the 7th gate state, Guy's chakra was constantly in a state of violent turmoil. While Mangekyo Sharingan's genjutsu could control him for an instant, it would be quickly broken by the rampant chakra within his body. The only genjutsu that might completely affect Guy in this state would likely be the ones beyond ordinary illusions, like the Mangekyo's special abilities or the infinite Tsukuyomi. Realizing the danger, Gensa had immediately kicked Guy, who was regaining his senses, off the mountain. By the time Guy, who couldn't fly, managed to return, it would be too late. Whoosh! With Guy no longer keeping him occupied, Gensa dashed rapidly toward Sasuke. On the perimeter, Niji, through his Byakugan, saw the figure speeding toward them. His face changed, and he turned to assume his gentle fist stance. Boom. In an instant, Niji was sent flying like a bowling pin, crashing through several walls before coming to a stop. So fast. Niji muttered, stunned by what he had seen through his Byakugan just before he lost consciousness. Sasuke's situation was dire. With Kakashi and Kurenai, 2 Jonin, attacking him with full force, and the support of the other Konoha 12 members, Sasuke's injuries were piling up. His once dazzling sword now slashed horizontally, temporarily pushing Kurenai back. Breathing heavily, Sasuke prepared to face Kakashi, who was applying relentless pressure. Sasuke realized he had been mistaken. Kakashi wasn't as ordinary as he had thought. On the contrary, Kakashi was quite skilled at handling him. I can't hold out much longer. Sasuke, his chakra nearly depleted, recognized the situation. Kakashi, sensing the opportunity, moved in. Just as the two were about to clash, a figure suddenly intervened. Well done, Jensen nodded at Sasuke. Chapter 133, Chapter 133. Seeing Gensu arrive, Sasuke finally breathed a sigh of relief, dispersing the lightning chakra from his sword and allowing himself to relax completely. With Gensu here, all the current problems seemed to vanish. And indeed, that was the case. Facing the approaching attacks from Kakashi, Kurenai, and the other Konoha ninjas, Gensu quickly formed hand seals and declared. Fire style, hiding in ash and dust technique. A large amount of high-temperature ash rapidly emerged, centering on Gensu and Sasuke. It concealed their figures and spread out like a thick fog in all directions. Kakashi, who was closest, instantly realized the danger. Sensing the extreme heat from the ash, he stopped in his tracks. The level of mastery this unknown Uchiha had over fire style was far beyond what Kakashi had anticipated. Retreat, he ordered. Seeing the dangerously hot ash advancing toward them, Kakashi had no choice but to retreat quickly with the others. Meanwhile, within the cloud of ash, Gensu looked toward the blue figure rapidly approaching in the distance and then glanced at Ataru, who was in his arms, staring at them with a complex expression. Everything that needed to be done was finished, and Gensu had gained what he wanted. He saw no reason to linger any longer. To avoid the possibility of Guy opening all 8 gates in a moment of desperation, Gensu placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder and, using the Earth-style, subterranean voyage, the two quickly sank into the ground, burrowing through the mountain like a dragon, and soon disappeared without a trace. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of powerful punches, Guy swiftly dispersed the high-temperature ash. Guy, who had just arrived, didn't hesitate. He immediately began punching at high speed, scattering the hiding in ash and dust technique. But Sasuke and Gensu were already gone. Huh? Where did the enemies go? Guy scratched his head in confusion. Having learned from Hinata that Sasuke and the masked man had used Earth-style to escape at such speed that they were now beyond the range of the Byakugan, Kakashi sighed slightly and explained to Guy. They're already gone. Should we go after them? Guy clenched his fists, his fighting spirit still high. After this experience, tracking Sasuke and the masked man will become much more difficult. Besides. Kakashi trailed off, shaking his head as memories of the battle with the men possessing the Sharingan played in his mind. The strength the men had shown was far beyond what he had anticipated. Another Uchiha. With such a figure, plus Sasuke's rapidly growing power, their current team configuration would stand little chance if they encountered them again. They might even suffer heavy losses. Though I hate to admit it, I'm sorry, everyone, but our mission to bring Sasuke back has failed again, Kakashi said calmly as he pulled his forehead protector back down to cover his Sharingan, then looked up at the sky. At that moment, he felt his life was full of failures. His mother had died early, his father had committed suicide, one of his closest friends had died saving him, while the other he had to kill with his own hands, his beloved teacher and mentor had also died on the same day. And now, even his student had chosen to leave him, despite all his efforts to bring him back. No matter what Kakashi did, Sasuke never looked back. It seemed that failure was the main theme running through his life. Kakashi sometimes wondered how he had managed to hold on for so long. Just then, a familiar voice rang out in his ears. The journey of youth isn't just about passion, it's also filled with regrets. Embracing those regrets and facing them head-on will make the flames of youth burn even brighter. Kakashi turned to see Guy cheering him on with a loud and energetic shout. Indeed. In his darkest moments, there had always been this friend who, despite the strange looks from others, consistently stayed true to himself, constantly pulling Kakashi back from the brink of despair. Kakashi shook his head, dispersing the lingering gloom from his thoughts. He looked at Guy and said, "Guy, you still have the 8 gates open. You should close them now." Even with Guy's superhuman physique, keeping the 7th gate open for too long was taxing. "I almost forgot." As expected of my lifelong rival, Kakashi, thanks for the reminder, Guy said, giving Kakashi a thumbs up before deactivating the 8 gates. The next second, his body trembled, sweat poured down his face, and he began gasping for breath. Kakashi moved forward to support the now exhausted Guy. "I'm fine. Youth doesn't allow for retreat. I can still do 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 frog jumps, 1,000. Guy tried to prove himself again. Kakashi ignored his nonsense and continued to support him, resuming his calm demeanor as he asked Kurenai, who had just finished checking Niji's condition and confirmed that his injuries weren't life-threatening. "What's the deal with the little girl from the Tsukuyomi clan?" Although their mission to bring Sasuke back had failed, Kakashi still felt the need to investigate Sasuke and the other Uchiha's sudden appearance and their invasion of the Fire Temple and Katsuragi Mountain, hoping to find some useful information. Kurenai, who had already questioned Hataru when she brought her back, replied, "Hataru is the current bearer of the Tsukuyomi clan's forbidden jutsu. Sasuke and the masked men invaded the Tsukuyomi clan to obtain the forbidden jutsu. But it's strange, the masked man didn't remove the jutsu from Hataru, he just had her repeatedly use it and didn't harm her. So the Tsukuyomi clan's forbidden jutsu is still with her." "Yes. That's odd. Could he have used the Sharingan to copy the jutsu?" Kakashi speculated, glancing at Hataru, who was still beside no Gyoja. As someone known as the copy ninja, Kakashi knew well that while the Sharingan was excellent at copying jutsu, it was difficult to replicate forbidden techniques. The masked man could have easily taken the forbidden jutsu or taken Hataru herself, but instead, he just left after making her use the jutsu a few times. It was puzzling from a normal shinobi's perspective, and Kakashi couldn't quite understand it. Meanwhile, Hataru, noticing Kakashi's gaze, shrank back slightly, hiding a scroll inside her clothes. Though her grandfather and the Konoha ninjas believed that the masked man was evil, she didn't see him that way. He never tried to take the forbidden jutsu from her, at most, he just had her use it in front of him a few times. Although it was exhausting, she had gained some benefits from the experience, thanks to the various secret medicines he had given her. Moreover, the masked man had even left her with a training scroll for water-style chakra control as a parting gift, perhaps as a reward for using the anger of the heavens technique so many times. Such a person didn't seem like the greedy and evil type that adults often spoke of. Additionally, the masked man's final words to her made a lot of sense. Having a forbidden jutsu that others covet without the strength to protect it would only lead to a tragic end. Relying on others wasn't as good as relying on herself. Recalling the splendid but dangerous battle she had just witnessed between the ninjas, Hataru made a decision. She would definitely study the contents of the training scroll the masked man had left her. Speaking of which, since he left her a training scroll, it wouldn't be wrong to call him sensei, right? Chapter 134, Chapter 134. Ding. Main quest, Bell-Stealing Battle, completed. Your performance in the bell-stealing battle greatly exceeded the expectations of Jonin Kakashi Hatake. Although it's a pity you didn't manage to steal a bell, you have successfully caught Kakashi's attention. Your subsequent flawless performance in the teamwork assessment secured your place in Team 7. The road to becoming Hokage is no longer distant. Quest rewards, Elite Chunin level Chakra Reserves, Earth Style, Earth Wall, Dog Head Edition, Konoha Secret Taijutsu Technique, 1000 Years of Death. After leaving Katsuragi Mountain, Gensou used medical ninjutsu to heal Sasuke's injuries and allow him to rest. It was then that the system finally notified him that the main quest had been completed. As expected, it still retained its usual style. Well, at least you didn't lie about the bell, Gensou mused. Of course, there was no way he would pull out a string of bells and hang them from Kakashi's waist during a battle. That would have been completely out of character. If he really did that, Kakashi would probably never understand why he did it, even on his deathbed. But, regardless, the quest was completed. As for the rewards, Gensou didn't bother to complain about the 1000 Years of Death or the dog head. However, when he focused on the elite Chunin level chakra reserves, he felt the increase. Though still insignificant, it was about a third more than the standard Chunin level chakra. This reward was likely benchmarked against elite Chunin, such as the now deceased Root ninjas. With these rewards in hand, combined with his previous setup, the self in Konoha could likely be categorized as a Tokubetsu Jonin. At that time, that self might have been quite grateful to the system. After all, he was the man who, at the same age, surpassed the reincarnations of Azura and Indra. But as powerful as you are, can you make Sasuke call you Sama? Gensu-sama. At that moment, Sasuke, having finished his rest, opened his eyes and noticed Gensu looking his way. He immediately stood up and addressed him respectfully. Gensu nodded and praised him. To hold your ground against Kakashi and Kurenai, two Jonin from Konoha, for so long, your performance was impressive. Hearing this, Sasuke's face showed rare excitement. Although Gensu had taught him many things, he had never once praised him. Perhaps Gensu considered Sasuke's progress as something ordinary. Though he never expressed it, Sasuke had always secretly yearned for praise from the men he deeply admired, Gensu. Just as he once longed for his father's approval after successfully performing the great fireball jutsu by the lake. He had thought that with Gensu's high standards, such praise would take a long time to come. He never expected to hear it at this moment, unexpectedly entering his ears. Watching the uncharacteristically excited Sasuke, Gensu smiled faintly. Sasuke's performance in the earlier battle had indeed surprised him. He had held his own against Kakashi and the others at the start, and later managed to survive until Gensu arrived. Even by his own strict standards, Sasuke's performance deserved high praise. After all, Sasuke had not yet reached his full potential. Naturally, praise was due. This time served as your field training. When we return, continue refining your combat style, and you will gain much, Gensu advised. Sasuke nodded seriously. Then he asked, Gensu-sama, are we heading back to the village now? After traveling such a long distance and fighting some battles, Sasuke had made some guesses about the purpose of this journey but had yet to grasp the full picture. With little curiosity, he hadn't asked Gensu many questions. After all, training is training, no matter where it takes place. And with Gensu always by his side, he could ask him about training matters anytime. But now, it seemed that unlike at the Fire Temple, Master Gensu had gained something significant at Katsuragi Mountain, and it was probably time to return. Indeed, Gensu had gained quite a lot from Hataru, and in good spirits, he had even given her a training scroll as a parting gift. If he remembered correctly, the girl had a remarkable talent for water style. However, contrary to Sasuke's assumptions, Gensu had not completed his mission and didn't plan to return immediately. Instead, he explained as they continued traveling through the land of fire. Before we return, we need to retrieve something crucial for the future of Locke's village. Something crucial for Locke's village? Sasuke asked, puzzled. Gensu gazed into the distance. You'll find out soon enough. After the battle at Katsuragi Mountain, Gensu and Sasuke traveled through the land of fire, taking great care to conceal their tracks, unlike before. Despite no casualties in Kakashi's team, the absence of their strongest asset, Guy, combined with Niji's injuries and the overall exhaustion of the others, forced them to retreat to Konoha after bidding farewell to the Tsukuyomi clan. On the way back, Lee carried the injured Niji, and Kakashi supported the exhausted Guy. The group moved quickly toward the village without stopping. Initially believing he could continue, Guy now comfortably rested on Kakashi's back. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, he suddenly remembered something and sternly whispered in Kakashi's ear. I almost forgot to mention it. Kakashi, that Uchiha Uzumaki's Sharingan is extremely powerful. Both his perception and Genjutsu felt stronger than your Sharingan. Uchiha Uzumaki. Like Gensu, Kakashi was initially taken aback by the name. But knowing Guy well, he quickly understood. After hearing Guy's account, Kakashi's expression became more serious. As his longtime rival, Guy was very familiar with Kakashi's Sharingan. If Guy said the masked man's Sharingan was superior, it could only mean, as Kakashi had suspected, that the man's Sharingan was at the Mangekyo level. This was undoubtedly the worst-case scenario. Another Uchiha had emerged from nowhere, wielding a Mangekyo Sharingan. Not only was he powerful, but he hadn't even used the Mangekyo Sharingan special abilities during their fight. Such a figure, staying close to Sasuke, clearly harbored ill will toward Konoha. He had attacked the Fire Temple and the Tsukuyomi clan with reckless abandon, and who knows what he might do next. Kakashi sighed at the thought. Konoha was truly facing troubled times. Moreover, once the news of this encounter spread, the already turbulent shinobi world would likely become even more unstable. We can only find solace in small things now, Kakashi shrugged as he noticed Guy staring at him, waiting for a response. Let's just hope we get to see that masked men with the Mangekyo Sharingan meet Itachi someday. That encounter would surely be quite the spectacle. Chapter 135, Chapter 135. Ding. Side quest, King of D-Rank Missions. Quest description, now that the host has officially become a genin and joined Team 7, the journey as a ninja begins. As an exceptional genin, even if only tasked with D-Rank missions for now, your talents must shine. The host is required to complete 20 D-rank missions in one day to achieve the title of King of D-rank missions. Quest rewards: Water Clone Jutsu, Lightning Clone Jutsu. As soon as Gensou reached their destination, a new system notification popped into his mind. Glancing at it briefly, Gensou dismissed it without a second thought. It wasn't a main quest, and he had long since mastered the Water Clone Jutsu and Lightning Clone Jutsu. He had no interest in completing 20 D-rank missions. Putting the system out of his mind, Gensou turned his attention to the vast rocky terrain ahead. A relic of the past. Sasuke, following beside him, scanned the surroundings and noticed numerous ruins, indicating that this area once witnessed a great civilization. With clear intent, Gensou continued deeper into the area, casually asking Sasuke, "Have you heard of Shino?" Sasuke nodded. "Like those from the village of Iwagakure, he's one of your captives." "And his identity?" "The leader of the remnants of the Sky Ninja." "You didn't have to use the term remnants," Gensou observed with a slight smile, glancing at Sasuke. The Sky Ninja once waged war to resist the dominance of the 5 great shinobi nations, only to be taught a harsh lesson by Konoha. From Konoha's perspective, calling them the remnants of the Sky Ninja would be entirely fitting. Yet, Sasuke, despite having no one to teach him, had consciously chosen to refer to them as the survivors instead, indicating a shift in attitude. It seemed that the brief conversation with Kazuma at the base of the fire temple had given him a new perspective he had never considered before. Gensou, however, didn't particularly care about this. He continued, "The Sky Ninja were called that because their village once existed in the sky. Although most of their forces were annihilated back then, the Sky Ninja village, also known as the Angkor Fortress, still exists." Sasuke quickly pieced it together. "So, this is where the Angkor Fortress of the Sky Ninja is hidden." Gensou nodded and then spoke seriously. "Violence and suffering often arrive when least expected. The future shinobi world will only grow more turbulent. Even Locke's village cannot remain untouched by this turmoil. That's why Locke's village needs an escape route." The power of the 5 great shinobi nations was not to be underestimated. In terms of peak strength, they were no match for Gensou. But the vast web of influence they had woven over decades in the shinobi world meant that if they truly focused on it, it would only be a matter of time before the secrets of Locke's village were discovered. While Gensou was powerful, he couldn't always be there like a babysitter to protect Locke's village and the Hagoromo clan. Moreover, even the mightiest tree would remain merely superficial if it never endured storms. However, he could still provide the Hagoromo clan with a secure escape route. The Angkor Fortress of the Sky Ninja was an excellent choice. In a world where few possessed the ability to fly, as long as Gensou didn't act recklessly, the Angkor Fortress, the former Sky Ninja village, would remain a safe haven. Sasuke understood Gensou's reasoning. Reflecting on the fate of the Uchiha clan in Konoha and the current state of the Uchiha members living in Locke's village, he was determined never to allow such a tragedy to happen again. At this moment, Sasuke was even more proactive than Gensou. If the remnants of the Sky Ninja have survived until now, then the Angkor Fortress must be guarded. Should we eliminate them all? Sasuke asked, showing a readiness to take extreme measures to protect the future of Locke's village and the Hagoromo clan. "No need," Gensou replied calmly. "Shino is more obedient than I expected." Shino's behavior had indeed surprised him. This man, who had once questioned the meaning of 50 years of his life, had later displayed a deep understanding of the phrase, "He who understands the times is a true hero." When Gensou had ordered him to write a command letter instructing the Sky Ninja stationed at the Angkor Fortress to obey Gensou without question, Shino had complied without hesitation. Whether Shino had truly submitted or was simply biding his time like a latter-day Gojin, Gensou didn't care as long as the men fulfilled his orders. With Shino's detailed intelligence and route guidance, Gensou and Sasuke bypassed the surface camouflage and reached their destination within 15 minutes. Inside the Angkor Fortress, the scars from the fierce battle of years past were still visible. Many passageways remained collapsed, and those that were intact were riddled with long cracks and overgrown with vines and moss. "Looks like we'll need to clean up this place before moving the residents of Locke's village here," Gensou remarked, surveying the surroundings. Soon, they encountered a patrol of Sky Ninja. After a friendly exchange, with Shino's authority as the Sky Ninja leader still unchallenged, Gensou easily took control of the fortress. They opened a hidden passageway leading to the core power room. Standing at the end of the corridor, Gensou looked down into the cylindrical space below, where a massive, snake-like creature with a zero mask on its head lay sealed within a yellow membrane. He calmly remarked, "The Zero Tails, huh?" The so-called Zero Tails was not a true tailed beast. When the Sky Ninja had obtained it, they believed it possessed the power of a tailed beast, so they presumptuously named it the Zero Tails, considering it an addition to the One Tails through Nine Tails. In reality, the Zero Tails was more akin to a malevolent entity like the Grim Reaper, or the Evil God. Born from the darkness in human hearts, it could never be truly destroyed as long as such darkness existed. Its actual combat strength aside, its undying nature made it a perfect power source to sustain the floating fortress for years. The Sky Ninja had wisely harnessed it as such. Who knows what had gone wrong with Shinoe's plan, leading him to absorb the Zero Tail's dark chakra, mistakenly believing he could conquer the shinobi world like Saimai, only to be quickly defeated by Naruto and Sasuke in the original timeline. Gensou, who didn't care about tailed beasts, was even less concerned about the Zero Tails. Like the Sky Ninja before him, he planned to exploit the Zero Tails as a perpetual energy source. After all, the creature could never be fully destroyed, and the control seals were already in place. Sasuke. Gensou extended his right hand, placing it inside the cylindrical space where the Zero Tails was sealed. As his chakra continuously seeped out and was absorbed by the Zero Tails, powering the fortress for its reactivation, he gave a command without looking back. Check the surrounding area within 10 kilometers. Don't let anyone approach. The reactivation of the Angkor fortress would cause a significant commotion, and Gensou didn't want any outsiders witnessing it. Yes, Gensou-sama. Sasuke obeyed and left to carry out the order. Half an hour later. With all preparations complete, Gensou officially reactivated the Angkor fortress. In an instant, amidst a violent tremor, the massive fortress, primarily constructed of stone and resembling a regular village with numerous buildings on its surface, rapidly ascended from the ground, soaring into the sky until it disappeared into the clouds, completely concealed. Earth-style, Earth core movement. On the ground, the Gensou shadow clone left behind clapped his hands to the earth, using Earth-style to fill in the vast empty space left by the ascending fortress. Once the surface blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, the shadow clone nodded in satisfaction before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Inside the fortress, Gensou, having received the shadow clone's memories, wasted no time. After a few operations on the control panel, the enormous Angkor fortress began its journey towards Locke's village. Chapter 136, Chapter 136. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office. After returning to the village, Kakashi, as the leader of the mission team, immediately reported to the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, detailing the failure of the mission and the entire sequence of events. And that concludes the full report of this mission. I apologize, Lady Hokage, but we failed to accomplish our objective. Sitting behind her desk, Tsunade's expression grew solemn as she listened. She waved her hand, dismissing his apology. If the masked man indeed possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, as you've described, the failure of this mission is understandable. Every Uchiha with a Mangekyo Sharingan was a formidable opponent, be it the recent Uchiha Itachi or the earlier Uchiha Madara. Tsunade, born into the Senju clan, understood well the strength of such individuals. Facing a Mangekyo Sharingan user, Tsunade was relieved that there were no casualties among the team members in this mission. However, when did another Uchiha with a Mangekyo Sharingan emerge? And how is he involved with Uchiha Sasuke and that Hagoromo Gensou behind him? Tsunade intertwined her fingers, resting her hands on the desk, deep in thought. The situation of the Uchiha clan was well documented in Konoha, and she hadn't heard of anyone else awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan back then. If such a person existed, Itachi's massacre of the clan wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Could it be that some Uchiha left a descendant outside the village, who then suddenly awakened the Sharingan and evolved it to the Mangekyo stage? Tsunade speculated. Ninjas weren't saints. During missions or travels, it wasn't unusual for them to engage in casual relationships if they met someone they liked. Aside from the Hyuga clan, with their rigid and almost fanatical rules, it wasn't uncommon for members of other clans, even those with Kekkei Genkai, to leave behind descendants unintentionally. Look at the Yuki clan from Kirigakura and the Kagaya clan. Although these bloodline limit clans were wiped out, it wouldn't be surprising if one or two ice release or Shikatsumiaka users emerged in the land of water in the future. Haku was one such example. So, Tsunade considered the possibility that the masked man might be a similar case. She had no idea that Uchiha Shisui had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan before his death. After Shisui disclosed the abilities of his eyes to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo acted swiftly to seize one of Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Since the incident involved shady dealings and personal secrets, Danzo naturally left no trace of what happened. Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't aware that Danzo had taken one of Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon hearing that Shisui had jumped to his death, and knowing that the Konoha leadership had not acted with integrity during the event, Hiruzen downplayed the incident, deciding not to leave any official record of the affair, not wanting to further provoke the already tense Uchiha clan. As for Shisui himself, he was not one to seek attention. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he didn't want his clan, which had become militant, to gain more confidence in their plans to overthrow the village, so he never revealed that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus, in the vast village of Konoha, after Hagoromo Gensou annihilated Danzo and the root members who had taken part in the attack, no one was aware of the truth behind Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, except for one person who had already defected from the village. This mission has been tough on all of you. I'll give you some time off. Take this opportunity to rest, Tsunade said, rubbing her temples, feeling a bit weary. The longer Tsunade served as Hokage, the more she wanted to punch her predecessor, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and demand to know why he had left her with such a mess. The independent root division was one thing, though it wasn't resolved in a way she preferred, it no longer existed. But the complete annihilation of the Uchiha clan, one of Konoha's pillars and symbols of power, under the third Hokage's watch, was another issue. Now, she had to deal with not one but three individuals from the Uchiha clan, Itachi, Sasuke, and this unknown Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan, all of whom should have been on Konoha's side but were now its enemies. The situation struck Tsunade as absurd. Although she wasn't particularly fond of the Uchiha as a senju, she didn't harbor enough hatred to want them eradicated. What had driven Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo to such extremes? It was impossible that Hiruzen hadn't received any information on the night Itachi wiped out the Uchiha clan. After all, he had always had Umbu monitoring the clan's every move. Many of the Uchiha who died that night weren't just shinobi, they were elderly, children, and even some who lacked any shinobi potential. Was such thoroughness really necessary? Tsunade sighed heavily. It seemed she was destined to deal with the aftermath of her predecessor's decisions. Kakashi. As Kakashi was about to turn and leave, having just formed some ideas about the Sharingan and planning to experiment after returning home, Tsunade called out to him. Kakashi paused and looked back at her. Tsunade sighed slightly, then addressed him seriously. Given the current situation, the village can no longer ignore Sasuke. I'll be issuing an official notice, designating Sasuke as an S-rank missing nin of Konoha. As Konoha's allies, the Fire Temple and the Tsukuyomi clan had suffered significant losses, and there needed to be an explanation. Sasuke, as one of the culprits, had too many witnesses. If Sasuke wasn't labeled a missing nin after all this, Konoha's credibility would suffer greatly. Even though Tsunade was reluctant, she had no choice. In truth, in the original timeline, Danzo, who had just been appointed interim Hokage, wasn't wrong in officially designating Sasuke as a missing nin of Konoha. Previously, Sasuke hadn't been labeled a missing nin because he had kept a low profile, and the enemies he killed were on Konoha's blacklist, such as Orochimaru, Deidara, and Uchiha Itachi. However, by the time the Five Kage summit was about to convene, the news that Sasuke had defeated and captured the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki had spread throughout the shinobi world. If Sasuke wasn't officially declared a missing nin at that point, it could lead to a significant conflict between Konoha and Kimogakure. After all, if Sasuke wasn't a missing nin, he was technically still a Konoha shinobi. A Konoha shinobi capturing Kimogakure's Eight-Tails Jinchuriki would undoubtedly lead to war. The current situation was quite similar. Kakashi wasn't as naive as Naruto, who would run off to plead with the Raikage for Sasuke's forgiveness. Understanding Tsunade's predicament, Kakashi remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. I understand. Ever since Sasuke left the village, Kakashi knew this day would eventually come. Now, he could only hope that Naruto wouldn't be too devastated by the news and wouldn't cling to false hopes. Chapter 137, Chapter 137. Ding ding ding. The clear sound of wind chimes swayed gently in the breeze. Same Hata suddenly appeared and lashed out, swiftly absorbing the chakra from the unsuspecting ninja before retracting. Just as Kisame was about to turn and leave, he noticed something. Reaching out, he retrieved a freshly updated bounty list from the corpse of the dead ninja. Itachi, look what I've found, Kisame said, flipping through the list quickly. His eyes lit up as he smiled at Itachi, who was sitting on a large rock nearby. Uchiha Sasuke, a Konoha S-rank rogue ninja, accused of leaving the village without authorization, invading the Fire Temple, invading the Tsukuyomi clan. Haha, it seems that your brother has been quite busy, Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, who had been resting with his eyes closed on the rock, slowly opened them. The black three-tomo Sharingan in his blood-red pupils slightly rotated. Wait, there's more, Kisame continued, finding another bounty note on the dead ninja. His voice carried a hint of surprise. Your brother's bounty in the black market has already reached 30 million. TSK, that's quite a sum. You better watch out for Kakuzu. He definitely won't miss out on this opportunity to make money. Sasuke's bounty on the black market was on par with Chiriku's. Although his strength wasn't as formidable as the latter, being the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan from Konoha, combined with the power of the Sharingan, had greatly increased Sasuke's value, putting him on the same level as Chiriku. However, he hadn't yet reached the 35 million standard set by Sarutobi Asuma, mainly due to Asuma's status as the son of the third Hokage. Itachi didn't respond to Kisame's words, his gaze merely becoming more distant. Suddenly, a new, playful voice interrupted the conversation. Kakuzu is currently busy working as a mercenary, fighting for a small country. He won't be able to focus on Itachi's brother for a while. Besides, even if he wanted to claim that 30 million, he'd have to find Sasuke first. As the voice faded, Zetsu, with his half-black, half-white body wrapped around a tree, emerged from the ground. Kisame, unfazed by Zetsu's sudden appearance, asked, even you don't have any information on Itachi's brother? Not even the Sage of Six Paths is omnipotent, let alone us, came the deep voice of Black Zetsu, different from the earlier playful tone. He wasn't lying. The shinobi world was vast. Even with 100,000 white Zetsus spread out, it was impossible to gather all the information. Moreover, only a few white Zetsus were currently active. Sasuke was with Gensou, making it challenging to track their movements. Did the leader send you with a new mission? Itachi finally spoke, but not about his brother. Instead, he inquired about the reason for Zetsu's arrival. White Zetsu turned to Itachi, his playful voice returning, "It's not a mission. The leader just wants to ask you, Itachi, if there is anyone besides you in the Uchiha clan who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." Mangekyo Sharingan? Itachi's expression shifted slightly as he asked calmly, "Why ask such a question?" "Oh, you don't know." White Zetsu feigned surprise, spreading his hands wide in exaggerated shock. Black Zetsu, uninterested in the act, explained directly, "A man with the Mangekyo Sharingan has appeared by Sasuke's side. The leader is curious about him." Although Sasuke's whereabouts hadn't been pinpointed, White Zetsu had gathered information on the recent battles at the Fire Temple and Mount Katsuragi. Pain had issued orders to contact and invite the new Mangekyo Sharingan wielder to join their ranks, considering the Sharingan's effectiveness in capturing the tailed beasts. As for the potential conflict between this individual and Itachi, Pain believed he could suppress any issues. After understanding the situation, Itachi remained expressionless, shaking his head calmly, "I know nothing about this person." Just as I thought, White Zetsu, who hadn't been hopeful, shrugged, joking about their leader. Pain should have realized that if there were another Mangekyo Sharingan in the Uchiha clan, Itachi, you wouldn't have had such an easy time wiping them out. Black Zetsu gave Itachi a deep look before vanishing back into the ground as quickly as he had appeared. "Itachi, you'd better be careful. Since this man with the Mangekyo Sharingan is with your brother, it's clear what his attitude toward you might be," Kisame warned Itachi with concern. Itachi responded with a simple indicating his understanding. In truth, he had already pieced together the situation. Unlike the clueless people of Konoha, Itachi had nearly uncovered the truth. As someone who had witnessed it firsthand, Itachi knew everything about Shisui. When Zetsu mentioned a new Mangekyo Sharingan wielder, Itachi immediately thought of Shisui's eyes. He was currently in possession of one of them, while the other had been taken by Danzo. Now that Danzo was dead and the foundation was completely destroyed, it was highly likely that Gensou had taken Shisui's other Mangekyo Sharingan. Given that Sasuke had joined Gensou, it made sense for him to be with another Mangekyo Sharingan wielder. As for who this person might be, Itachi didn't know. It could be Gensou himself, or perhaps one of the survivors from that group who had evaded capture years ago. The Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't like the Byakugan, not just anyone could wield it proficiently. Even a genius like Kakashi had to completely change his fighting style, with his chakra reserves becoming a standard unit of measurement. Hagoromo Gensou. What exactly are you planning? Itachi wondered, a trace of concern flashing in his eyes as he realized that Sasuke was drifting further and further away from Konoha. Itachi had always harbored doubts about Sasuke following Gensou instead of Orochimaru. He knew Orochimaru inside out, but Gensou was like a thick fog, always beyond his understanding. Now, it seemed his worries might have been justified. Perhaps I should see it for myself. If Sasuke strays too far, I might have no choice. Itachi's gaze hardened as he thought of the technique stored in his Mangekyo Sharingan. He adjusted his hat and, as the wind chimes rang softly, began walking toward the distance. Kisame watched him, surprised. It's supposed to be a break, not a mission. Weren't we going to stay here for a few days? Where are you heading, Itachi? Just taking care of some matters. Kisame grinned. The leader has ordered that Akatsuki members shouldn't act alone, and we should always be in pairs. If you've got something to do, I'll give up my break and join you. Suit yourself, Itachi replied without looking back. Chapter 138, Chapter 138. Jomi Village. The village had been unusually quiet lately, ever since the clan leader brought back a significant item. The adults had gone to the skies to work on what was once the empty fortress of Angkor, which would soon become the new Jomi village. They were also busy allocating new residences. The children, full of enthusiasm, followed along, eagerly exploring the city in the sky. Gensou, who was also there, caught a reckless boy who had ventured to the edge of the fortress, leaning out dangerously as he called out to the sky. He swiftly pulled the boy back and tossed him to the ground. Watching the boy and his companions scramble away in panic, Gensou shook his head, not bothering to scold the energetic children. Instead, he unfurled a large scroll that he had brought with him. With a puff of white smoke, a large quantity of rare barrier materials appeared before him. Barriers, much like sealing techniques, could only be managed by a select few powerful factions. In the entire shinobi world, only the 5 great ninja villages had the ability to set up barriers that could cover an entire village and provide various functions. Other factions, like the Tsukuyomi clan or the Fire Temple, either had small territories or relied on the help of a large ninja village to set up basic barriers for their settlements. Jomi village had its own barrier in the past, but its capabilities were limited and of average quality. Now that Gensou had returned and was preparing to make Angkor Fortress the future home of the Hagoromo clan, he wasn't about to be stingy. It was thanks to Danzo and the Foundation that he now had access to such valuable materials. At that moment, not only was Gensou present, but 3 of his shadow clones were also positioned in the east, west, and south of the fortress, rapidly setting up the barrier using the materials scavenged from the Foundation. He could have simply clapped his hands and activated a barrier technique himself. However, a barrier created in such a manner would have a limited lifespan. To ensure it lasted long-term, it required the proper materials and a precise setup. Additionally, maintaining the barrier would be expensive. This was one reason many small ninja villages chose not to set up barriers. Fortunately, Jomi village, as an active intelligence organization in the shinobi world, had sufficient income. Gensou wouldn't need to invest more money into maintaining the barrier. And so, 15 minutes later, Gensou and his 3 shadow clones, who had already inscribed the intricate barrier technique within a 20-meter radius and placed the corresponding materials in the correct positions, quickly formed hand seals. In an instant, the barrier technique inscribed on the ground lit up with a brilliant glow. Gigantic pillars of light rose in the east, south, west, and north directions of the fortress. With a final clap of his hands, Gensou softly uttered, "Barrier technique, 4 polar concealing array." At that moment, the fortress was enveloped in 4 colossal screens of light representing the earth, fire, wind, and water chakra attributes. The light pillars rose from the east, west, south, and north, completely covering the fortress. The chakra attributes intertwined on the barrier, creating a rainbow-like effect, dazzling in its splendor. After a full 15 minutes, the chakra colors of the barrier gradually faded away. It was as if everything had been an illusion, and the surroundings of the fortress returned to normal. However, those on the ground in Jomi village would find that the fortress, once visible in the sky, had vanished in the blink of an eye. The 4-polar concealing array was a barrier technique developed by Gensou based on the 4-polar array, with the added ability to render the fortress invisible. Not only would the barrier protect the fortress from elemental ninjutsu attacks, but it would also keep it hidden from sight. No longer would Gensou need to ensure the fortress was hidden by clouds during the day and only emerge at night to avoid detection from those on the ground. The barrier is successfully completed. Now, it's time to begin the gradual relocation of Jomi village, Gensou mused. Moving an entire clan was never a simple task, especially since Jomi village was also an intelligence organization. After relocating their headquarters to the sky, the structure, personnel allocation, and methods of conducting intelligence work would all need to be rethought. Fortunately, Gensou didn't have to handle all these tasks himself. He could leave it to the elders and his subordinates. After taking one last look at the invisible barrier that now protected the village, Gensou's figure flashed, and he left the fortress. At the same time, Shino, who had witnessed the entire process of the barrier formation, was in awe. Knowing that this feat was accomplished by one person rather than a team of barrier specialists, as was the case in other ninja villages, he was momentarily stunned. Then, with a hearty laugh, he turned to the unsure ninja of the fortress and exclaimed, "See that? This is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Gensou's abilities. I've told you many times, the greatest skill I've learned in my 50+ years is the ability to recognize the times. You must always recognize the times. Just like now, following Lord Hagoromo is the greatest blessing of our lives." The ninja, who had been taken to the fortress against their will, exchanged looks. But seeing their leader's confidence and having witnessed Gensou's power, they had no more complaints and simply knelt in submission. Seeing this, Shino, now fully embodying the role of Gensou's loyal follower, nodded in satisfaction and ordered, "Good. Lord Gensou has recently issued the task of training the Jomi village ninja to operate flying tools. So, let's get to it." The ninja voiced no objections and soon fully integrated into the operations of Jomi village. At the ground-based research facility of Jomi village. While the fortress was undergoing significant construction, Gensou returned to the facility after completing his tasks to continue his training and experiments. Gurgle gurgle. A clone that had recently made a name for itself in the land of fire was now soaking in a nutrient tank, recovering from the damage sustained during its mission. As for Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan, it had already been extracted and was now soaking in a container on Gensou's desk. Using a clone with Uchiha cells to host the Mangekyo Sharingan and accelerate the research into Yin-based chakra has proven quite effective, Gensou thought, feeling satisfied with the increased understanding of Yin chakra that he had gained, particularly after his intense battle with Kai. Not only had he become more proficient in using the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he had also made significant progress in understanding the nature transformation of Yin chakra. Yin-Yang release. With the major advancements in Yin release and continued progress in Yang release, Gensou suddenly felt a sense of eager anticipation. He slowly extended his hand. Chapter 139, Chapter 139. Gensou extended his right hand, palm facing upward. Under the power of yin-yang release, a small pitch-black sphere, about the size of a ping-pong ball, appeared in his hand, different from the black rods he had created before. The first step, using yin-yang release to create the form, was complete. The second step was to infuse the black sphere with the high-density chakra of the 7 attributes, yin, yang, fire, earth, wind, water, and lightning. With a thought, Gensou directed the chakras of all 7 attributes into the sphere created by the yin-yang release. This was no easy task. It required an incredibly deep understanding and mastery of the nature transformations of all 7 chakra attributes to bring them together peacefully without triggering the inherent instability caused by their conflicting natures. Even for an expert like Gensou, this step took considerable time and intense focus. He dared not be distracted for even a moment. Despite his efforts, only a few seconds after completing the second step, the black sphere, now infused with the 7 chakra attributes, became highly unstable. After a brief tremor, the sphere suddenly exploded. A deafening roar echoed through the room. The seemingly small black sphere unleashed power equivalent to an S-rank jutsu in that instant. Prepared for this outcome, Gensou pressed his hand down, using dark release to absorb the entire force of the explosion. Afterward, aside from the papers on the desk being blown around by the residual shockwave, everything in the laboratory remained untouched. Still not working, huh? Gensou sighed softly. What he had just attempted was the creation of a special jutsu known as the truth-seeking ball. The truth-seeking balls were the black, floating orbs that automatically hovered behind those who had reached the level of the Sage of 6 Paths. They could take the form of black spheres or freely change into various weapons for the user's use. Because they contained the full power of yin-yang and the 5 elements, the truth-seeking balls could easily surpass the power of both Kekii Genkai and Kekii Toda. It's important to note that truth-seeking balls were not part of the Kekii Mora, but were instead categorized as ninjutsu in the Book of Formations. While those who ascended to the Sage of 6 Paths level would naturally generate truth-seeking balls, it was also theoretically possible to create them through the mastery of all 7 chakra attributes. For example, the young Hagoromo and Hamira were able to create truth-seeking balls. But in the entire shinobi world, only these 2 had ever been able to create them. Up until the conclusion of Shippuden, no one else had even touched upon this domain. Gensou's recent attempt had ended in failure as well. However, compared to others in the shinobi world who hadn't even come close, Gensou, who had mastered yin-yang release and had deep knowledge of the 7 chakra attributes, was the closest to succeeding. The fusion of the 7 chakra attributes is still somewhat unrefined. My understanding of the yin and yang attributes is also lacking. Fortunately, these are flaws that I can identify and address, Gensou reflected. With more time and experiments, he was confident he would eventually become the only person in the current shinobi world to master the truth-seeking balls. When that time came, his power would reach new heights. Right, the black sphere structure used in the storage phase of the Wrathful Heaven Forbidden technique, which balances chakra and natural energy, might offer some insights. I should see if it can be applied to the truth-seeking balls. The Mangekyo Sharingan has been very effective in studying the nature transformation of yin chakra, so I need to continue that work. I shouldn't neglect yang release either. Perhaps I should consider researching Hashirama's cells. After my journey to the Land of Fire, I've gained many new insights into Senjutsu. It's time to make some real progress on that front. Time. What Gensou needed most now was time, plenty of it. When the Warring States period ended and the ninja villages were first established, if the Five Kage hadn't acted so quickly and given him more time to grow, the outcome at the Valley of the End would have been different. In a true sense, Gensou was only 25 years old, in the prime of a ninja's career, not even at his full peak yet. Having learned from the defeat at the Valley of the End, Gensou, now living his second life, understood one crucial thing. Power struggles, ideals, and revenge were not his most urgent concerns. What he truly needed was time. Unlike other ninjas, whose progress would eventually plateau, his own potential had no limits. As long as he continued to methodically complete his training, everything would eventually fall under his control without him needing to deal with other distractions. So, after a brief excursion to secure certain items and divert the attention of Konoha and the shinobi world away from the Land of Keys to avoid unnecessary trouble, Gensou entrusted the matters of Jomi village and the Hagoromo clan to the elders and other subordinates, focusing entirely on his own training. However, this peace and progress didn't last long. In the middle of his latest attempt to create a truth-seeking ball, Gensou suddenly stopped. His gaze shifted to the Mangekyo Sharingan soaking in a container nearby. In that instant, he had sharply sensed an unusual fluctuation from the Mangekyo Sharingan. With his vast knowledge, Gensou was certain there was no trick left within the Mangekyo Sharingan. Unless... A thought occurred to him, and his expression changed. He gestured, and a fully recovered clone appeared before him. Following Gensou's instructions, the clone removed the white spiral mask from its face, took the Mangekyo Sharingan from the container, and inserted it into its right eye socket. the black, blade-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan quickly spun to life. "I found the source of the fluctuation," the clone said, its gaze piercing through walls and obstacles, focusing on a specific direction. It could sense the presence of someone closely related to the Mangekyo Sharingan in its right eye, who was rapidly approaching. "So, that's the other Mangekyo Sharingan of Shisui," Gensou quickly deduced. Although he hadn't anticipated the strong connection between the two Mangekyo Sharingan, he wasn't entirely surprised. After all, when Uchiha Obito's Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo, Kakashi's Sharingan had evolved in tandem. "Interesting," Gensou remarked calmly, not about the Mangekyo Sharingan itself, but about the person wielding it. Judging by their pace, they were clearly tracking him. This was unexpected. In that case, it was worth meeting them. Gensou glanced at the clone, which had reinserted the Mangekyo Sharingan. The clone then moved, disappearing from the laboratory in an instant. Chapter 140, Chapter 140. Ding ding ding. The wind continued to blow fiercely, turning the once gentle sound of the wind chimes into a more intense melody. Itachi had been searching for some time. The Kisame who had been following him had unknowingly been led away by Itachi's crow clone under the influence of his genjutsu. Just as Kisame had learned a lot about Itachi during their time together, Itachi had also studied Kisame closely. Under the genjutsu of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, no matter how vigilant Kisame was, there were always moments when he would fall for it during their peaceful interactions. This wasn't the first time Itachi had left Kisame's side. Especially when it concerned Sasuke. Although Itachi got along well with Kisame and the latter respected him, Itachi had long suspected that Kisame was placed by his side for another purpose. There were some things better left unknown to him. Itachi glanced at the crow perched on his left shoulder. In its left eye socket was also the black, blade-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan, Shisui's other Mangekyo Sharingan. Before Shisui had jumped off the cliff to his death, he had entrusted this eye to Itachi. The two Mangekyo Sharingan from the same person shared a hidden connection. Using this connection and his own Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi had set out to search. Unlike his initial decision to let Sasuke follow Gensou without interference, Itachi had grown uneasy upon learning that Sasuke was drifting further away from Konoha and that Gensou possessed another Mangekyo Sharingan with the same ability, Koto Amatsukami. No matter how others viewed him, Itachi's seemingly cold exterior hid deep, genuine feelings for Sasuke and Konoha. Even if these feelings were expressed in ways that others found unbelievable and difficult to accept. But for Itachi, both Sasuke and Konoha held extremely important places in his heart. It was one thing for Sasuke to seek power from Gensou, but now he was in severe conflict with Konoha, a situation that seemed irreconcilable, something Itachi could not ignore. Just as in the original story, where he left the crow with Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan inside Naruto, to use Koto Amatsukami to turn Sasuke back to protecting Konoha if he continued on a destructive path, Itachi now felt compelled to act. If possible, Itachi did not want to use Koto Amatsukami to alter his younger brother's mind. But just because he didn't want to, didn't mean others wouldn't. Given that Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan was capable of Koto Amatsukami, Itachi knew its potential very well. Therefore, for Sasuke and for Konoha, he had to investigate personally and decide what to do next. Time passed swiftly. Following the faint connection between Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi sped through the vast interior of the Land of Fire, heading towards the unknown. Suddenly, he halted and lifted his gaze, looking towards the horizon. "I've been found." Itachi calmly acknowledged the reality. Just as he could track them through the hidden connection between the Mangekyo Sharingan, the other party could trace him back as well. It seemed they didn't want him to find their base and had come to meet him instead. Itachi decided not to waste any effort and waited quietly where he was. Within less than a minute, a sound of something cutting through the air approached and stopped in front of Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. A man wearing a blue Uchiha robe and a white spiral mask appeared before Itachi. Glancing briefly at Itachi's black cloak with red clouds, he spoke in a low tone, "You've got some nerve." Itachi looked at the newcomer. He matched the description of the person said to be by Sasuke's side. Moreover, Itachi noticed that the crow on his shoulder, with Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan in its left eye, was staring directly at the man's mask. As expected, the Mangekyo Sharingan this person had was indeed Shisui's other eye. Just as Itachi had suspected. With a stoic expression, Itachi asked, "So, are you Hagoromo Gensou? Or one of the survivors who left the village back then?" "Survivors?" Gensou didn't answer Itachi's question, but instead responded with surprise, "It seems you know quite a lot." The survivors clearly referred to Izumi and the others. Gensou had assumed Itachi was unaware of this. But now it seemed that Itachi had known for a long time. Indeed, Itachi had suspected that some Uchiha clan members had been secretly taken away from Konoha. After all, the number of death certificates issued within the clan during those years was slightly higher than usual, especially when one of them was someone Itachi knew very well, Uchiha Izumi. The reason Itachi hadn't killed them all back then wasn't out of kindness, but because those people had essentially severed their ties with Konoha. Since they were no longer part of Konoha, and the higher-ups hadn't objected, there was no need to wield the blade. Ignoring those people could be considered Itachi's way of preserving a final remnant of the Uchiha, even if it wasn't under Konoha's banner. However, looking at things now, that small act of mercy had left him with considerable trouble. Itachi looked at the man again. Because of the mask blocking his view and the altered voice, he couldn't discern the man's expression. If this person was indeed one of those survivors, it meant they had all allied with Hagoromo Gensou. Sasuke was now with them as well. No wonder Sasuke's attitude towards Konoha had changed so drastically. Itachi's gaze lowered slightly. Things were progressing in the direction he had least wanted. Do you regret not killing those survivors back then? Gensou, noticing Itachi's change in expression, asked with a hint of curiosity. Just a bunch of deserters, no longer worthy of my concern, Itachi replied coldly as he removed the hat from his head. But as for you, you are now worthy. Itachi raised his eyes, and the three-tomo Sharingan spun, instantly evolving into the Mangekyo Sharingan, as he coldly declared, I'm taking that Mangekyo Sharingan from you. Whether it was to change Sasuke's mind or for the sake of Konoha, Itachi couldn't allow the Koto Amatsukami ability to remain in the hands of the person before him, Hagoromo Gensou or otherwise. Itachi had already made up his mind to reclaim Shirsue's other eye and extract any necessary information from this man. Coincidentally, seeing Itachi come to him, Gensou also decided to collect both of Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan. It's time for the sinner of the Uchiha clan to atone for his sins. Chapter 141, Chapter 141. Gwa gwa gwa. Amid the harsh cries of the crow perched on Itachi's shoulder, the battle officially commenced. Gensou's hands moved swiftly, each finger holding a shuriken between them. Under the inside of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he threw them with precise accuracy. The shuriken collided mid-air, then veered off at strange, unpredictable angles, raining down on Itachi from all directions. At the same time, Itachi mirrored the same action. Clang! 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 A barrage of shuriken clashed mid-air, sparks flying as the sound of metal striking metal echoed through the area. In a short time, the ground around them was littered with shuriken. Despite the intense exchange, neither Gensou nor Itachi had so much as a scratch on their clothing. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sharp sounds of movement cut through the air as the two ninja rushed toward each other without hesitation. Supported by the powerful visual prowess of the Mangekyo Sharingan, their actions were swift and precise, each strike aimed at the other's vital points. To Gensou's surprise, the seemingly frail Itachi was not only proficient in genjutsu and ninjutsu but also skilled in taijutsu. Gensou had almost forgotten that in the manga, even in his Edo Tensei state, Itachi could hold his own in taijutsu against Naruto in his Nine Tails chakra mode. And now, Itachi's body hadn't yet deteriorated to the point it was in during his final battle with Sasuke. Even though Gensou had immediately ramped up the intensity of their close-quarters combat to the highest level, Itachi did not falter. In fact, once Itachi realized Gensou only had one Mangekyo Sharingan, he deliberately shifted his attacks to Gensou's left side. Gensou's left eye was a normal one, and while the right Mangekyo Sharingan could still cover the left side, it was a fraction slower in the heat of battle against a skilled opponent. As a result, Itachi seized a fleeting opportunity and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick, catching Gensou off guard and forcing him to block. The impact sent Gensou sliding backward. Itachi immediately followed up with a pursuit. Chidori. As he retreated, Gensou calmly extended his right hand, and a fierce bolt of lightning enveloped his entire palm. Itachi, closing in, remained unfazed. Though surprised, having already experienced this jutsu before, he accelerated and, with a graceful spin, narrowly avoided the Chidori, preparing to close in on Gensou. Gensou's Chidori suddenly transformed, slicing horizontally like a laser. In an instant, Itachi was sliced in two. Chidori's shape transformation, huh? Itachi remarked calmly. The next second, his bisected body dissipated into dozens of crows, cawing loudly as they scattered. Gensou was about to react when... Thud. A powerful hand suddenly pierced through Gensou's chest from behind, blood splattering instantly. Itachi had appeared behind Gensou without warning, his hand having gone straight through Gensou's heart. His Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto the white spiral mask mere inches away as he spoke calmly. I'm curious to know who you really are. Hagoromo Gensou. His presence felt off. Another Uchiha. Even if someone possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, it was no small feat to wield it with the same proficiency as its original owner. Itachi was determined to uncover the true identity of the person before him. Hearing this, the blood pouring into his mouth, Gensou had no strength left to speak. He slowly raised his left hand and, under Itachi's gaze, brought his index and middle fingers together and gestured behind Itachi, signaling him to look back. Realizing the person before him could no longer resist, Itachi turned his head. Thud. A slender hand, crackling with condensed lightning, pierced through Itachi's heart from behind. Another Gensu appeared behind him, staring at him with cold eyes. Genjutsu, huh? As the Gensu that Itachi had impaled with his own hand vanished like a burst bubble, he remained expressionless despite the blood trickling from his mouth. Gensu looked at him. If you want to know who I am, you'll have to show your true skills, Uchiha traitor. I understand, Itachi said, slowly closing his eyes. In the next moment, both Itachi and Gensu found themselves back where they had started. To be precise, they had never actually moved. At this moment, a cold wind howled past. There were no shuriken embedded in the ground, and neither Gensu nor Itachi bore any signs of their previous wounds. Everything, the shuriken exchange, the taijutsu clash, the crows, the chidori, had all taken place within a genjutsu. This is the power of the Uchiha. Among the shinobi, they were voted the least desirable enemy to face. Unlike other battles, when facing an Uchiha, you might never even realize how you died. This was Gensu's first experience with such a high-level genjutsu duel. He had to admit, this kind of silent confrontation was rather fascinating. Fortunately, after implanting the Mangekyo Sharingan into his clone's eye socket, he had specifically studied the usage of the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, in this opening round, his clone might have easily fallen behind. As for Sasuke's ability to engage in a genjutsu battle with Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan using only his 3-tomo Sharingan, it was certain that Itachi had held back significantly during that fight. Even Gensu would rather face a straight-bar Mangekyo Sharingan than a curved-bar one. Jutsus like Koto Amatsukami, which could ensnare you without your knowledge and leave you completely unaware of the need to break free, were, in Gensu's eyes, far more threatening than techniques like Amaterasu or Susanoo. Gwa gwa gwa. The crow on Itachi's shoulder cried out once more. However, unlike before, under Itachi's command, the crow carrying Shirsue's other Mangekyo Sharingan on its shoulder cawed one last time before vanishing into white smoke, returning to its original location. The person before him was different from any enemy Itachi had faced before. Even Itachi himself couldn't afford to be careless during this battle. Thus, he couldn't allow the other person any opportunity to reclaim Shirsue's other Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi could fully imagine the power of wielding 2 Mangekyo Sharingan with 2 Koto Amatsukami. The only question was whether the Koto Amatsukami in the Mangekyo Sharingan of the person before him was still on cooldown. Given Danzo's personality, it was unlikely that he hadn't used it during his battle with Gensu. Chapter 142, Chapter 142. Noticing that the crow carrying Shirsue's other Mangekyo Sharingan had vanished, Gensu remained expressionless. It wasn't until a single leaf slowly fell between them, momentarily obscuring their view of each other. Gensu's hands blurred as he rapidly formed hand seals. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Itachi, whose hand seal speed was no slower than Gensu's, mirrored the action. In an instant, 2 massive fireballs erupted from their mouths, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air as they collided head-on. Boom. The raging flames clashed and spread outward in all directions. Under the intense heat, even the surrounding plants and trees, though untouched by the flames, began to wither as their moisture was rapidly evaporated. Fueled by chakra, the 2 fireballs continued to clash, neither giving an inch. However, it wasn't long before Gensu's fireball, crafted with his greater mastery over fire nature chakra, began to overpower Itachi's. Noticing this, Itachi's eyes narrowed, and he decided not to waste any more effort. Boom. Itachi's fireball was eventually dispersed. Gensu's fireball continued its aggressive advance. Itachi flickered out of the fireball's path just in time. Whoosh. 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 A barrage of shuriken followed immediately, leaving no room to breathe. Clang. 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 The sound of metal clashing filled the air. Itachi quickly drew a kunai with his right hand, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly as he deflected every incoming shuriken with pinpoint accuracy. His kunai pierced through the center of each shuriken, collecting them in one swift motion. Before the next wave of shuriken could arrive, Itachi's fingers flicked, sending all the collected shuriken flying back like a deadly scattershot. As he effortlessly deflected the next barrage of shuriken, Itachi's hands once again moved swiftly into a series of hand seals. Katan, Hozenka Tsumabini. Multiple fireballs erupted from his mouth, enveloping the shuriken he had just launched, spiraling towards Gensu. Seeing this, Gensu also drew a kunai, infusing it with Raiten chakra, extending the blade with a sharp arc of lightning. As the flaming shuriken approached, Gensu swung the kunai, the lightning cutting through the flames and shuriken effortlessly. Itachi remained unfazed, his empty fingers giving a slight twitch. The 10 nearly invisible steel wires, which he had attached to the shuriken earlier, tightened suddenly, causing the shuriken that Gensu had deflected to whip back towards him from all directions. Gensu, who had been about to advance, had to halt his movement. After dismantling the trap surrounding him, he looked up to find that Itachi had already closed the distance. Smack. A hand, painted with dark purple nail polish and adorned with the Suzaku ring on the ring finger, reached swiftly for Gensu's wrist, which held the kunai with the lightning blade. Gensu stepped back with his right foot, retracting his hand and then thrusting it forward again, aiming to stab Itachi's outstretched hand. Itachi pivoted just in time, allowing the kunai to graze past him, while his other hand darted out like an eagle, aiming for Gensu's throat. In response, Gensu clenched his left fist and swung it forward. Thud. The sound of fist meeting palm echoed. Seizing the moment, Itachi suddenly kneed Gensu, targeting the side where Gensu only had one Mangekyo Sharingan, forcing him to lose sight of the attack. The blow sent the kunai flying from Gensu's hand. Despite this, Gensu remained unfazed. If Itachi wanted to fight, he would fight. The sound of fists and feet colliding filled the air. One clash followed another, their movements so fast that they became blurs, striking each other from angles impossible to predict. Boom. 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 One by one, large trees crashed to the ground under the force of their battle, while cracks and craters formed along their path. Smack. Smack. Finally, as Gensu caught Itachi's attacking hand, Itachi also managed to grab the fist Gensu had thrown at him, causing the two to pause for a brief moment. Their eyes met. In the next instant, the battle resumed. Lightning surged from Gensu's hand as he quickly thrust it forward, piercing through the figure of Itachi before him. Gwa gwa gwa. Dozens of crows emerged from the torn body of Itachi. At the same time, the real Itachi appeared above the crow clone, flipping his hand and launching 3 kunai infused with razor-sharp futon chakra straight at Gensu below. When did he summon the crow clone? Gensu wondered, quickly retreating while trying to figure it out. The battle had been intense, and Itachi had been within his line of sight the entire time, leaving no opportunity for forming new hand seals. But there was no time to dwell on it. The swarm of crows not only didn't disperse but also rushed forward, completely obscuring Gensu's vision. Gensu raised his hand, ready to strike them all down with lightning. Without a sound, Itachi appeared at Gensu's side. Boom. Gensu was blasted backward, crashing into the nearby hillside. Crack. Crack. Web-like cracks spread out from the point where Gensu had impacted the hillside. Things seemed to be getting out of hand. Gensu realized something was amiss and was about to break free from the hillside. Suddenly, a fist struck him hard in the chest, and another hand clamped around his throat. Itachi appeared before Gensu again, speaking calmly. I'm taking back the Mangekyo Sharingan that doesn't belong to you. With that, Itachi's free hand reached out and deftly extracted the Mangekyo Sharingan belonging to Shursue from behind Gensu's mask, placing it into a container filled with nutrient solution. Next, it's your life. Itachi's grip on Gensu's throat tightened, ready to end it all. Just then, Gensu, whose right eye had turned into a bloody cavity, suddenly smiled, raised his head to look at Itachi, and said calmly. You've really gone all out to reduce Tsukuyomi to such a state. Hearing this, Itachi paused his actions. Chapter 143, Chapter 143. Tsukuyomi, one of the Mangekyo Sharingan's Genjutsu techniques. Due to the unforgettable scene where Kakashi was subjected to 72 hours of excruciating torture in the Genjutsu space after being hit by Tsukuyomi, Gensu initially believed that the effect of Tsukuyomi would be a monochrome world with a blood-red backdrop. However, he had overlooked one crucial detail: Genjutsu is effective precisely because it can take on countless forms. Just like now, Gensu was certain he was under the influence of a Genjutsu. And the only Genjutsu powerful enough to trap someone with a Mangekyo Sharingan was another Mangekyo Sharingan's technique, specifically Tsukuyomi from Itachi. The first moment of doubt had arisen when Itachi's body transformed into a crow clone after Gensu struck him. Just as Gensu couldn't comprehend how Itachi had found the time to form hand seals amidst their intense battle, something felt off. A second moment of doubt occurred when Gensu found himself unable to keep up with Itachi's attacks and was subsequently overpowered. The greatest danger of Genjutsu lies in not realizing you're under its influence. Once doubt took root, Gensu could face Itachi's attempt to gouge out his eye and kill him with a sense of calm. You've realized it, Itachi said as he slowly released his grip on Gensu's throat. Human perception can influence physical responses. Just as in an experiment from Gensu's previous life, where a person, after listening to the sound of dripping water all night, believed they were bleeding out and died the next day, despite being physically unharmed, Tsukuyomi works similarly. If the victim truly believes they have died in the Genjutsu world, they could die in reality as well. Itachi hadn't subjected Gensu to the same treatment as Kakashi, not only because Gensu was a more formidable opponent but also because he was wary of the potential presence of Koto Amatsukami. If the Genjutsu was discovered early, and a battle between Koto Amatsukami and Tsukuyomi ensued, Itachi wasn't sure what the outcome would be. However, up until now, Gensu's Mangekyo Sharingan hadn't shown any signs of activation. It was highly likely that Koto Amatsukami was indeed still on cooldown. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan spun once more. In the next instant, everything around them quickly lost color. An ominous blood-red hue enveloped the entire sky. When Gensou looked around again, he found himself bound to a cross. All around him, numerous versions of Itachi, each holding a ninja sword, approached with expressionless faces and said, "Although the outcome is the same, you've chosen prolonged torture over instant death. In the Tsukuyomi space, I control everything, time, space, and mass. For the next 72 hours, savor this final stretch of time." As he finished speaking, the many Itachis raised their swords. In an instant, Gensou found himself in the same situation as Kakashi, but he remained calm, surveying his surroundings as if oblivious to the impending danger. He calmly said, "Genjutsu is most effective when its true nature is concealed. Once it's discovered, its value diminishes greatly." "Is that so?" Someone else once shared the same belief, Itachi responded coolly. "Let me give you the same advice, don't underestimate this technique just because it's genjutsu. The pain you'll experience is not an illusion. It will be exactly like reality. Let's see how long you can endure." Itachi was about to thrust his sword into Gensou's body when suddenly his movements halted, and he found himself unable to move forward. "What? How is this possible?" For the first time, shock appeared on Itachi's face. At that moment, Gensou, still bound to the cross, calmly declared, "Just as I said before, once it's discovered, the game is over." As his words fell, everything around Gensou rapidly solidified. "What is this?" Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan narrowed. Within Gensou's body, he noticed some violent energy that did not belong to Gensou's own chakra. But by the time he tried to analyze it further, it was too late. In no time, the entire Tsukuyomi space had completely solidified, turning into a massive mirror. Crack! 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 In the next moment, countless cracks spread across the mirror. In an instant, the entire Tsukuyomi space, including Itachi and Gensou, shattered into countless fragments, their monochrome world collapsing entirely. The Mangekyo Sharingan technique, Tsukuyomi, was successfully broken. When Gensou's vision cleared, he found Itachi standing right in front of him. The two of them were frozen in the moment where Itachi held Gensou's fist, while Gensou grasped Itachi's hand. Everything had returned to the moment of their taijutsu clash. It was evident that during that brief pause when their eyes met, Itachi had seized the opportunity to cast Tsukuyomi. Drip! A drop of sweat fell from Itachi's forehead. Every time he used a Mangekyo Sharingan technique, it took a toll on him. And now, after having his technique broken, Itachi did not continue the struggle with Gensou. Instead, he moved swiftly, retreating quickly. Unexpectedly, Gensou did not pursue. At that moment, he was entirely focused on controlling the natural energy he had just absorbed. During his journey through the land of fire, Gensou had gained significant insights into Senjutsu. Although it was still early, and he hadn't yet figured out how to perfectly merge chakra and natural energy, he had already developed a method for absorbing natural energy. The reason he was able to break Itachi's genjutsu was that his body had instinctively absorbed natural energy. By using the immensely violent properties of natural energy, he disrupted the chakra flow within his body, thereby breaking free from Tsukuyomi's hold. That's why he said earlier, once a genjutsu is discovered, its value diminishes. In the original story, even though Itachi held back significantly in his fight against Sasuke, Sasuke's strategy of using the newly acquired natural energy from the Cursed Seal Stage 2 to break Tsukuyomi was the correct approach. However, the issue now was that while absorbing natural energy was easy, regaining control over it was extremely difficult. Instead of chasing after Itachi, Gensou attempted to regain control but ultimately chose to expel the natural energy from his body. Boom. Due to his lack of mastery, the process was far from perfect. Gensou's clone's left shoulder exploded, leaving a gaping wound as blood poured out. Fortunately, he managed to expel all the natural energy. Not far away, observing the scene with his Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi quickly deduced a different type of energy from chakra, but not yet fully controllable. Even so, Tsukuyomi was no longer the best option. Itachi touched his right eye. Within it, there remained another Mangekyo Sharingan technique, one that possessed unparalleled destructive power. Though each use would place an even greater strain on his eye, it seemed there was no other choice. Chapter 144, Chapter 144. Drip, drip. Blood flowed from Gensou's shoulder, dripping down his left arm. Unlike the original White Zetsu, this clone of Gensou had undergone significant modifications, making it nearly indistinguishable from a real human body. It could bleed and feel fatigue, just like any living person. So, Gensou stomped the ground, wiping away the blood on the earth, and looked up at Itachi, who stood not far away. This opponent was different from the enemies he had faced on. Even though Might Guy had opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates, his single-minded attack patterns could be easily read by the Mangekyo Sharingan, making it relatively easy for Gensou to handle. But now, facing Itachi, who not only possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan but had both eyes, along with mastery of its techniques, including Susanoo, Gensou found himself at a disadvantage. After all, White Zetsu was known for its synergy with the Edo Tensei technique, allowing it to reproduce much of the deceased's original power. But White Zetsu's combat prowess, as evidenced by the performance of the 100,000-strong Zetsu army, was mediocre at best. Even though Gensou had enhanced this clone and installed a Mangekyo Sharingan, there were limits to its capabilities. If that's the case, it's time for the real me to step in. The Genjutsu battle had already provided Gensou with significant insights into Iin release, and he didn't want this clone to be destroyed. With a flicker of his gaze, Gensou made his decision. In the next moment, just as Itachi was about to press his advantage and attack the injured Gensou, a deafening sonic boom suddenly erupted from the sky. Itachi froze in place, looking up. He saw, under the blazing sun, a figure enveloped in a blinding golden light leaping from a nearby mountain. The air around the figure seemed to crackle and burn from the intense friction. In the blink of an eye. Boom. The ground shook violently as a massive crater formed in the earth before Itachi, sending a plume of smoke and dust swirling into the air. Within the smoke, a shadowy figure began to emerge. Step, step, step. The sound of firm, unwavering footsteps echoed through the haze. At that moment, Itachi's expression grew more serious than ever before. Leaping from such a height, even a shinobi couldn't withstand the impact. Yet the figure within the smoke didn't pause for even a moment and continued to advance. Itachi had already guessed the identity of the newcomer. In the current shinobi world, there were very few people who could create such overwhelming pressure just by their presence alone. Aside from the Akatsuki leader Pain, who possessed the legendary Rinnegan, there was only one other person who could cause such a disturbance across the entire shinobi world over the past year, the men who had lived a second life, famous from the Warring States era alongside Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Hagoromo Gensou. A gust of wind swept through, quickly dispersing the dust and revealing the man who was stepping forward. He had long black hair cascading over his shoulders and wore a simple white robe. The only adornment was the emblem of the Hagoromo clan, a crescent moon encircled by 3 lines, on his shoulder. The real Gensou, who had been watching all along, finally looked up, letting the steel release armor that had covered him dissipate. His youthful and handsome face bore a faint smile as his sharp black eyes met Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. His lips curled slightly as he said calmly, "I heard you were looking for me." Itachi's fingers, adorned with purple nail polish, twitched slightly. He narrowed his eyes and replied in a measured tone, "I'm here for Uchiha Sasuke. That's all I want." Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Gensou's eyes. "Everyone knows that Sasuke has chosen to follow me. You didn't care before, but now you do. So, you have a problem with me." As his words fell, the surroundings seemed to fall into a deathly silence. The wind ceased its howling, the dust settled, and the earth stopped trembling. It was like the calm before a volcanic eruption, or the silence that comes when a colossal dragon fixes its gaze upon you, leaving you paralyzed under its overwhelming presence. Itachi felt his entire body tense up as his chakra began to flow uncontrollably. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun automatically. He stared intently at Gensou, thinking to himself, "So this is the presence of the men who rivaled the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara during the Warring States era. It feels even more oppressive than Pain, who possesses the Rinnegan. Also, that man with the spiral mask definitely isn't Uchiha Madara." Ever since the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, when the masked man claimed to be Madara, Itachi had harbored doubts. But now, witnessing the terrifying aura exuded by Gensou, who was renowned in the same era as Madara, Itachi was convinced that the men who often lurked in the shadows, more enigmatic than overwhelmingly powerful like Gensou, could not possibly be the real Uchiha Madara. The difference between the two was too vast. As for the masked man's true identity and why he was impersonating Madara, hiding behind the Akatsuki, Itachi hadn't figured that out yet. But it was clear that his primary focus now had to be on Gensou. The legendary strength of one of the 3 great warriors of the Warring States era was far beyond what Itachi had imagined. Moreover, Gensou's arrival had been so swift, could it be that his base was nearby? Itachi hadn't forgotten that his primary goal was to find Sasuke. But now, it seemed that leaving would not be easy. If that was the case, then he would have to test the strength of a man who was once on par with Uchiha Madara. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin rapidly. "Another man who places blind faith in the power of the Sharingan," Gensou remarked calmly, his gaze fixed on Itachi without a hint of urgency. He couldn't understand why Itachi was so bold as to stand before him. Was it because of those Mangekyo Sharingan? But even a Mangekyo Sharingan wielder like Izuna had fallen to the blade of Tobirama. And Madara had also been defeated by Hashirama. While Itachi was indeed an exceptional Uchiha, the arrogance and self-assuredness deeply ingrained in his bloodline were unmistakable. Whether it was continuously goading Sasuke with hatred without ever revealing the truth, or now, confronting Gensou alone, these actions only reinforced this trait. "Coincidentally, I'm still in need of another Mangekyo Sharingan," Gensou said as he waved his hand. The clone that had no more reason to remain quickly moved, retreating back to the base. Itachi glanced in the direction the clone was heading, but quickly refocused on Gensou. Though he wanted to retrieve Shirsui's other Mangekyo Sharingan, now was not the time. With just the two of them left, Gensou looked at Itachi, extended his hand, and calmly beckoned him. Make your move. Show me the full strength of the one who annihilated the Uchiha clan. Chapter 145, Chapter 145. Facing Gensou's casual and seemingly effortless gesture, Itachi did not respond verbally. Instead, he locked eyes with Gensou and immediately tested the waters with Genjutsu. Megan, Kasegui no Jutsu, Demonic Illusion, Shackling Stakes Technique. Within the newly formed Genjutsu space, Itachi was about to drive large stakes into Gensou's body. Gensou, however, looked at him calmly. Crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed once again. In less than a breath, the two returned to reality. Having been on par with Madara during the Warring States period, Gensou was well versed in countering Genjutsu. Now, with his real body present and his power at its peak, breaking free from Genjutsu like Kasegui no Jutsu, or even Tsukuyomi itself, was a simple task. This was why Gensou had no fear in meeting Itachi's gaze directly, despite knowing the dangers of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi, after the brief encounter, quickly understood this as well. He refrained from using Tsukuyomi again. Considering that Gensou had already dealt with an Uchiha before, and as his superior, likely possessed similar techniques, Itachi knew that every use of the Mangekyo Sharingan's ability strained his vision and body. Facing someone like Gensou required using every bit of his strength wisely. With a swift flick of his hands, Itachi launched 8 shuriken toward Gensou, targeting his vital points. Clang. 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 The sound echoed as the shuriken clashed with something as hard as steel, failing even to scratch Gensou's skin. He didn't even bother to look at the small weapons. Let's not waste time with pointless tests. He raised his eyelids slightly and said in a calm tone. My time is valuable. If you won't take this seriously, I'll give you a push. As his words fell, Gensou stepped forward with his right foot. Boom. The ground shook. As the earth beneath his feet cracked like a spiderweb, Gensou moved, almost teleporting, covering dozens of meters in an instant and appearing right in front of Itachi. Unlike his clone, who used a dazzling array of techniques, Gensou simply extended his right hand, curled his fingers into a fist, and rotated his hips. Even an ordinary person could predict the trajectory of such a simple, straightforward punch. Under normal circumstances, Itachi, with his Mangekyo Sharingan, could have easily evaded or countered this punch in 100 different ways. But this was Hagoromo Gensou. Recalling the reports about Gensou's abilities and the results of their earlier exchange, Itachi didn't dare to take this seemingly simple punch lightly. He crossed his arms in front of him, intending to block the punch and counterattack. Boom. A sudden, violent shockwave exploded outward, physically shaking the surrounding air. Itachi, who hadn't expected such immense power behind Gensou's punch, felt as if he had collided with a giant of legend. With a deafening sonic boom, he was sent flying uncontrollably, crashing through over a dozen trees and carving a deep trench into the earth before finally coming to a stop, blood spilling from his mouth. Pure strength can often overpower skill. Unlike when he used his clone, which relied on the precision of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the real Gensou fought with a direct, powerful, and efficient style. Just like now. Even against someone with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he didn't bother with flashy techniques. A single punch, regardless of whether the opponent blocked or dodged, would ultimately land on his terms. This was the advantage of immense strength and defense. Not even the Mangekyo Sharingan could negate it. The force behind that punch rivals the legendary strength of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Itachi's hands trembled as he quickly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His pupils narrowed slightly as he felt a surge of disbelief. In all the intel he had gathered about Gensou, there was no mention of his overwhelming physical power. Has he made another breakthrough? Itachi wondered as he noticed Gensou, brimming with an oppressive aura, closing in on him once more. He didn't hesitate any longer. Susanoo. A massive, orange-red skeletal frame enveloped Itachi, encasing him entirely. But before Itachi could even prepare a follow-up, Gensou, now right in front of him, didn't hesitate. He threw another punch. Crack. Itachi's Susanoo shattered, a massive hole appearing in its structure. Itachi's eyes widened in shock as he quickly retreated. The ground where he had just stood erupted into a crater as Gensou's punch drove into it. As the dust settled, Gensou calmly straightened up, brushing the dirt from his fist. With a casual wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew the remaining dust away. As his vision cleared, Gensou turned to face Itachi. The Susanoo that had been shattered was now restored, but this time, it had evolved into a more complete form. The skeletal structure was now covered with formidable armor, resembling a fearsome Tengu. Third form, is this all? Gensou's tone was laced with disappointment. To others, seeing Itachi's Susanoo in this state might have been awe-inspiring. But Gensou had once witnessed Uchiha Madara's fully evolved Susanoo. Compared to that towering, blue colossus that could rival mountains, the Susanoo before him seemed underwhelming. Itachi, hearing Gensu's words, remained unfazed. Calmly, he stepped forward, guiding his colossal red Susanoo, now radiating immense power, as it charged toward Gensu. Gensu observed the approach, shaking his head slightly. He stepped forward as well, once again delivering a powerful punch toward the Susanoo. But this time, Itachi was prepared. His eyes flickered, and Susanoo's left arm swung up, summoning a massive shield, as reflective as a mirror, between itself and Gensu. Boom. The ground trembled once more. But Gensu's punch, reinforced with steel release and monstrous strength, which could topple even the mighty wood dragon, had no effect this time. Not only did the Susanoo remain unmoved, but a familiar force from the mirror-like shield rebounded toward Gensu. Ha! For the first time, Gensu took a step back. Yata no Kagami. Feeling the force of his own punch rebound into his hand, Gensu raised an eyebrow. The Yata no Kagami, as recorded in the history of the Uchiha clan, was a famous ethereal artifact. It not only possessed all chakra nature transformations, allowing it to nullify any chakra-based attack by changing its own properties, but it could also reflect all physical attacks. In terms of pure defense, it was even stronger than the five-fold Rashomon, which was hailed as the ultimate defense. Chapter 146, Chapter 146. But that wasn't all. Gensu's gaze shifted to the right hand of Itachi Susanoo, where a sword wreathed in red flames had materialized, slashing toward him. Tatsuka no Tsurugi, another legendary spiritual weapon. This blade not only traps anyone it pierces in a dreamlike illusion but can also unleash high-level sealing techniques, permanently sealing its target within a gourd-shaped hilt. Even Gensu had no desire to test the effects of being sealed by the Tatsuka blade. The combination of the Yata no Kagami, the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, and the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities was precisely why Itachi had the confidence to face Gensu. He was not yet at the point of death, as he had been during his final battle with Sasuke. The brilliance of the Yata no Kagami and Tatsuka no Tsurugi was not a fleeting one. In this state, even Uchiha Obito, the true mastermind behind the Akatsuki, was wary of Itachi. He had even stationed Kisame, one of his own loyalists, by Itachi's side to monitor his actions at all times. After all, if a fight were to break out, Obito couldn't guarantee he would defeat Itachi, another Mangekyo Sharingan wielder. And if Itachi had infused his body with Hashirama cells, eliminating the risk of overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan, there was no doubt that Obito wouldn't stand a chance. But Hagoromo Gensou was no Uchiha Obito. Boom. 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 Under the relentless assault of Itachi Susanoo, the already ravaged battlefield became even more desolate. Gensou's figure, appearing diminutive in comparison, flashed around, skillfully evading the Tatsuka blade's strikes. Seizing an opening, he clapped his hands together and invoked a powerful technique. Yotan, Kairyu Ishi no Jutsu. Lava Release, Ash Stone Giant. Yotan, Shikugawa no Yoroi. Lava Release, Molten River Armor. In a combination of jutsu, Gensou summoned a smaller version of the Flame God. Even so, the scaled-down version of the Flame God was no smaller than the red Susanoo in front of him. Under Gensou's command, it charged at Susanoo with tremendous force. Seeing this, the red Susanoo had no choice but to raise the Yata no Kagami to block the attack, then swung the Tatsuka blade to strike. Although the Flame God wasn't a living entity and thus couldn't be affected by the illusion or sealing abilities, the Tatsuka blade still easily sliced off one of its arms. Gensou glanced at the Tatsuka blade with a hint of surprise. It was far sharper than the swords wielded by Madara's full-bodied Susanoo. Neither Madara nor Izuna had obtained it, who knew how Itachi had come across such a weapon. Roar. The Flame God, missing an arm, quickly regenerated a new limb from its molten body and continued to grapple with Susanoo. Gensou, who intended only to buy time, no longer paid attention to the battle between the Flame God and Susanoo. He began forming hand seals, gathering a large amount of chakra in his mouth. Futten, Koma no Jutsu. Boil Release, Skilled Mist Technique. A massive cloud of superheated acidic mist, far larger in scale than before, erupted from Gensou's mouth, quickly enveloping the entire battlefield. Suddenly, Itachi's surroundings turned a blinding white, and his Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, sensing the overwhelming danger in the approaching mist. From within Susanoo, Itachi's expression grew even more serious as he scanned the area. Soon enough. Zzzzz. The acidic mist, powerful enough to melt the bones of Madara's Susanoo, made contact with Itachi's red Susanoo, and the sound of intense corrosion filled the air as the mist began to eat away at the parts of Susanoo not protected by the Yata no Kagami. The mastery of this Kekkei Genkai, it's beyond extraordinary. Itachi's expression became even graver as he witnessed the scene. He had encountered Kekkei Genkai users before, but the same Kekkei Genkai, when used by different people, could yield vastly different results. Just like now with Gensou. As a true genius of the Uchiha clan, Itachi now fully understood the source of Gensou's power. It wasn't merely the attention-grabbing array of Keki-Igenkai that he possessed. The real strength lay in Gensu's profound understanding and control of chakra itself. For someone like Gensu, even a basic fire release technique could be devastating, surpassing its rank under his mastery. Let alone more advanced techniques, forbidden jutsu, or Keki-Igenkai. Itachi, who had once been baffled by the claims that Gensu was a figure comparable to a deity, now understood that the awe inspired by Gensu was not just due to his strength. It was also an acknowledgement of his extraordinary talent and genius. At the very least, even someone as proud as Itachi could not guarantee he would reach such a level of mastery over chakra in his lifetime. I can't stay here. The boil release mist, potent enough to melt through Susanoo's formidable defenses, resisted by Itachi's wind release attempts to dispel it, forced him into action. He quickly decided to retreat, using Susanoo to escape the mist's range. But as he attempted to withdraw, the flame god grabbed Susanoo, refusing to let it flee. It's too late. With Susanoo on the verge of disintegration and the flame god preventing any retreat, Itachi made a rapid decision. The Yata no Kagami on Susanoo's left arm began to glow brightly. Yata no Kagami, absolute defense. In an instant, the shield transformed, extending and enveloping Susanoo completely, leaving no gaps. The flame god's attacks and the boiling mist were rendered ineffective, and instead, their force was reflected back. Soon, the rebounding mist dissolved the flame god and surged toward Gensu. A defense and counter technique akin to Hakusho Kaden. Without even glancing at the acidic mist that could melt flesh and steel alike, Gensu extended his right hand, allowing his dark release to absorb the mist entirely and convert it back into his chakra. His eyes never left the Susanoo, now fully shielded by the Yata no Kagami. After a moment of observation, he calmly remarked. Just a desperate struggle. Sure enough, the absolute defense of the Yata no Kagami didn't last long. When Itachi's figure reappeared, the Yata no Kagami on Susanoo's left arm had vanished. As a price for using the absolute defense, the Yata no Kagami could not be summoned again for a short time. Not giving Itachi any chance to catch his breath, Gensu instantly appeared at Susanoo's side, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. Despite its immense size, Susanoo staggered violently from the impact, tilting to one side. Chapter 147, Chapter 147. Itachi forcefully stabilized his Susanoo, swinging the Totsuka blade toward Gensu. Gensu's figure flickered, reappearing on the other side of Susanoo, where he delivered another powerful punch. Crack! The sound of Susanoo shattering echoed once more. Without the protection of the Yata no Kagami, the colossal Susanoo, an unbeatable nightmare for most shinobi, was nothing more than a giant toy in Gensu's hands. Before long, under the relentless assault of Gensu's monstrous strength, Susanoo could no longer hold up. With a resounding crash, it completely shattered. Gensu wasted no time, immediately charging inside the remains of Susanoo and grabbing hold of Itachi. Qua. 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 The cawing of crows filled the air. Itachi's body burst into dozens of crows, scattering in all directions. Gensu remained unfazed, calmly scanning the surroundings. You swapped places during the release of the Yata no Kagami. East. No. West. No. South and north were also clear. That only left, below. Katan, Goryuka no Jutsu, fire release, great dragon fire technique. Instantly, a massive dragon-shaped blaze erupted from beneath Gensu, ready to engulf him whole. Gensu quickly leaped out of the dragon's path and, as it continued its assault, raised his right hand, forming a black hole in his palm. Mighten, Kyukan. Dark release, inhaling maw. The flames surged into Gensu's palm. Emerging from the ground, Itachi saw this and immediately activated the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye. This is the moment. Amaterasu. Blood trickled from Itachi's right eye. Despite the burning pain in his right eye, Itachi focused his gaze on the flames of the Goryuka. The all-consuming black flames of Amaterasu appeared instantly, rapidly transforming the red flames into the black inferno. In the blink of an eye, the black flames had raced toward Gensu, who was still absorbing the Goryuka. The Mighten could not absorb the Amaterasu flames. Gensu reacted swiftly, retracting his hand and halting the absorption. As he retreated, a flexible, earth-colored protective sphere rapidly enveloped him. The Amaterasu flames were swift. In an instant, the black flames latched onto the protective sphere. Before the flames could engulf the entire shield, Gensu quickly severed the section of the sphere engulfed by the flames and darted out, heading straight for Itachi. Breathing heavily after unleashing Tsukuyomi, Susanoo, and now Amaterasu, Itachi's body was struggling to keep up. Even so, the black flames of Amaterasu did not waver. Noticing Gensu's approach, Itachi gritted his teeth and, despite the overwhelming fatigue and blood streaming from his eyes, focused his right eye on Gensu, intensifying the flames. The black flames appeared again, this time directly in Gensu's path. But Gensu's speed under the effects of the swift release was too great, and the flames failed to land on their target. Itachi, now forced to widen the range of the black flames, swept his gaze across the battlefield, creating a wall of black flames in Gensu's path. Is it over? With his vision blurring, Itachi strained to see through the wall of flames, but all he could make out was the relentless burning of the black fire. Just as he was about to let out a sigh of relief, a calm voice whispered in his ear. Almost. It was as if a lightning bolt had struck his mind. Itachi's expression shifted dramatically. Without a second thought, he quickly turned his head, trying to direct his right eye toward the source of the voice. But a hand was already there, slamming into his chin, forcing his Mangekyo Sharingan's gaze skyward. Even then, Itachi did not give up, swinging his arms blindly in the direction of the voice. But soon, a black rod pierced his right arm, and a heavy punch slammed into his chest. Itachi's body convulsed in agony, leaving him unable to react further. Taking advantage of the moment, Gensou, faster than the spreading black flames, grabbed Itachi's left hand, interlocking their fingers and forcing Itachi's hand into the seals for a summoning technique. Already prepared, Gensou used Itachi's blood to complete the seal. Finally. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Summoning technique. A cloud of white smoke erupted. A large number of crows were summoned. Gensou swiftly identified the crow with Shirsui's Mangekyo Sharingan in its left eye, grabbed it, and with a decisive motion, extracted the blood-soaked Mangekyo Sharingan from the bird. Collected. Shirsui's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was now complete. Gensou placed the retrieved eye into a prepared container. When he looked back at Itachi, the latter had used the distraction to put some distance between them. With a loud clang, Itachi pulled the black rod from his arm, blood spurting from the wound. Both his stamina and chakra were nearly depleted, and his vision was starting to blur as he half knelt on the ground. Thankfully, he still had his Akatsuki uniform on. Noticing that Gensou had once again focused on him, Itachi struggled to lift his head, his blurred vision locking onto Gensou. There was no panic or fear on his face, only a calm sigh. This man truly deserved his reputation as someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with gods. Throughout his life, Itachi had always been hailed as a genius by everyone around him. In every aspect, he far outstripped his peers, and even within the Uchiha clan, known for producing prodigies, few could stand against him. He had believed that, despite the legends, he could hold his own against a figure like Gensou, armed with the Mangekyo Sharingan and his other abilities. At worst, he thought he could escape with his life. But in the end, Itachi realized he had been too arrogant. Not only had he failed to see Sasuke, but he had also lost the Mangekyo Sharingan that Shirsue had entrusted to him. And now, it seemed his own life was nearing its end. Sasuke. In that moment, Itachi realized that he was thinking more about Sasuke than Konoha. Step. 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 Gensou walked toward Itachi at a leisurely pace. Compared to Itachi's battered and bloody state, Gensou looked as though he had just taken a casual stroll. Despite the threats Itachi had posed, everything had been within Gensou's control. He was unhurried and composed, as if he had all the time in the world. Itachi was not one to sit and wait for death. Just as he was about to set up a transfer seal on his Mangekyo Sharingan as a final measure. Itachi, it's rare to see you in such a sorry state. A familiar voice echoed in his ears, accompanied by a ripple in the space around him. Chapter 148, Chapter 148. Itachi, it's the first time I've seen you in such a sorry state. In a distorted space, Obito, wearing an Akatsuki uniform and an orange spiral mask, suddenly appeared beside Itachi. Noticing Itachi's battered condition, Obito narrowed his eyes and greeted him. Itachi paused his attempt to set the transfer seal and, after coughing heavily, asked with an expressionless face, "Why are you here?" "That's something I should be asking you. Akatsuki strictly forbids members from acting alone. If I hadn't gone to the trouble of tracking you down, your situation could have turned out badly," Obito replied coolly. In truth, when Itachi learned of Sasuke's recent activities, Obito, who understood Itachi very well, knew that he would certainly go looking for Sasuke. Intending to gauge Gensou's strength through Itachi, Obito did not stop him and even sent Zetsu to follow Itachi discreetly, ready to relay information at any time. However, Obito overlooked one thing. Having spent so much time in Akatsuki, Itachi had already grown quite familiar with the nature of Zetsu. By intentionally concealing his whereabouts, Itachi ensured that even with Zetsu's tracking abilities, the best he could do was follow at a distance, resulting in Obito arriving a bit late. Luckily, he had still made it in time. Looking at Itachi, who had always kept him cautious, now in such a weakened state, Obito turned his attention to Gensou. Gensou stood casually, observing Obito as if he were a mere passerby, with no trace of surprise or tension in his demeanor. Obito's eyes behind his mask narrowed slightly. So this is the man who was once considered Madara's equal. Though Obito now claimed to be Uchiha Madara, in the current shinobi world, he was well aware of the difference between himself and the real Madara. Even when Madara was on the brink of death, his body aged and reliant on the ghetto statue to sustain his life, the aura that Madara emitted with every action and word was something Obito could never forget. If Madara could exude such presence even in his dying moments, one could only imagine the strength of Hagoromo Gensou, who had been Madara's equal in his prime. It seems the legends are indeed true. Despite possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan and legendary weapons like the Totsuka blade and Yata mirror, Itachi had been utterly defeated, while Gensou stood there with his attire barely ruffled. Even with Kamui at his disposal, Obito had no choice but to remain on high alert. "I'll send you to rest first," Obito said, grabbing Itachi's shoulder as the spiral-shaped power of Kamui emanated from the eye behind his mask, preparing to absorb Itachi into the Kamui dimension. Though Obito had his reservations about Itachi, he knew that Itachi could still be valuable in the upcoming battles to capture the tailed beasts. Furthermore, Obito had not forgotten that Itachi had a younger brother. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was something Obito had been eager to obtain for a long time. As for Sasuke, who was likely to inherit the eternal Mangekyo, the fact that he was allied with Gensou was an obstacle Obito was willing to navigate. After all, Itachi's death had to be timed perfectly. Facing the power of Kamui, Itachi, fully aware of his current state, did not resist. If possible, he wanted to spend his remaining time focusing on Sasuke. As for the scene of the two legendary figures from the Warring States era, Gensou and Uchiha Madara, meeting again, Itachi, knowing that Obito was not the real Madara, found himself uninterested. In an instant, Itachi vanished. Obito let out a sigh of relief. He had expected Gensou to intervene, but to his surprise, Gensou had made no move. What was going on? At the same time, Gensou watched calmly as Itachi was absorbed into the Kamui dimension, his expression unchanged. Itachi was the key to Sasuke unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan. Gensou had no intention of interfering with that. Since Obito had taken the initiative to intervene, Gensou had no objections. Now, only two remained on the battlefield. The ominous flames of Amaterasu continued to burn, consuming everything they touched. Gensou did not immediately reveal Obito's true identity but instead spoke in a detached tone, "Another Uchiha." Unlike his interactions with others, Obito refrained from claiming to be Madara in front of Gensou. After all, the men before him had dealt with the real Madara on numerous occasions. It's no wonder they say you are a man who stands shoulder to shoulder with gods. "I'm Tobi of the Akatsuki. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Gensou," Obito introduced himself. "First one Akatsuki member, and now another. Is this your way of declaring war on me?" Gensou dusted off his clothes, speaking as if he didn't care. "Of course not. What you've seen were the actions of Itachi alone, not a reflection of Akatsuki's intentions," Obito clarified. Then, realizing that Gensou, being a relic of the Warring States era, likely possessed knowledge far beyond his own, Obito decided to show his sincerity by revealing a secret. Itachi sought to take Sasuke for one reason, to obtain his Sharingan. Only by fusing a brother's Sharingan can the Mangekyo evolve to a higher level. As expected, Gensou showed no surprise and nodded in understanding, just like Madara and Izuna. Only the roles were reversed. In the past, it was the younger brother, Izuna, who had elevated Madara. In the future, it would likely be the elder brother, Itachi, who would elevate Sasuke. Izuna. Madara. Obito was taken aback. He had stumbled upon a significant secret. During his time with Madara, the old Uchiha had never shared the details of Izuna's fate. While Madara had explained that a brother's Mangekyo Sharingan could evolve into the eternal Mangekyo, he never revealed that he himself had undergone this transformation. No wonder Madara knew so much about it. How did he manage to acquire his brother's Mangekyo Sharingan? Murder. Unaware of the specifics of the Warring States era, Obito thought such a method suited the shadowy and manipulative nature of the Madara he had known. But Madara was dead. Though Obito had agreed to revive him, he had never intended to follow through with it. Pushing thoughts of the men who had shaped his path to the back of his mind, Obito turned to Gensou and earnestly said, "Itachi's actions do not reflect Akatsuki's will. Akatsuki is not your enemy. On the contrary, with the 5 great shinobi villages as our common adversary, Akatsuki could be your ally, even your own people." As he spoke, a flash of inspiration struck Obito, prompting him to extend an invitation. "Lord Gensou, would you be interested in joining Akatsuki?" Chapter 149, Chapter 149. Joining the Akatsuki. Gensou looked at Obito with a puzzled expression, wondering if this guy had lost his mind. After speaking, Obito also realized that his invitation might have been a bit rash. However, he quickly rationalized that if someone as powerful as Gensou were to join, the collection of the tailed beasts would be expedited significantly. The chances of successfully executing the infinite Tsukuyomi would be unprecedented. As for the potential issue of Gensou overshadowing him, Obito believed that once the tailed beasts were absorbed into the ghetto statue, Madara's contingencies would ensure that Obito could absorb the statue and become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki before Gensou could act. At that point, no matter how strong Gensou was, what could he do? After thinking it over, Obito eagerly awaited Gensu's response. Gensu chuckled, amused. Before inviting me, shouldn't you at least explain what your organization's goal is? Obito's expression became serious. With Akatsuki's growing fame, and with Itachi and Kisame attempting to capture the Nine Tails, the 5 great shinobi villages had already speculated about Akatsuki's true objective. Obito decided not to hide anything. Akatsuki's goal is world peace. Our method is to collect the 9-tailed beasts and create a weapon of mass destruction to deter nations, ultimately conquering the world and achieving lasting peace. Of course, Obito omitted the true purpose of the tailed beast weapon, the infinite Tsukuyomi Plan. After all, in his eyes, the creation of a world with Rin could only be realized by him alone. Even Madara would be kept out of the equation, let alone Hagoromo Gensou. After listening to Obito's explanation, Gensou didn't give it much thought and shook his head calmly. Boring. The concept of a tailed beast weapon seemed similar to nuclear deterrence, and as for conquering the world, Madara used to go on and on about that. It only led to Gensou getting involved and eventually being ambushed by the Five Kage. Gensou had no interest in playing the game of world conquest. Not only would it take a long time, but the task of maintaining order after the conquest would be even more tedious. He had no desire to waste his time on such trivial matters. However, the infinite Tsukuyomi did intrigue him a little. Letting the entire world dream peacefully, leaving him undisturbed, was appealing in a way. But since Obito didn't mention it, Gensou didn't bring it up either. Seeing that the time was getting late and that he had successfully acquired Shirsui's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, Gensou was ready to leave. With Akatsuki drawing the world's attention, his own actions would go more unnoticed. Additionally, Akatsuki might be useful to him in the future. Not particularly interested in dealing with Obito, who, protected by Kamui, would be difficult to kill unless Gensou made a risky move, Gensou casually remarked, "If you make me the leader of Akatsuki, I might consider it," and then turned his back on Obito, walking away with an air of indifference. Obito watched Gensou's retreating figure without making any move. After a long while, a large Venus flytrap-like plant slowly emerged from the ground beside Obito. "So you actually tried to recruit Hagoromo Gensou?" Black Zetsu's voice echoed from within. Obito didn't turn around, replying, "He would be a formidable ally, wouldn't he?" "Indeed. But that's precisely the problem, he's too formidable. If he joined, who knows who would end up leading Akatsuki?" White Zetsu chimed in cheerfully. This was another concern for Obito. A figure like Gensou would never settle for being under someone else's command. If Gensou were to become the leader and focused solely on capturing the tailed beasts, that would be one thing. But if he had other motives, it could spell disaster. Shaking his head, Obito said, "Regardless, this was a successful probe. Even Itachi is far from Gensou's match. His revival hasn't weakened him, and his body shows no signs of aftereffects. Moving forward, Akatsuki's operations should avoid Gensou whenever possible. Capturing the tailed beasts remains the priority." "Hee, but I doubt someone who considers himself a god like Pain would take that to heart," White Zetsu snickered. Thinking about how Nagato had grown increasingly wary of him in recent years, with his secret activities constantly expanding, Obito snorted coldly, "Nagato, he's become too consumed by the power of the Rinnegan. Perhaps it's time to give him a reality check." With that, Obito's body twisted and vanished from sight. White Zetsu sank back into the ground. Only Black Zetsu remained, gazing thoughtfully in the direction Gensou had departed, his dark face showing a contemplative expression. To Black Zetsu, as long as the infinite Tsukuyomi Plan succeeded, it didn't matter whether it was Madara or Obito who executed it. After all, in the end, they would all become sustenance for his mother. He had once considered luring someone like Hashirama, who could capture the tailed beasts with ease. Unfortunately, Hashirama's personality made it impossible for him to take the extreme measures that Madara did. As for Gensou, since he wasn't a reincarnation of Indra or Azura, Black Zetsu hadn't paid much attention to him before. But now, with the Rinnegan, one of the key tools needed to revive his mother, already in existence, the pool of potential candidates to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi had expanded significantly. Previously overlooked, Gensou, now revived, was indeed an excellent candidate. Not only was his strength comparable to Madara's, but his personality wasn't as rigid as Hashirama's. Though he once had a strong sense of justice, such a personality would only make him more determined to achieve his goals once he found a new purpose. Just like Obito now. Black Zetsu pondered, "Let's wait and see. Gensou has a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, and if he reads the stone tablet in the Naka Shrine." Obito's plan was progressing well. And with the contingency of the real Madara also in place, Black Zetsu was not in a hurry. However, after waiting 1,000 years, he had grown accustomed to casting a wide net. It wouldn't hurt to extend that net toward Gensou. If Gensou did take the bait, as long as it didn't interfere with the infinite Tsukuyomi Plan, it wouldn't matter if he and Obito or Madara ended up fighting each other. In the end, Black Zetsu would be the one to benefit. With renewed anticipation, Black Zetsu slowly sank back into the earth. Meanwhile, back at his experimental base, Hagoromo Gensou took out the Mangekyo Sharingan he had seized from Uchiha Itachi. After a quick operation, he placed the eye into the left socket of his clone. Soon, both the left and right black-bladed Mangekyo Sharingan began spinning with excitement, rejoicing at their reunion. At the same time, the deeper powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo, Koto Amatsukami, and the profound mysteries of Ine release, were all fully revealed to Gensou. Sensing all this, Gensou smiled faintly. The gifts delivered today are quite satisfactory. Chapter 150, Chapter 150. In the spring of March, with grass growing and birds chirping, outside of the village of Jomi, within a secluded canyon, an eerie stillness, like a cold wind, enveloped the natural surroundings that should have been filled with vibrant life. Mokutan, Jukai Koten. With a voice devoid of any emotion, trees erupted from the ground, clawing their way toward the men in simple white robes standing at the center, a crescent moon-like blue and purple mark imprinted on his forehead. Gensou calmly glanced at the approaching trees, closing his eyes. The unseen natural energy around him surged into his body. Just as countless vines and branches were about to entangle him, Gensou opened his eyes. Senpo. In an instant, blue markings appeared at the corners of Gensou's eyes. Before the vines could approach, the overwhelming Senjutsu chakra, much more potent than regular chakra, burst forth from his body, disintegrating the incoming vines completely. Under the palpable pressure, with Gensou at the center, no matter how furiously the Mokutan stretched out, it couldn't get close within 10 meters. Gensou shifted his gaze to the caster of the Mokutan technique and took a step forward. Whoosh! The distance of 100 meters vanished in a flash. Gensou threw a punch, sending the Edo Tensei-controlled, vacant-eyed Hashirama flying backward, with half of his body reduced to dust. However, in no time, the sound of fluttering paper filled the air as Hashirama's Edo Tensei body quickly regenerated. Hashirama clapped his hands together once again. Senpo. The same sage mode mask appeared on his face. Unlike Gensou, whose transformation was limited to the corners of his eyes, Hashirama's sage markings were more intricate, and his pupils slightly changed color. Gensou's sage markings were blue, while Hashirama's were deep red. This difference wasn't due to a hierarchy in Senjutsu. Hashirama's Senjutsu came from Shikatsu Forest, where human practitioners are inevitably influenced by slugs, while Gensou's was a newly developed sage art specifically tailored for humans. At that moment, both in sage mode, with their chakra transformed into Senjutsu chakra, Gensou and Hashirama clashed again, their battle more intense than before. Minutes later, the once picturesque canyon looked as if it had been ravaged by a massive earthquake, now in utter ruins. Just as it seemed the fight would reduce the canyon to complete rubble, Hashirama's movement suddenly halted, and his body emitted a white glow. Gensou stopped simultaneously, watching as the sound of fluttering paper filled the air once again around Hashirama. Moments later, the Edo Tensei body of Hashirama began to disintegrate, leaving behind an unfamiliar corpse wearing an IWA forehead protector and a Jonin vest. Is that all? Gensou sighed slightly, feeling a bit unsatisfied. The Edo Tensei technique he possessed wasn't the complete version perfected by Orochimaru, and thus it always had various flaws. Despite having conducted further research over the past year, most of his energy had been focused on mastering the 7 chakra natures and developing Senjutsu, so there hadn't been many breakthroughs. The Edo Tensei technique Gensou currently employed still couldn't fully restore the intelligence of the resurrected and had numerous unpredictable issues during its use, like Hashirama suddenly vanishing just now. However, there was some progress. With a high enough quality sacrifice, the resurrected could display a considerable portion of their strength. The sacrifice for Hashirama earlier had been a Jonin from IWA who had recently become active in the area. By infusing Hashirama's cells into the body of this Jonin, followed by an immediate Edo Tensei, Hashirama was able to unleash a significant portion of his power, even using Senjutsu, far surpassing his abilities during the Chunin exams. Unfortunately, it wasn't sustainable. Fortunately, Gensou had obtained enough Hashirama cells from Root, which could be used to cultivate more flesh, allowing him to continue summoning Hashirama for training. The only issue left to consider was the sacrifice. While White Zetsu made an excellent test subject, Gensou didn't have many of them and didn't want to waste such valuable resources on Edo Tensei. As for sacrifices like the IWA Jonin, they weren't easy to come by. If not for Iwa's recent suspicious activities, sending people to investigate the area, Gensou would have had to go out of his way to find a suitable sacrifice. Speaking of which, it's time for the villagers of Jomi to relocate. Due to Gensou and Sasuke's trip to the Land of Fire, which drew attention from the shinobi world, Jomi village had been given enough time to prepare for relocation. The investigative capabilities of the department formed after the second Five Kage summit were quite impressive. Delaying detection for over a year was already an achievement. Recalling the intelligence report from Samui, who had recently joined the investigation department, Gensou made up his mind. But before that, feeling that his sage mode was about to end, Gensou activated his Ine seal and attempted to store the Senjutsu chakra within it. Before he could store much, the Yin seal began to shake violently, prompting him to stop. Still not quite there, Gensou murmured. After returning from Mount Katsuragi and learning much from the fury-releasing forbidden jutsu, Gensou's senjutsu development had progressed smoothly. He had finally accomplished what no one in the shinobi world had done before, developing a senjutsu specifically designed for human practitioners. This explained why his sage mode manifested only the traditional blue chakra markings, with no animal-like transformations. However, since the senjutsu had just been completed, its duration wasn't very long. Wanting a longer-lasting sage mode, Gensou had tried storing senjutsu chakra in the Yin seal for future use. This wasn't just wishful thinking. Inspired by the black orbs used to store the fury-release forbidden jutsu, Gensou had modified the structure of the Yin seal. However, it seemed there was still much work to be done. After all, the black orbs could only temporarily store energy. If Gensou wanted to develop the Yin seal into a senjutsu seal to enhance his power further, there was still a long way to go. Nonetheless, the successful development of senjutsu marked another step forward in Gensou's power. With his current strength, he had surpassed even the Eternal Madara. As for a complete Senju Hashirama or Rinnegan Madara, only a battle would tell.